Pickup is a fan engagement platform that aims to build communities and turn the biggest headlines in sports into free-to-play props while rewarding fans for their hot sports takes. You've likely seen their props on Nuts and Bolts Sports and some of your other favorite online publishers in leagues like USA Today, NASCAR, Flow Sports, and others. Simply make your pick on the Pickup prop and verify your pick by entering your phone number, which you will use to track your picks. Accumulate points and exchange for prizes in their marketplace. Their merch ranges from Fanatics gift cards, cross nets just in time for summer, dugout mugs, and more. Make your picks ahead of the draft now.
Welcome back to day 3 of the Nuts and Bolts Sports Draft coverage of the 2022 NFL Draft. I'm Jeff Barnes. That is Bill Carroll and Greg Rector. And we are here for day 3 to close out the draft with a bunch of guests coming on today. So we're going to have some exciting information as we're going to be talking about the guys going down the draft board. Some of the guys are big names. And then we're going to talk about those guys that you may not have heard of. So it's the beauty of having us around is you get a full spectrum of coverage. Once again, if you watch us on Draft Central, you've heard about a lot of the guys that we're going to hear today on day 3. We're hoping to have some of those guys get their name called. So if we can get a chance, we'll try and get them on as well. But with that being said, Bill, Greg, how you feeling? We made it to day 3 with the longest day. Y'all excited about this? I know I am.
It's my favorite day. It is my favorite day of the draft. It's where my guys get picked, including, as you said, some of the guys we've had on the show, guys we hoped to have on the show that we couldn't quite make happen, but the guys that I spent the most time on are going to go today.
Yeah, this is the fun one because the media folks have all paid attention to their cats and all that jazz, so we knew most of those who were going to go. Now these are the guys that people like us have actually watched and studied for the past few months. And what we've seen hopefully comes to fruition today for them.
Indeed. So let's talk about some of the guys we're looking at here on day 3. And we'll avoid the quarterback position for right now. I know everybody likes to talk about that. Let's talk about some of the other positions. We know we had a huge run on wide receivers yesterday. There's a run in the first round on the top guys. So let's talk about the guys that are left that didn't go day 1, day 2, that are still good value for teams here on day 3.
There's terrific value to be had at this point. I mean, someone's going to get Tyrese Fryfogle in the 6th and probably around pick 204 and be like, wow, this guy is maybe the 4th best wide receiver on our roster when he shows up in camp, right? And then he won't stay the 4th best, right? He's going to fight his way up. There's going to be receivers that are going to be. I mean, am I going insane? Is Khalil Shakir still on the board?
I believe he is.
He's still on the board.
I mean, somebody's going to be so excited when they realize what they have in Khalil Shakir. And he reminds me so much of Steve Smith, not the undefeated, training camp fight champion Steve Smith. That's Steve Smith, or now Steve Smith senior. I'm talking about the USC Steve Smith. Very much reminds me of him. And he's so smooth and so complete and does everything well and contributes in special teams. Somebody's getting him probably in the first half of the 4th, I'm assuming. If he goes later than that, he's already a bargain, but he'll go from being a bargain to a full-on steal. And if he makes it out of the 4th into the 5th, it's grand larceny. But he's a terrific football player.
Yeah,
and Jalen Naylor still out there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Naylor's still out there. Yep.
The other SMU, Reggie Robertson,
Cal Austin the third,
Calvin Austin the third. The Rambos are out there. Kevin Austin Jr. is out there. Coastal Carolina's Javon Haile is still sitting there too.
Yeah, highly and likely. The likely, of course, is a tight end, but somebody might work with both of them. You might get highly and likely.
Yep. Exactly.
What a play on words.
Why get up early?
But you also have guys who, if you didn't watch, the FCS and small school guys, if you didn't watch the HBCUs, there are guys out there that have a chance of going today who I believe, we always talk about. And one of them was guys we talked about was Trey Gross. And it was nice to see him get a little shine on NFL Network a week or two ago. They brought him on, so it may have been a chance to introduce him to the casual football fan. But we talk about that big body wide receiver, that guy is going to make the catches and make defenders miss with that big frame because he's hard to tackle. We don't mean hard to tackle as in shake you out your boots. We mean hard to tackle is you're going to hit him and bounce off.
Sure.
Yep. Okay.
And I just think of the HBCU guys. You've also got D. Anderson, who's even bigger, right?
Yeah.
Coming at 6'5" 3/4, 224 pounds, and ran in the 4.5s at his pro day.
Absolutely.
So somebody's probably getting him, more like as an undrafted free agent, but maybe someone takes a flyer on his height, weight, speed as a prospect. And my favorite of the big body HBCU guys is actually Shamar Bridges from Fort Valley State University.
Right.
Who reminds me of a slower version of Ricardo Lockett. Ricardo was, a 100 and 200 meter sprint champion. He's not that because those guys don't come along very often. But he is a guy who probably runs in the upper 4.5s or low 4.6s, but really good hands, tremendous body control, and utterly fearless, utterly unafraid to go wherever the ball goes, he goes. He doesn't care what's waiting for him. You can be waiting for him there with a baseball bat. He's still going to go there and catch the football. I love that about him.
And we also have one other pet cat of ours, Dejon Dixon Nichols.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. And a highly underrated prospect, in my opinion. And the guy who you talk about, who with a lot of these guys, we're not talking about eventual starters. We're talking about guys that are going to fit into your multi-receiver set packages, bring a specific skill set, and be able to contribute 20 or 30 plays offensively and also on special teams. So and these are guys all have that ability. Just give them the chance.
Former HBCU Ezard, who's going to help you in the return game, and I think becomes a wide receiver 4, and becomes a good one. Somebody's going to get Romeo Dobbs and be thrilled when they realize what they have.
Honestly, with the guys that went off the board yesterday, I'm shocked that Dobbs is still there. I thought he would have gone off yesterday.
Well, it's such a deep class. I mean, if Calvin Austin's still there, it lets you know how deep the class is.
But once that news came out with the quote unquote knee that's supposed to be such a big worry for Dobbs, all of a sudden, it really isn't that big of an issue. I've been following it very closely, but he went down boards. He went down.
Well, it doesn't take much. That's the sad part. When you're not in the Power 5, you don't get that benefit of a doubt, and that's why some of those guys end up here or out of the draft. And I've seen it before. One bad 40. Well, bad 40 knocked DeMarvin Leal from first to third. It didn't knock him out of a draft. I know HBCU players who were draftable grades, bad 40, they were off a board. Right. So, and they didn't even get picked up unrestricted. They ended up there with you in Canada. All right.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, that's the thing. Like when I sit up here, because I know there should be, if it fair is fair, etc. I really think there should be 10 to 15 guys from HBCU schools that had their names this year. There's probably going to be 4 or 5.
Yep.
In reality, those other guys, they're coming up here to play in the CFL.
Yeah.
And you'll hear them next week. The CFL draft is next week. That's when you're going to hear those names. Mm-hmm. They feast on the HBCU schools up here. I mean, we love it.
Right. I wonder if we might hear a CIF, a Canadian intercollegiate football player's name called. Probably unlikely, but I really have been intrigued by watching Trey Ford a lot. Mm-hmm. His brother Terrell is a guy that probably won't get his name called, but he's also an interesting player. But I wonder if they see him as a quarterback down here. But Trey Ford, you know exactly what you're getting in Trey.
Trey Ford, and there's a huge kid from the University of Saskatchewan tackle. He would be a guard in the NFL, but he should also possibly get his name in the 6th or 7th.
Right. And he'll be a top, 5 to 10 pick up there, up north. But
Yeah.
he'd be a guy who's sort of on the bubble, or more like an undrafted free agent down here.
Yeah, he went to the showcases, but he didn't. He didn't get into a bowl game. He did only the showcases. Because there were so many guys for the bowl games this year that.
Right. That's the 6th year, 4th, 5th, and 6th year effect. There's so many 5th and 6th year guys that you had 4th year seniors, 5th year seniors, and 6th year seniors. So it was a ridiculously difficult year to get into some of the bowl games.
Yeah. There was just no space, right?
Yep. We could have had.
You could have had 3 more. Yep.
And they would have no problem staffing up.
Yep.
So we're not underway yet, so it's still got time. We're going to have Ryan Cooley joining us, fellow Nuts and Bolts.
Yes.
And he's going to be coming on to talk about the Washington Commanders draft.
The Washington Commanders, yes.
So we got a lot of guests lined up today. So we will not have Rachel back with us today, unfortunately. So we only got her for a short while last night.
So do you want me to reach out to someone I know who's extremely knowledgeable about the Lions?
Well, we're going to have Mike back on. So Mike is also from that area. So
okay,
he was the backup. Steve Rogers is going to return. Chris is going to come on. Chris Roosevelt. I'm destroying his last name. Is going to be on for the New Orleans Saints. They're going to have Vashti on for the Panthers. Rudy's going to try and come back on if he gets a quiet place there in Vegas. Rudy Reyes talks some Steelers. Brad Ward is going to join us. Edwin Duadu is going to join us talking Jets. Also, Dan Goodwin is going to join us.
I love Dan.
Yes, Dan's going to come on and talk about the Chicago Bears, and hopefully that they're giving him enough confidence that they're going to be surrounding his quarterback, his franchise quarterback that he stands by, enough weapons to throw to. So Nikki Geist is going to join us as well after Ryan to talk New York Giants football. So real interesting draft that they've had so far. If you notice, yes, I am in the cover 2 draft colors. Got to represent the brand still.
We see that.
Down to the sneakers. So for those that know, I have a special sneaker that I wear on the road.
Yes.
For cover 2 draft. All right. So my special customized LeBron James and cover 2 draft colors. So yes, I'm in full cover 2 draft colors today. All right. So definitely. I can't believe it's taking so long. Usually we're talking before the draft, and all of a sudden the first pick and is about to come up, and the anthem starts, and here we are with all this time. What's
the one name you were most shocked at that is still sitting right there?
Bill, I'll let you go first. We were talking about this, so I'll let you go first.
I mean, there's more than one.
just give me one guy that just right off the hop just.
I'm trying to keep it to one. That's going to be the challenge.
We understand your 1A, 1B, Bill. We know that.
I mean, I'll say Calvin Austin, but there's others that I think are right there with him.
And I'm going to go corner, and I'm going to say Tariq Woolen.
Oh well, Woolen's tape lets you know, right? I mean, he's a real project. I know people are super excited about his height, weight, speed.
And that's why I'm surprised, because we saw so many teams go height, weight, speed.
Yep.
He's the perfect height, weight, speed corner.
Yes. Right. But he's going to he's not going to be ready to play.
No.
He was a wide receiver not long ago. And you can see it when you watch him play.
That's right.
The one thing he does well, obviously, is he does a pretty good job of staying in phase and reading what the quarterback's doing and things like that. Tackling is still a bit of an adventure. He doesn't always take the exact right angle. He definitely can be fooled by play fakes, double moves, anything. He takes the cheese a lot. And obviously he's probably never going to be great in run support. That's probably never going to be a highlight of his game, but he's got some growth. But yeah, he's going to go somewhere in the 4th probably. And but
it was just that because he showed those three segments.
Sure. And, but this is where he really belongs. I mean, he's a real project.
Yeah. Definitely. But I'm kind of surprised somebody didn't just, we're taking him right now.
Yeah. You surprised somebody didn't just push him up the board a little higher than he should have been?
Yeah. I thought that was going to be one of those candidates where, this is early.
I mean, I saw people mocking him into the middle and even early part of the second, which I thought was insanity.
It was crazy.
Yeah, and I'm not. I mean, despite my criticisms, I'm making clear I'm a fan of his. I think that he wants to be good and he'll work hard.
Yeah,
but you're almost going to end up redshirting him practically that first year because he just has so far to go before he stops being a liability.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Now, if you do manage to get him out there and you teach him the things he needs to know, yes, you could be getting a guy that is a 8 to 10 year starter when you're done. But this is really where he belongs. He belongs early day three, because that's what he is. He's an early day three prospect. You're just taking, his raw athletic ability and you're saying, I want to teach him to be a real cornerback. I mean, Jacoby Durant's a better football player in every way. He's just smaller. He's just so much smaller. But he's a better player in every way. He sees things so much faster. He's a much better tackler. His instincts are, it's not even fair to compare them.
No.
He's so much more efficient in every way. His footwork is, everything. Like
everything is better. It's just that he doesn't jump off with the same.
Except height, right? He's got everything but height. He tested incredibly well. He's got a much higher football IQ. Like the only thing, if Jacoby Durant is 6'2", Jacoby might be the guy pushing towards the first, right? If he's 6'2", because I would remind people who might be poo-pooing that idea that 7th overall went Dominique Rodgers-Cromartie, 7th in the whole draft.
That's right. Yeah.
So it's not unthinkable. We've seen it happen.
One other guy I think is going to go pretty quick here will be DeMarco Jackson.
He should.
He should.
Though, we saw what happened with Dean, who is sort of the big school version of him. So if we saw that there was a certain amount of, and people are saying, well, it's the pec injury. Really? It's not like it's a chronic injury. It's a one-time, should be one-time only, rest up for a while injury. I think it's more like the value of the position isn't what it used to be.
No.
Right? This is Brian, and he's not Brian Urlacher. Right. So when you're Brian Urlacher and you play that position, it's one thing because Brian Urlacher comes along once every 20 years, probably.
Yeah.
Nakobe Dean isn't that kind of player. He's a very good player, but he's a bit undersized. He tested well, but not mind blowing. There's nothing that makes you say, I have to go early on this guy.
No.
And you're pulling him off the field more often because of you're playing 5 and 6 defensive backs more than ever before.
Right.
Linebackers as a whole, just like all the things we just said about running backs are to some extent true of linebackers.
Compared to our day when we started out with this in the 70s, the marquee guys on defense, it was a linebacker. On offense, it was the running back. It's no longer the case.
Right. They used to have documentaries they would show before games on Sam Huff, right? The Violent World of Sam Huff. Right, people would idolize Dick Butkus. I don't know how many people named their various pit bulls and other types of bulldogs after Dick Butkus. I'm sure.
It was the most common bulldog name there was Butkus.
So that was the glamour position on defense for an entire generation, really, right?
And then you had the Hams and the Lamberts and et cetera, and it was just that was the glamour spot. There was
up through sort of Nick Kuechly sort of bookending it on the other end, and the position has since then started to go down a little bit in value and a little bit in glamour and a little bit in importance to teams when they draft. Bobby Wagner and his bunch are going to be the last generation of I hope I'm wrong because I love the position of franchise middle linebacker, right? The term may almost lose its meaning soon.
Yep. And it's something that we have to get used to, right? Just like in the last few years, we've really had to get used to those two words put together, position flex.
Yeah, well,
indeed.
Right.
Well, It's about that time of the day to talk some Washington Commanders football.
It is.
So,
Right.
we're gonna add.
Riverboat Ron.
That's right. Well, Riverboat Ron is about to get analyzed by Ryan Cooley. Welcome to the show, Ryan Cooley of
And more important,
Controversial Takes.
Hey guys, what's up?
How you feeling, Ryan?
I'm doing well. How about you guys?
Well,
Good, Ryan.
this is my favorite. This is my favorite weekend of the year, and my favorite day of the favorite weekend of the year.
I got more than 3 hours of sleep. I'm feeling marvelous right now.
It's Christmas. It's Christmas for us.
Happy draft, Miss Ryan.
Yeah. So, Ryan, tell us how you feel about the Commanders draft so far, as we are now on the clock with the Buccaneers. So this is about to get a little live. You'll be on when Washington picks in a few minutes.
All right.
Yep.
Hopefully, they do better than what they have been. Last year I did the live reaction in the first round for Jamin Davis, and I was trying to be like really optimistic about it, even though I wasn't in love with the pick. I thought it was a bit of a reach, and this past year didn't really look good for Jamin Davis. Only played like 30, 40, maybe even 40% of the snaps. So I wasn't thrilled with the pick, but I was trying to be optimistic, and I was like, in Rivera we trust, and yeah, that saying gone. Kind of ended last year after a disappointing season. And in the draft, leading up to the draft, the last, 2 months, we've been talking about, maybe Drake London, Chris Olave, Wilson, Williams, and then maybe if they go on the defensive side, Kyle Hamilton. And so, they got to 11 and they traded back, which I wasn't against, because after that Carson Wentz trade, we didn't have a third round this year, and we probably won't have a second round next year. So I wasn't against trading back. But then Olave went off the board, then Williams went off the board, Hamilton went off the board, and I'm like, okay, well, I'm not as much of a fan of this trade now. But Dotson, I was kind of picked off a little bit initially, but I felt better the next day when I watched some of his games. He's not, I don't think as good as Olave or Williams like that, but I do think he can come in and have an immediate impact. And I think he's, a threat beside Terry McLaurin. At Penn State, he was kind of the guy, the receiver everyone was focused on. Now he can take over that kind of number 2 role, since defense are going to be focused on McLaurin. So I did feel better the next day after watching Dotson. It's still not a pick I'm in love with, and I don't think, to me, he has a high floor, kind of a low ceiling. And it was kind of a safe pick for Rivera, which, at this receiving position outside of McLaurin, they don't have anybody, so maybe they felt they needed to go safe. But I wasn't in love with the pick. But then we move on to the second round, and it took Mathis. And this was kind of a pick for a need, really. And it's a need that they created that I didn't think they had to. They let Matt Ioannidis walk, and then they let Tim Settle walk. And that was kind of one I wasn't really happy with Tim Settle, because I thought they could re-sign him for cheaper, and then we'd let Daron Payne walk, which I've never expected us to re-sign Payne. He hasn't really lived up to that first round hype, and I think he's going to want to warrant more money than what he's worth. So I was fine with giving Settle a much less expensive contract and having him fill that one technique when Payne's gone. Instead, now we had that need. Now that Settle's gone, Ioannidis is gone, Payne's going to be pretty much gone. He might be traded today. I have no idea. But it was a need that they created themselves. And Mathis, to me, it was another reach. I think it was a Connecticut, the one defensive interior you guys, from Connecticut, I think. Was it Travis Jones?
Travis Jones.
Yeah, I liked him. I thought he would have been a better pick there for defensive tackle, but it is what it is. I didn't really thought it was a reach. They drafted for need. It was kind of, once again, a high floor, low ceiling type pick. And then we go to the third round, and people have said I'm anti-running back, and you guys were just talking about it before I came on. And the value of running backs have diminished a little bit, and I wouldn't say I'm anti-running back. I just wouldn't draft a running back really in the first 2 rounds, and maybe 3. If I did draft a running back in the third round, it would have to be a pretty big need. And I would never give one a second contract, just because we've seen time and time again, the running back, the human body's not built for that type of abuse. And the time you get to your second contract, that's when you see the injuries starting to rack up. So I wouldn't say I'm anti-running back, but this was a pick I was also kind of irritated with, because it really wasn't a need. they did need a kind of more of a bruising back because they have Gibson, Patterson, and McKissick. They really don't have anybody since they let go of Peyton Barber 2 seasons ago as that short yardage running back. But to me, that's really high in the 3rd round to take a short yardage running back, rotational running back. So I wasn't a fan of that pick either. So really this whole draft, I've been pretty disappointed, and I'm not going to sit here and lie and say, oh, it's great and I'm happy. I've been pretty disappointed.
All right. So
there we go.
Day 3.
There's a gif of like a guy like drinking bleach and then almost throwing himself.
That's been me the past 2 nights.
So it's day 3. You're looking to fill in a roster on this day with quality talent. Do you have any guys on the board now you think are going to help Washington?
Well, I know this isn't going to be a fan favorite if they do, but right now I've said they made the trade for Carson Wentz and they're putting all their eggs in his basket. Carson Wentz gave a 2nd and 3rd. There's really no backup plan. I was pretty high on Sam Howell coming out. I didn't think he'd be here in the 4th round. I thought he could be a possibility in the 3rd round because I know it was Malik Willis and Sam Howell. Report said that they were kind of kicking the tires on, somewhat interested in him. They were, I think, the biggest ones there at Sam Howell's pro day. So I'd be kind of happy with that, getting a quarterback in the 4th round. I'd be good with that. It's not like you're really wasting a pick or an early pick. So that's kind of my number 1 target right now would be Sam Howell. They also need a more athletic tight end. And I know the one, I really don't, once we get into day 3, you guys are much more the experts on who's available and who would be a good fit. But I know the one tight end from Maryland, he's pretty athletic. I'm not even going to try to pronounce his name. But they need a more athletic tight end because Logan Thomas is 31 coming off a torn ACL. You can't expect him to come out and be great next year. John Bates was kind of a surprise. He was pretty good last year, but he's really more excelled in the blocking aspect of being a tight end, not so much as the receiving end. So I would like more maybe of a receiving athletic type tight end there. Of course, they need help a little bit in the secondary. Linebackers always a need, but I think they're going to roll with Holcomb at the mic and Jamin Davis at the will. Even though I was kind of hoping maybe in round 2 or 3 they would look there, but of course they didn't. So yeah, I would probably say Sam Howell. I would like in one of the 4th round picks to go him, just so you have somewhat of a backup plan if Carson Wentz really just doesn't do well, which I think there's a good chance he does that. So Sam Howell, you need some help in the secondary, linebacker, and then some more depth on the offensive line, especially on that interior offensive line.
I still really, really like Heineke. What's wrong? What's wrong with you, Ryan? Heineke is the quarterback for the Cowboys.
I'd like to see a quarterback that can throw the ball past 20 yards. That would be nice.
Everybody wants something.
So Monty's disagreeing with you. Monty's saying Logan Thomas can't stay healthy.
Well, I mean, injury is a thing, and that's why I said I would rather look for a more athletic tight end because I don't have a lot of, like you said, he's getting older too. Torn ACL, 31. Yeah. That's why I said I would like to see more of a receiving tight end because you have John Bates with really good blocking aspect, but you need more of a receiving tight end, especially nowadays.
And there are several move tight ends who are sitting here right now.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And I would say, as much as I do like Chingoziem Okonkwo, he's very small. I mean, he's a very much undersized guy. He's sort of like a less athletic version of Vernon Davis because there's never been a tight end more athletic than Vernon Davis. But you can get Dylan Bellinger, who does it all. He's a very good blocker, right? He's a very good route runner. He didn't drop a single ball at the Senior Bowl, and I don't know if he's dropped in his at least this last. I watched 6 games this year, and he didn't drop a ball in the 6 games I watched. So if he's dropped a ball this year, I didn't see it. So,
I don't think Bellinger had a drop, as a matter of fact, Bill. I don't think he did.
He may have had a drop all year.
Yeah.
At least none that I could find. And he's big. I mean, he's big enough. Like, he's a legit 6'5", 253, 254-pound guy. Well, Chingoziem is like just over 240 and like 6'2" and 1/8 or something. So you're not getting a full-size tight end.
Right.
You're getting a full-size tight end from Bellinger.
A young man is a friend of the show. Lucas Kroll's another option for you.
Right.
But if you want to, if you don't want to force the issue on tight end, go ahead, Bill.
4.5, 4.40 on a guy who's 6'6", almost 6'6".
And if you don't want,
reason to go cheap just to get a good athlete. You can get a full size tight end who's a good athlete in this draft.
Yeah, and if you don't want to, if you want to just pick your board and don't want to force that issue, in the 7th, there's going to be a guy. I guarantee he's still there. I'll be shocked if he goes before then. Daniel Emetebebe from Kansas State.
Yes, the younger brother, Josh Emetebebe.
Yeah, so he's one of those guys who you can get late in the round. He's an excellent receiving tight end with deep vertical speed. He's still underdeveloped in a route tree, so he's a guy that you can have as your second tight end. You're going to play him in mixed snaps. Most of the time, you're going to have 3 wide receivers on the field anyway. All right. So he's a guy that can help with the blocking. Coming out of that Kansas State offense, he was a blocker, split time there, but he was also a guy who was their main receiving option. So he's not the biggest of them, but he's not as small as a Conqueror either. So he's kind of that traditional move, that second tight end, but you can get him at a high value at a low price. That's something that you can get there as well.
And there's a bunch of guys like him in this class. But if you want to get a full size tight end who's also an elite level athlete, there's at least 2 I just gave you. So you got a lot of ways to go if you wanted to add to the tight end room.
All right.
And as I explained to all of my Cowboys friends in a group this morning, they were all Cade Otton, and I said he's not going to be there. The first pick of the 4th round, Cade Otton went to Tampa Bay.
There you go.
And he's very much like Cameron Brate. I mean, it's almost like this. Oh, another Cameron Brate. Ta-da!
And so, Ryan, what is your outlook so far? Based on with free agency, based on 2 days of the draft, what is your outlook for this roster going towards training camp?
Well, I wish I could say, that's immensely better and they're going to be competing for the division, but I just watched, Eagles get A.J. Brown. They've improved a lot. I watched the Giants get Thibodeau. They got Neal. And it seems like Washington's kind of falling behind. And they did improve, luckily, on the most important position, quarterback. But, you went from awful to maybe bad. I don't know what he can do. It's not like we're expecting him going to be a top 10 quarterback. So, yes, it was improvement on quarterback, but it wasn't that huge. And everywhere else, it's just been mediocre at best. So it's been kind of disappointing when really you're looking at your 7 and 10, you should have tons of room for improvement. Like this draft, really, it feels like they're just moving horizontally. You lost Adam Humphries in free agency. He's gone. So you get more of a slot receiver there. And I'm sure he'll be better. Hopefully he'll be better than Adam Humphries was last year.
Jeremy Dotson's a much better player than him.
Yeah. But first year, I'm not sure, I don't think he's going to be 1,000-yard guy. So that's their best pick. But then you look and you get Mathis. He's going to just be Payne's replacement. You get Brian Robinson. He's just a rotational running back for right now. So they haven't done anything outside of really the Wentz trade that's gives me hope that they're going to be so much improved next year.
Well, you'll at least have your pass rush back intact next year. You'll get healthy Chase Young. Josh Sweat is still there. Depth-wise, you think they need to add there?
Yeah, and I would say more on the interior offensive line. They got Norwell at left guard after we got rid of Flowers, which that was a good move. Saved us like $5 million in cap space. We got West.
And also got Eric Flowers off your offensive line.
Yep. Well, let me tell you one thing. Washington fans loved Eric Flowers, and I don't know why. They acted like this man was a Pro Bowl level. Like, it was his first year with Washington when he was really kind of transitioned to more of the guard position. And he was okay there. It's not like he was great. And Washington fans are like, oh, my God, he can be our cornerstone guard for the next 6 years. And they're like, well, no, not really. Then he goes to Miami. Then he comes back. And, of course, they're like, hooray, he's back. And now he's gone again. So I'm happy he's gone. Like I said, we got a new one for $5 million cheaper, and I think he might be even slightly better. So that was a good move. And you got Wes Schweitzer. He's going to be playing at right guard now that Brandon Sheriff's gone, which, the loss of Brandon Sheriff, that really didn't affect me too much. He usually out 6 games anyway every year, and he wasn't going to be worth what his price tag was. And Wes Schweitzer is, I think, a really underrated guard, but they do need depth, I think, at that interior position. They really felt that last year when we went through like 4 centers. I mean, that was ridiculous. It was like every week a center was going down. So I would say interior wise, and then of course in the interior defensive line too. Now that Payne's like I said, Payne, if he gets traded today, I wouldn't be shocked because Mathis is, I think, a play you could play, and maybe I'm wrong. You guys are telling me, but I think you could plug and play in week 1. He might not be as good as Payne is right now, but I think he's someone you could start right away. So it wouldn't surprise me if Payne does get moved pretty soon, if not today.
Yeah, well, interesting takes. And so we know that we still have you at Nuts and Bolts Sports, but the guys on the dark side of on the draft community, at least the dark side of analysis over there at PFF have your full-time attention. So we're glad you could take some time to join us. We know you got a meeting to get to, so we're not going to hold you up, but definitely.
All right, thank you guys.
Thanks for coming on, Ryan. We got to get you on during the draft season to talk some more as well.
Yep, absolutely.
Ryan, and look at it this way. It'll be over soon.
Yeah. I guess that's probably not a great way to have to look at it, but I guess it's
Well, here's another way to look at it. I've experienced this so many times, especially and Greg, raise your hand because you're one of the Cowboy fans who's done it. Yes. All right. Who look at the draft class and throw stuff at the wall going, what the hell are we doing? And then during the season, we go, yo, this guy ain't so bad. So, yeah. So,
I'm so hoping that I hope Dotson comes out there and just lights it up. I'm like, oh, great. You got a number 2. Mathis comes in. I'm like, oh, this is great. Hopefully, but on the surface of it, I wasn't too thrilled the past 2 years.
Yeah. So in the words of the not so immortal Aaron Rodgers, RELAX, relax. All right. So it'll be all right. Thanks again, Ryan. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me, guys.
All right.
Take care, Ryan.
See ya.
That was Ryan Cooley. Cooley's controversial takes, also courtesy of PFF. We don't want to say PFF too much around here. But anyway, with that being said, we're going to be right back. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be back with our next guest, Nikki Geist.
Pickup is a fan engagement platform that aims to build communities and turn the biggest headlines in sports into free-to-play props while rewarding fans for their hot sports takes. You've likely seen their props on Nuts and Bolts Sports and some of your other favorite online publishers and leagues like USA Today, NASCAR, Flow Sports, and others. Simply make your pick on the Pickup prop and verify your pick by entering your phone number, which you will use to track your picks. Accumulate points and exchange for prizes in their marketplace. Their merch ranges from Fanatics gift cards, cross nets just in time for summer, dugout mugs, and more. Make your picks ahead of the draft now.
So we're going to shift our focus from it's still inside the NFC East, from Washington to the Meadowlands. We're talking New York Giants football with Nikki Geist. Nikki, welcome to the show.
Hi, thanks for having me, guys. How are you?
Thanks for joining us.
Of course.
It's the last day of the draft, so there's a lot of coffee being thrown around the room here. But we're all right. We got energy. It's great.
Good. You guys do put together an amazing show for everybody. So thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
New York was the belle of the ball night one. Your stadium mates, the Jets, had a great night, and you guys had a great night with those 2 great picks at 5 and 7. Overall, what is your take on the overall Giants draft so far?
You guys, I am finally happy. I am finally optimistic. It's been a rough go for us Giants fans. It hasn't exactly been easy the past few years. So I think that they nailed it. I think they've really hit a home run, especially the first two picks. I had been championing them to grab Evan Neal for a few weeks. If you listen to my podcast, I was super high on him. And they went ahead and did it, and getting Thibodeau was just amazing talent to add. So, our new GM, Joe Shane, said, he really wants to get it right. And you guys, I really think they did. I'm finally feeling optimistic that this team is heading in the right direction after a rough few years.
And it was intriguing because a lot of us, when we were looking at it, we kept hearing about the potential to trade Bradbury, corner being there. A lot of us mock corner there. The two teams ahead of y'all took that option away from y'all. So that made it real easy on them to take Thibodeau. And of course, Neal falling to you was easily because, of course, Aquanu goes to pick before the Carolina. But then after that, day two, you had some choices where some of the draft world is like, okay, those aren't bad. And some of those draft world is like, I don't know about that one. Tell me how you feel about the day two.
Yeah, you know what? I feel pretty good about it. They did go ahead and grab offensive linemen, from North Carolina. Looks like he's going to be very versatile. They're saying probably 1 year, kind of sit and develop a little bit. That's great. They did go ahead and get Flott. So I know my co-host, who's an LSU guy, is going to be excited for that one. If those Bradbury rumors are true, then we definitely need a cornerback. But in my book, you can't have too many cornerbacks. So I'm excited for that. The only one I was a little iffy on was the Robinson pick. He is kind of a mirror image of what Kadarius Toney's already doing. But there are rumors that they want to trade him. However, Brian Daboll came out and said, no, we're absolutely not. So I question that a little bit, but that's the type of receiver that the Giants like. So I'm not surprised at that pick, but I did think it was a bit of a reach.
Yeah, it's going to be one interesting room because you're going to have Slayton, who's going to walk in the room, and he's going to be looking down at most of his teammates because most of those guys are all under 6 foot. It's the amazing under 6 foot receiver room. While most
let's get a live reaction because the Giants just drafted tight end Daniel Bellinger out of San Diego.
Oh, nice job. Nice job. I am excited for that. Very excited. We haven't had a tight end in I don't know how long. So, I really was not a big Evan Ingram fan. So I'm excited for that.
Well, unlike Evan Ingram, this is a full-size tight end. I mean, he's 6'7", he's 253, a very good blocker from a run-heavy offense. Greg Bell pounded the rock. As you know, Brady Hoke is the coach at San Diego State. He comes from the Midwest. He took that Midwestern mindset out there to California at San Diego State. So he knows how to block inline as a traditional inline blocker, both in the run and the pass game. Has great hands. And despite being a bigger tight end, 4'6", and a 40, he's a terrific athlete on top of everything else.
I'm excited for that. I thank you to the football gods because the Giants really needed to address that. I know they had Rudolph, but that didn't really pan out. And like I said, Evan Ingram, not really a true tight end. And, he would always drop crucial play. I mean, last year before, dropped the division. So, it was, I'm glad that they addressed that and they're, going to get a real tight end. About time.
Indeed. So you guys didn't really go crazy in free agency. You're having an excellent draft so far. What are you thinking so far about this roster going into training camp?
Yeah, no, I am excited. I think Wink Martindale is going to do a fantastic job on the defense. His press conference in February, he said, listen, I am not wired to play it safe. And we all know watching his defenses, he is not. So, we go ahead and steal him from the Ravens, which is funny because I'm married to a Ravens fan. So this was like, wait a minute here, hold on. So I am very excited for that. And I do think this roster is going to look much different. I still have questions about Daniel Jones. I don't think he's the guy. I think at this point I have seen enough, but if you could build the pieces around him, you can have a quarterback that can just be a game manager to kind of get you through.
All right. So that was going to lead me to my next question.
Oh, sorry.
But that's all right. That's perfect. It's a perfect segue. Also, it's like you said, you're married to a Ravens fan, so that's really rough on you, especially
Yeah.
because the last time you met in the Super Bowl, they came out pretty
Jeff, he doesn't let me live it down. Like
Yeah.
it's when we fight, that's where we go. Well,
Yeah.
remember the Super Bowl?
Yes. Well, don't feel bad. It's worse for somebody who's married to a Giant fan, married to a Patriot fan, because the Patriot fan never gets to live it down that you upset him twice. So think about that one. All right. But Daniel Jones, they didn't pick up the 5th-year option. You said you're not sold on him. Many of the fan base isn't. I personally that night we had a nice long chat about that one, talking about how much of a reach it was. That of course that administration is gone. There is a player on the roster that if they're not happy with his performance in training camp, if they're not happy with his performance in the first couple of games, that could be replaced him and you can move on with him, and that is Tyrod Taylor. They're very familiar with him from Buffalo. We saw if it wasn't for a punctured lung, he'd probably still have been starting out with the Chargers. So and injuries, of course, derailed him in Houston. He's now with you guys with coaching staff that loves him. Do you think Jones makes it through the season with Tyrod Taylor behind him?
I have a feeling, no, I can't say he will. And that is just because he's prone to injury, right? We have yet to see a full season out of Daniel Jones. So no, I can't say that I think he's going to get a full season. I'm going to predict, maybe week 6, 7, 8, there's going to be an injury where we will see Tyrod Taylor come in. And you know what? I personally hope that happens. I'm a Tyrod Taylor fan. I think he's had a series of unfortunate events that keep happening to him. So I want this kid to get his chance. And if that's a Daniel Jones sacrifice, then so be it.
All right. So the running back position. Rumors of moving on from Saquon. That didn't happen. Of course, Saquon is still there. Do you think he gets to make the bounce back this year, knowing that they're changing the direction of the offense? They've been trying to improve the offensive line. You've done that. Do you think that overall you get to see a little more of the Saquon of old? I don't think he's washed up. I just think that offense was miserable the last 2 years, regardless who was leading it. When we evaluated, it was just like, they're not going to. They didn't score when in the COVID year. They didn't score last year. They fired the coordinator. They scored less. All right, so it wasn't the coordinator. All right, so I think overall, you looked at the talent of the offense, you look at the offensive line, you understood why they struggled. The people on the outside, you understood why they struggled. So. Do you think this year we get to see more of a rebound from Saquon, especially with the changes they're making offensively?
Yes, I do. I think so. I think last year he was so sensitive to his injury. I think he didn't want to aggravate it. And that's understandable. But like you guys said, that offensive line did not help. Play calling did not help. It was just a nightmare. So I think with all these changes, I think he's going to be closer to what we're used to seeing out of Saquon. And I love this kid. I really do. Apparently he's a great teammate to have in the locker room. So I do, I'm rooting for him. I want him to, go out there and do what we're all expected him to do a few years ago. So I think they're heading in the right direction, and he should be feeling more confident going into this season.
All right. So you mentioned the podcast. So we're giving you a chance to plug it. So you got to, by all means, let us know how they can find your work.
Yes, thank you. So you guys my Twitter handle's at the bottom at NikkiNick9384. You can get all the podcast information there. The podcast is called 3rd and 3 Podcast. We stream live to Facebook Live every Wednesday at 7 p.m. My co-host Jason Fearman, Damian Adams. It's primarily a football show, but of course there's a lot of NBA basketball going on. So we kind of hit on everything, sports rants and everything in between. You can also visit our website at 3rd-and-3podcast.com. You can find all of our blog articles, NBA recaps, draft predictions, anything really. So yeah, check us out. Wednesdays at 7.
Nice.
So we got a question from Monty.
Okay.
So Monty's asking one thing about Saquon: is a tremendously hardworking all year round. That is contagious. Oh, so it was more of a statement than question. I thought he was a question. Okay. All right.
Well, hard work is contagious, right?
Yes.
Like contagious, it becomes a question.
Yeah. Well, Yeah, they drafted him number 2 overall. You don't draft a non-hardworking individual at that spot. So, but
Yes.
definitely, we appreciate you coming on. It was great having you on. We got to get you back on eventually.
Absolutely.
We're going into the not hibernation mode. We'll be on the road most of the time, chasing down prospects for the next 11 months.
Wow.
But definitely we'll get you back on, especially when we want to talk more about the individual teams when we're doing draft coverage in the future. So definitely thanks for coming on, and always welcome to come back for the draft every year. We'll be doing this.
Oh, well, hey, I'm there. If I have a standing
Yeah.
invite, I'm here.
Yeah.
You guys do a fantastic job. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Did I pronounce the last name right? Because I was
Gist.
Gist. Okay.
Yeah. Yep.
I was giving it the long eye, so that was messing that. I was
That's
messing
okay.
up.
You know, I
Okay.
get all of it. I get gift, gift, this, that. So
Perfect. Once again, Nikki Gist. All right, we said it right this time. All right, Nikki Gist. Everybody, well, thanks again for third and
3rd podcast.
3rd and 3. I was going to see 3rd and 3rd. See, I was about to mess that up. 3rd and 3 podcast. See, I'm messing up. This is me with names. All right? It takes me about 6 months to get to know my neighbors. How about that one? Right?
Yeah, well,
I walk by. Hey, I know you.
Hey, I know your face.
Hey. How are
buddy.
you?
How you doing? Scout?
Yeah.
They're
Hey,
calling,
how's it going?
they're calling me Jeff. I'm going, hey, guy. How are you?
Yeah.
Thanks again, Nikki. We
Thank you,
appreciate you
guys.
coming on. All right, take care. Enjoy the rest of the draft. And we are
You
looking
too,
forward
guys.
to
Thank
talking
you
in
so
the future.
much. Great job.
All right, take care.
Take care.
Nikki gets everybody. So
one of my favorite players in the whole class just got taken. I'm a huge fan of Mari Mathis.
we're gonna recap the last couple of guys. Yes. So I'm just waiting for my list to upload here. Unfortunately, everybody wants to get the information on NFL.com who's just been taken. All right. So while we were talking, we got to see Cade Otton go to the Bucks. Damian Pierce goes to the Texans. Perion Winfrey goes to the Browns. The other Cincinnati corner, Kobe Bryant, goes to the Seahawks. Excellent landing spot for him. I saw this one. I got to peek up at it. Daniel Falele to the Ravens. That is a very Ravens pick.
Very Ravens pick.
Where else was he going to go? Where else was he going to go?
All right. So, we got Daniel Falele to the Ravens. Max Mitchell to the Jets. Bellinger to the Giants. Percy Butler to the Commanders. Dane Belton, name we talked about quite a bit, from Iowa to the Giants. Damari Mathis to the Broncos, the corner from Pittsburgh. So
Damari Mathis.
And the Broncos are picking again. They have back-to-back picks because of a trade. And it is Ayuma Uzariki from Iowa State. So you talk about a big D tackle, that long, tall guy on the inside. So definitely
4-eye, probably he can kick out to 5. He does a lot of different things well.
Do I think a franchise tag Daniel Jones if he has a good year? They might if they can't get a deal done. They might if they. I think he has to have more than just a good year, because you're talking about paying a lot of money for one real year of production. He hasn't really produced enough. He had flashes in his rookie year that made you think he was going to be a good sophomore. It wasn't a good sophomore year. It wasn't a good junior year. Now here you're coming to year 4. If he doesn't have a spectacular year, lead him to the playoffs, and do it in spectacular fashion. It just can't be a game manager fashion, because guess what? They got a game manager behind them already. They will draft somebody and sign a game manager if that's the case, and let him test the open market. They're not going to pay 30, possibly $40 million for a game manager. They're going to pay $15 million for a game manager, but they're not going to pay $40 million for a game manager. That's not going to happen. So what's going to happen is, if he doesn't come out and have a spectacular year, throw for 4,000 yards, throw for 30 touchdowns, and lead them to the playoffs, you can kiss Daniel Jones goodbye.
Yep. Well, I only agree with every single thing he said. Well done.
I have a feeling that Taylor takes over pretty quickly.
Yeah. So we're looking.
And
right now, the Jets have turned their card in, and the picks come pretty fast. So there's no graphics today.
good.
It's just content. Okay. All the bells and whistles are going goodbye at this point. It's just about us talking draft. We're waiting. Next up is going to be Dan Goodwin. So we're ready to get Dan Goodwin when he gets a chance to log in.
I'm sure Dan Goodwin about that Velus Jones pick.
Yes. So we're definitely going to be enjoying that one. Dan, good friend of the show. We talk Bears football all the time, so I get to join his spaces and get to chime in with the Bears guys on his podcast. So good crowd there. So I was saying before we went on the air, and I didn't get a chance to say it while we were on the air, there were certain guys we were talking about that was shocked it was still there. Well, one for me is Darian Kennard. Here's a guy I thought would have gone last night at the latest, and he did not go. And I'm seeing a lot of guys go off the board, and Darian Kennard is still sitting there waiting for it. So it's an interesting pick because here's a guy we talked about, could be a right tackle only at the next level, but more suited for guard. Willing to do either one. Has that work hard ethic. I think one thing is very opinionated individual. So that's
what I'm kind of wondering, Jeff. Did he not interview well? Is that what's going on?
It could be. I didn't hear anything about it.
Yeah.
But then again, because of the position, because he wasn't expected to be a top 10 draft pick, you're not going to hear about if he interviews well unless you really do your research on him. But he's a guy you talk about, has the strength, the ability, the athleticism to play inside, has average feet to play at the right tackle position, but he has length at least to make up for some of his missteps. But overall, he has that aggressive attitude to finish blocks. And the reason why I say he's not shy to let you know his opinion, when we were at Senior Bowl, we were doing the press conferences, one of the reporters asked him about his T-shirt. Well, his T-shirt says Trader Joe's, and it has the White House on it. So, and he basically let his political views known to the reporter, and he says, I am not afraid to hide it. I think this is what I think, and that's that. So he's not afraid to be opinionated. So I don't know if that kind of turns some teams off because, we are in a politically charged environment and teams are trying to avoid the edgy kind of player stuff. So that could have rubbed certain teams a certain way. I don't think it did. Some of the team owners actually have the same opinion, but I don't think. Yeah, I don't think that's
because I didn't hear anything negative from his pro day.
I didn't hear anything negative from his pro day. I didn't hear anything negative from, as far as a football standpoint, being this low in the draft. Michael Clemens is the pick of Jets, so defensive end from Texas A&M. So you're adding another edge rusher.
Another guy who had an ultra slow time at his pro day, like every one of the Aggies.
Yep.
Yeah, but
across the board, it was a bad day for them.
That was horrible, man. We're seeing these numbers on that day, and we're going, "What?"
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what. Look at what the Jets are doing. You're talking about a team that's adding speed in depth to the offense and secondary, but they're adding size to the offensive line, but they're adding depth to that rotation of edge rushers.
Yep.
All right. What does their coach love? Edge. He loves defensive line. He's a defensive line guy. So he's going to add.
He's also paired up with a GM who loves the trenches as well, right?
Yeah.
I mean, they're happy to keep going that route.
Yeah. So you're getting more of what they want. They want to be able to get consistent pressure on the quarterback, and it doesn't have to be just one guy. It could be waves of bodies.
Yeah,
so you're getting talented bodies to be on that line, and he
Keep
didn't have the greatest testing times, but he has a good first step off the line of scrimmage. When he wins off the line of scrimmage, he usually gets to the quarterback. Is when he's not able to beat the tackle off the line. When he's playing even is when he struggles. He becomes nullified. But overall, you're talking about speed. If they're And as a team, if they can get pressure with 4, they don't need to blitz. They're going to let Sauce Gardner be Sauce Gardner. They're going to let their 4 get pressure. They're going to stunt. They're going to twist. They're going to use those 4 bodies every which way to get pressure. But this has been a very good draft, and Monty agrees. Just had a good draft, and you're playing in a division that has Tyreek and Josh Allen. You need a pass rush, which is very true. But
there's no place where you don't need pass rush.
Yeah.
I don't care where you're playing. If you don't have consistent pass rush, you're gonna have games where you're gonna give up a lot of points.
All right, so another one of the long corners comes off the board from Missouri, Caleb Evans to the Vikings, which will make our Vikings reporter very happy. So definitely we're seeing and right on cue. So we've transitioned now from the NFC East to the NFC North, and we're going to talk to our good friend Dan Goodwin. So Dan,
yes,
welcome to the show.
Hello. How are you all doing today?
There he is. How you doing, sir?
I'm fine.
I'm doing well.
I'm fine. I got a lot of water. I got a lot of coffee. I'll make it do day 3. All right.
That's good.
Sorry,
I'm not dressed, man. You guys have outdone me today.
Well, listen. You weren't here on night 1 and 2 when we had to do it all. See, this is the blue collar day, so you're just fine. You're just fine.
Got you.
This is the blue collar day. See, Greg does no coat. If Bill still got the suit on, I've got the collarless shirt on.
It's a blue collar. It's just blue suit.
I got the Florida look on. I got no collar, I got the coat on. It's day 3. It's day 3.
Crockett.
Crockett and Tubbs is.
Well, I haven't rolled up the sleeves though. I haven't rolled up the sleeves.
Not yet.
So,
and you didn't go past, and you didn't go pastel either. So you kind of left.
But I'm also wearing socks. I don't do that shoes and no socks thing. That trend will never catch. That trend will never catch Jeff Barnes. I'll tell you that right now. All right. So,
well, being slightly older, the trend did catch me at that time.
So before we go totally off the rails, let's get back to what it's truly about. We're talking Bears football right now. So Dan, you had 2 days of drafting so far, and the Bears are picking again soon. But tell me, man, what do you think of what your guys have done so far? Ryan Poles' first draft.
I think it's it's not what I thought was going to happen. It's not exactly what I thought was going to happen. I thought they were going to emphasize wide receivers in that second round. Everybody seems to think that we needed that, the wide receiver situation to be solidified. But, when you sit back and you look at the roster and you look at what we have available, I think they did a nice job. They addressed the immediate needs that we have, right? So while we do need some help in the wide receiver department and the fans, that would be the sexy pick, you know what I mean, for them to go with wide receivers and, these big, stud wide receivers that, are running in the 4.3s and things like that. That's what the fans want, right? But when you're building a team, you got to make those tough decisions. And the decisions to go with a cornerback and then the safety, both of which are outstanding picks, by the way. It just means that he was solidifying the immediate help that's needed. The cornerback position for us last year for Chicago was horrendous, right? We had Jalen Johnson, who's a young, talented cornerback. But on the other side, we played musical chairs pretty much the whole entire year. And nobody solidified themselves or stood out from the crowd in that regard. And then, of course, in our safety department, we've got Eddie Jackson. There's been some slippage there. And on the other side, we've been struggling to find a decent, strong safety ever since Adrian Amos left after 2018. So we spent the better part of 3 years looking for a safety and still haven't found one. So he addressed the needed positions right away. And then he doubled back with Jones. Once again, it wasn't a sexy pick, but when you look at Jones and you look at what Eberflus wants to do and Getsy wants to do with the offense, he fits the offense better, right? So I think I was leaning towards, in that third round picking Jalen Tolbert. That's who I saw. That's my eyes were looking at. But they went with Jones, and they had their reasons for doing so. So we'll see how it works out.
Definitely. Has this draft so far giving you an idea of what this team is starting to flesh out under Ryan Poles?
Yeah, it has. The emphasis is going to be on defense, right? The emphasis is also going to be on the trenches. They've addressed several things, and while, like I said, Bears fans and people that follow football, the casual fans, they want that sexy pick. They want that stud, that name, right? That you see. You go cornerback, you go safety. That's not what they were looking for. So there was a little bit of this, let down when it comes to Bears fans and people saying, hey, you're not giving Justin Fields what he needs to be successful. But I beg to differ, because if your defense can put your offense in good situations, then your offense can succeed. And then, of course, we addressed some things on the offensive line, like Lucas Patrick, getting him to come in. We got two young tackles still, and Larry Borum and Tevin Jenkins. So there's some pieces there that they're trying to maneuver and make, solidify the situation. Once again, even with the offensive line, it was musical chairs last year because of injuries. So yeah, I mean, they wreaked havoc on the offensive line, and that's one unit that has to play as a unit, as one. You know what I mean? So when you're not able to do that, and you got guys coming and going in the lineup, then you never have that cohesion, that you desire on the football field. So, we'll see how that plays out and how that works out. I'm high on Tevin Jenkins. I'm also high on Larry Borum and what he's done in the offseason. Seems like he's slimmed down a little bit, and that he's looking really good right now. So, I'm high on both of those guys. Lucas Patrick, 28 years old, coming over to play center for us. I'm looking forward to that as well. So we'll see.
Well, we talked about Jenkins last year a lot on Twitter, and you remember what I said about Tevin.
Yeah.
If I'm going down a dark alley, this is the guy that I want protecting me.
Absolutely.
And I love that pick last year. If he's healthy all year long, that's going to be a really, really important thing for the Bears.
Yeah, I agree, 100%.
So, looking at where the Bears stand now, you guys trying to see if you have one more pick in this round. You do not. So you
not in the fourth.
Yeah. So are there any guys that you're going to think are going to be around the next round that you think can help improve this roster for you guys? Because now you're not really looking at the starters. You're looking at the guys that are going to be rotational players, depth players. I know you guys are a lot of fans were clamoring for receivers. Are there any receivers on the board that you're hoping for you in that round?
One receiver that I hope kind of falls to us is probably Kevin Austin Jr. From Notre Dame.
Notre Dame, yeah.
Yeah, I think that would be a decent pickup there. We've got several people under contract, or that we have that we're looking at for wide receiver. You got Darnell Mooney, Jones, Byron Pringle. You still have Daz Newsome, who was drafted last year. Aquemini St. Brown was a guy. Isaiah Coulter and December Webster and David Moore. So, I see it rounding out. Maybe you can add somebody else in there. It's going to be a depth piece. It's not going to be a starter. I think that's what the Bears fans were looking for, right? But what we want to do is establish a locker room, right? We want to establish competition. You know what I mean? People being held accountable and things like that. That's what they're aiming for. So I see where they're going with it. It's not what the fans wanted, right? But those are the decisions that have to be made. So, if we can get our hands on somebody like Kevin Austin Jr., I think he's a really good prospect. He's a developmental guy. He put up good numbers last year. He did have some injuries, so his experience is not real deep right now. But I mean, if we can grab somebody like him, then that would be good. Another position that I'm worried about, or that I would like to see them address, you might say, is linebacker. And I say that just, for some depth, for some rotational players at linebacker, because we do, you're going to deal with injuries at some point. Roquan Smith is undersized.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I love Roquan. I love him. But if anything happens, he's undersized. It's very easy for him to get hurt at some point, you know. So you got to have somebody to come in and spell him at times, you know, and you know, just things like that. So just pieces like that. Maybe an offensive lineman here or there. We got a couple picks in the 5th round, and we got a 6th. So you know, I'm looking forward to it.
All right, so definitely you guys have the all potential team at wide receiver. You know, I know. You know, Daz Newsom's a guy I thought had excellent potential at the next level. Equanimous St. Brown, I'm not sure why it never lived up to that potential in Green Bay. He had the size, he had the athleticism. His younger brother's killing it in Detroit.
Yeah.
I just don't know why the light never came on for him. Hopefully it comes on for him with you guys.
Well, I mean, I tell people all the time, it's like, okay, you know, we watch Green Bay games and we see what Aaron Rodgers does. He was fixated on one wide receiver up there.
Yeah.
And the ball was going 80% of the time, it's going to Devontae Adams, right? So, you know, it's a situation where sometimes guys don't fit into a system very well. And I just say Equanimous St. Brown, when I look at him, that's untapped potential right there. So the thing is maybe we can crack the code and get some of that potential out of him.
Well, I hope so. I was rooting for him. Bill, you were going to say something?
Oh, production, right? I mean, guys that don't produce in college rarely produce in the NFL. He was a untapped potential guy in college. He's still an untapped potential guy.
Mm-hmm.
Could that change? It could. Of course it could. Things happen, but it's unlikely he suddenly becomes a superstar. I'll put it that way.
Right.
But because he does have height, weight, speed, right?
Mm-hmm.
There'll always be some interest in a guy like him. Amon-Ra, who is the less physically talented of the two, is the much better football player, right?
Mm-hmm.
Ecumenius looks the part, but Amon-Ra actually understands how to play the position. He can run routes with deception, right? He knows how to work his way open. He reads zones so well. All the things his older brother, for some reason, doesn't seem to really get. And I would fixate on Devontae Adams, too, if I had Devontae Adams to throw to.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
I mean, he's not just picking that guy because he likes his cool stuff.
Right. Absolutely.
That guy because he can trust him.
Yeah. We'll see how it works this year, though, coming up.
Well, I'll tell you what. If he does show more in Chicago, it could be an indictment on Green Bay. I think overall his production wasn't horrible at Notre Dame. It was quality. It was, you know, he was the number one receiver, yeah. But they also, when you looked at that offense,
It was borderline. If you look at how long-term starters in the NFL at the wide receivers didn't produce, it was below the middle line. It was below.
But Will Fuller came out with similar production. It wasn't much better. It was solid, but he was drafted a lot higher. He's
really had a great career either. I mean,
injuries have knocked Will Fuller out more than anything else. I think when you look at their two careers, St. Brown just never actually even touched anything near Will Fuller in the NFL's production wise.
Fuller was a bigger portion of the offense when he was there, though. I mean,
well, the deep threat that he was just there was very few people that ran Will Fuller at Notre Dame. It's just what he was. He outran everybody for the most part.
And this is also Mr. Bill Carroll's worst nightmare, because there's not just one of us, there's not just two of us. Mr. Daniel Goodwin is also.
But no, I'm just going off the evaluation of the play. I'm not. This ain't about the helmet.
No, I know.
This ain't about the helmet.
But it still is Bill's worst nightmare because there's three of us who.
Now I get it.
Because honestly, I had Lazard being a quality receiver, and he's turned into a quality receiver in Green Bay. I had St. Brown as a quality receiver. He hasn't turned into it. And when I look at it, yes, the route running is never going to be spectacular from. It wasn't spectacular at Notre Dame, but he had the deep speed. He had.
You just saw him out like in a workout setting. You're like, oh, I like that guy, but. The problem is, and I'll take all three of you on if it comes to it, he still doesn't see defense as well. He doesn't.
No, he doesn't. But that's one of the factors.
Yeah, but
his brother, like you said, Bill, is the one who's got the pure football IQ. Right? He's got the football IQ. But I think Equimenius is just one of these guys that is now in a different scheme, different scene, and he may just have the opportunity to not become like a superstar or anything, but he has an opportunity now to be a contributor. He gets to contribute.
Yeah, he gets to contribute. And another thing you got to think about is, Luke Getsy coming over, right? He already knew and is comfortable with Aquamania's second round. There's something that he saw. You don't bring somebody with you if there's nothing you see in them. I'm washing my hands. I'm getting rid of you, right? I'm glad to walk away. So the fact that he can bring somebody with him, to me, that bodes well. That means, hey, I see something in that kid, and maybe we can draw that out of him.
I think it's two things. One is potential. What is it? It's a 3-syllable word that gets coaches fired. But he does see it, right? He does see the potential, and he also is going to help teach the system, right? That's the other reason. You bring throughout the history, guys have already brought one of their guys with them. Or in the case of Bill Parcells, you bring a boatload of your guys.
Yes, Bill Parcells brought the whole team if he could.
Oh, Pepper Johnson. Because Bill Parcells just got a new job, right? It's by law almost he brings.
Right. Well, I mean, they got Lucas Patrick from Green Bay, and they brought him in too.
Yep.
So I said, I just feel like a change of scenery for the young man will do well. He's still in the same division with his brother, so that'll add to the competition factor, right? Right, and you know what I mean. You don't want your younger brother doing better than you, right? Yeah. So at some point he's got to have some pride when it comes to that, and bragging rights at family reunions and things. So I think it's something that that'll work well.
He starts watching film with his brother so he can read zone and man better than he's.
Yeah.
Oh, they work out together. Yeah.
Right.
I don't think it's the film portion. I think it's when they're actually in front of him, understanding what he's seeing. Because some guys could tell you everything in the film room, but when they get out there on the field, don't understand. It doesn't translate when the darts are moving.
Right.
And I think that's where his biggest issue is. So Dan, before we didn't make this happen, by the way, Dan. I was supposed to come see you guys before the draft. We just couldn't make it happen.
Yeah,
man.
we couldn't get it done, man. But what I want to do is maybe I have you, and then maybe I'll have Bill come on as well. And what we'll do is the draft picks that we have, I want to get you guys' input on those guys, right?
Sure.
Okay. You scouted them. You know what I mean? You're far better at doing it than I am. I try to do it a little bit, and I get pieces and bits here, but you guys are far more knowledgeable than me. So, I lean upon your understanding on that. So I definitely want to get you guys' takes on some of those guys.
I would be happy to.
Anytime, man. Anytime. Yeah. And like I said, I know the hours are dicey, so so we'll make it work. We'll
work
find
it
a way. And especially now the draft process is coming to a close.
It will soon be over in like 2.5-ish hours, I guess.
Yeah. What did y'all think about just real quick before I go or whatnot? If I could pose a question. What did you think about the cornerback that we drafted?
I love that pick. I absolutely was happy, ecstatic. When we were on last night, I don't know if you got to see us, but my first reaction for the Bears' 2 secondary picks was, Bears fans, relax. This is what this team needs, because you were right on the mark with the sexy pick being the wide receiver. But if you've watched the Bears, secondary had to be addressed, and they did it.
Yeah.
I think they were great quality picks for where you were drafting. You didn't have the ammunition to go back up where you traded away already. So you had to live with where you were. I think they were quality picks for where you were. I think they're going to be solid contributors. Are they going to be special players? I don't know. That part I don't think. I didn't grade them as special players. I graded them as quality players. I think overall, and honestly, you don't have to have special players at every position. You just need a couple of them on each side of the ball. So that's a good building block. You guys have some special players still there. You need a lot. You need some guys in front of Roquan Smith so he can go back to being special and stop putting those odd fronts out there, making him take on big blocks. You need to let Roquan Smith flow sideline to sideline, which is what he did at Georgia, which you have the ability to do. So if they go back to that, and Eberflus is an even front guy, so you could go back to that. The only problem is when teams are spreading the box, there's no way to protect them from that. Unless you got two monsters inside that they got to double team all the time.
Right.
Yeah. but they seem to figure out in the running game duo blocks.
Yeah.
If you got two monsters there, duo blocks allow you to slow those two guys down so you can get the Roquan Smith.
The added bonus you guys get with Kyler Gordon is the fact that Aaron Jones and AJ Dillon are going to get smacked. He does not shy away. He does not shy away from tackling.
Yeah, that's a good thing, and yeah, that's a real good thing. And Brisker too is a good tackler. He hits. One thing that I will say is game one. If you go back to the Chicago Bears season last year, game one we had a play where a guy caught the ball, fell down. Our safety didn't, and cornerback did not touch him down. He got up and ran into the end zone.
Yeah.
Game 17. The exact same thing happened again. So from game 1 to game 17, there was no improvement there, right? So this is addressing that situation. I tell Bears fans that, and that's what I'm going to continue to tell them to help them to kind of get on board with it.
You're right. You're right on the mark.
My favorite of them all was Brisker. I've said it before, and I know once again, Notre Dame fans won't like hearing this, but I think he's just as good as any safety, including Kyle Hamilton in the whole draft. I don't think Hamilton could do things that Brisker can't. I think he was used slightly differently, and I think Brisker can do some things that Hamilton probably can't just because he's a much better athlete. So I like Brisker a lot. I think he's the best of all the selections. I think he's the one that's the most impactful.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll give you a GM credit. I'm going to tell you why. Most GMs come in, they want to make big splashes. They want to do all this stuff. He is taking a very, very reserved approach to this. You guys have cap issues. You have an aging roster issue. All right. So he's using the draft. He's being economical in free agency, and he's doing everything to build this over. I believe he has a 3 to 4 year plan. I don't think this is something where he's coming in and trying to get this team competitive right away. I believe he has a 3 or 4 year plan to get you guys competitive. I think for you Bears fans, it's just a matter of staying the course, not flipping out because you've had so many years.
Or flipping off.
Flipping somebody off, but I don't think you should be flipping him off. But not flipping out because you're not having the instant success that some people get. Because a lot of those teams that get the instant success, it fades really fast. So I think you guys just got to give them a year or two. If there's no improvement in this team, then you can start to get a little frustrated. But I think you're going to see improvement marketably over year 1, year 2, and then by year 3, I think you'll start to have the team that you'll be happy with going forward. But I think they just got to stay the course. But I see the vision. He's going to right the ship first, build the base, and then build up from there. And it's not going to be flashy. It's not going to be exciting to the fan. But you got a quarterback, so at least he doesn't have to go looking for that. You have the quarterback already. Now you're trying to build the offensive line, the defensive line, the defense in general, and an overall staff that's going to grow with your quarterback, and a roster that's going to not break the bank within the next 2 years, where you have to break up a team that you just built to win. So
exactly.
I think
his goal, because I believe by this time next year you'll have 121 or something, some odd $1 million to work with, is to set everything up so that he can essentially tear down and rebuild. And so you're going to get rid of some more guys at the end of this season, get some more people off the bottom, and start rebuilding it. And as was said, I think it's a 3-year plan as well to be competitive in year 3 and maybe even be, a championship level team in year 4.
Yeah, I agree.
There was only so many things that they can address this year because of what happened previously. Next year, you're going to have your full complement in the draft. You're going to be able to get some more quality in there next year, and just go from there. Right? I mean, it's the building blocks.
Yeah, it's the building blocks, and what fans need to realize is that it's different from, say, Cincinnati. Right? Cincinnati was in the bottom of the barrel, right? They're picking 1 and 2 and things like that. Yeah. So they're able to get, Joe Burrow and then Jamar Chase and then T. Higgins. They're able to grab these guys. The Bears, if you're 8-8, 9-7, you know what I mean? You make the playoffs one year. You're not drafting that low. So, you're not getting great impactful players right away. You're getting guys that you need to piece in here and there. And what they've been doing is putting Band-Aids on everything all for the last 3 years, putting Band-Aid, and when something opens up over here and you stop a Band-Aid on that and it's still leaking. So now you're at the point where you, like you said, you have to tear down, rebuild, start from scratch and go with it. So, I'm here for the ride, man. We'll see what happens with it.
Yes, and you mentioned the Bengals, and you look at already. They went to the Super Bowl with that quick success, and now they're already getting hit up in free agency. Their guys want to get paid. They've lost a couple of guys already, and it's going to happen again next year.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
All right, so think about it. You lost to Uzama. You lost to D tackle. All right, so you lost a couple of guys that were key players already on that Cincinnati Bengals team. So it's starting to already look like when I said they're going to have a hard time getting back there, this is why. And you draft at the back of the draft, so you're not exactly getting the same level of quality that you already had.
And wait until guys start coming up for contracts. $50 million for a quarterback and $30 million for wide receivers is not working. That's why you're seeing these guys being traded.
Yes. Well, that's almost 45% of your salary cap on two players.
There,
Yeah.
That is a big chunk of change.
Yeah,
It's huge.
Yeah.
Congratulations, Greg, too, on Jalen.
Yeah, I was going to say because that was one of the guys I've been really, really, really hoping that the Cowboys did get this year, and we actually did get him. Yeah, it was.
Wow,
it was a good pick for us. Out of the three, that's the one I like the best so far.
I find it interesting that we have four guys on the screen here. We're talking football, and the big network that is paying guys a lot more than us to talk football have Blue Man Group on the set. So we're talking football, and Blue Man Group is sitting there playing around with microphones and laptops. We're talking actual content.
Exactly.
Man, oh man, it must be a charm life over there in LA. But oh man,
Unbelievable.
But Dan, I appreciate having you on, man. Listen, we're gonna make this happen. We're gonna get the kinks worked out in the schedule and get this happening, man. We're gonna make it happen. All right.
I appreciate you guys having me. Thanks again very much.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Awesome, Daniel.
Dan Goodwin, everybody. All right. So time to recap some picks. All right. So while we were away, we had some names come off the board. Jalen Armour-Davis, cornerback from Alabama, goes to the Ravens. Brandon Smith, linebacker from Penn State, goes to the Panthers. Another linebacker, for the Dallas wanted, Greg. Jack Jones, cornerback from Arizona State, to the Patriots.
Our first specialist went off the board.
Yeah. Kicker, Cade York to the Browns. Yes. Isaiah Spiller to the Chargers. Boy, oh boy, the rich got richer. Zamir White, the running back, to the Raiders.
My Bulldog. That's the Bulldog I wanted.
Well, he will soon be getting an opportunity maybe to replace Josh Jacobs.
Yes, because they're not going to pay him. They're not going to pay him.
They've already declined the 5th year. They're not going to give him. They're not going to give him a second deal. No.
All right. So Neil Farrell, D tackle from LSU, to the Raiders.
Yeah.
Eric Uzama, wide receiver, to the Dolphins. Pierre Strong, running back, South Dakota State, to the Pats.
Yeah.
All right. So the Ravens pick is in. We're waiting to hear who that is. And we are also waiting on the Dallas Cowboys.
Yes.
All right. So with that
tight end time. It is tight end time in Dallas.
Charlie Kohler goes to the Ravens. Tight end from Iowa State.
Big.
So that's 3 of them so far in this range.
Well, this is the range where they're starting to come off the board. This is the range where we felt they would start coming off the board.
And I will not be bothered at all if the Cowboys do give us Lucas Krull. Not at all. I would be ecstatic if he was the tight end pick.
Well, there's going to be probably another couple of probably 3 tight ends in the next 40 picks.
Yeah, 3 or 4.
Yeah, 3 or 4 in the next 40 picks, and you're gonna see that last run on developmental raw, maybe too short, maybe too light, maybe to this, maybe to that pass rushers. Like the dent pass rushers are the guys where something's not quite all the way there, are gonna start coming up the board too. That last run on those.
All right, so we're waiting for the pick in Dallas to be turned in. but so far we've had. Oh, great! Now they're playing with the cameras. So look at that.
Yeah.
Charmed life out there in LA, NFL Network studios. I'm telling you. So once again, all right. I talked about it. We talked about certain guys falling. Falele goes into the fourth, which I think
once again where he actually belongs. I know people started trying to push him up. Some people even try to get him into like the very back of the first, and that was insanity. Once again, the tape doesn't say that that's what should happen, and even some of his testing lets you know that there's concerns to be had.
There are concerns, yeah.
He's extremely large, right? I mean, he's 384 pounds and almost 6'9". So he's
384 is a pass number.
Yeah, well, he's a little bit less than that.
It was 390 at his pro day.
Right, 390
390 pro day.
That's going in the wrong direction.
Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
And it's not lean muscle, by the way.
Right. You don't want him going that direction. You want him going the other way. You want him 6 pounds less, not 6 pounds more at his pro day. So, yeah, that's the exact opposite of what you want. He struggled mightily, as you know, with the smaller, quicker pass rushers and the guys that made him bend. And when you don't bend well and you're enormous and you're not terribly strong even for a guy that size, there's going to be some problems.
With him, I've heard the Zach Banner comparisons. Do you agree with that one?
I mean, I don't hate it. Banner was.
I hated it. I didn't think it was fair.
Banner,
I don't think that's a fit.
Banner was more developed, but less athletic, less raw athletic ability. Yeah. But he had a better sense of how to play the position, in my mind, and better technique, and he could anchor a bit. I mean, for a big guy, Falele struggles when you power rush him. Like, it's surprising that how often he's successfully power rushed for a guy who's that large. So both speed and power give him trouble. I want you to be good at one of them, right? I saw guys who were significantly smaller than him power rush him.
Mm-hmm.
That worries me.
Well, they need to get him. They need to get him down to like 360 here first and foremost, and then they need to teach him how to actually, because at that size he does not know how to anchor himself. He doesn't.
Well, I think when you look at him, his skill set and his traits tell you who he is.
Yeah.
And if you watch his game, when he gets hands on people first, he has the ability to control you. But the problem is when you're a guy at his size who doesn't really bend overly well. He bends. No. He has some bend, but not enough. Okay, all right, not enough because you're 6'8". Okay, you got to get lower, and he can't.
Almost 6'9".
Yeah, he's just shy of 6'9". Yeah,
yeah. So he's not going to be able to bend so much. There was another guy that was very similar to this, and Dan Skipper.
I was going to say that's the better comparison is Dan.
Yeah, Dan Skipper was the same way, 6'9". Right, couldn't bend.
The Cowboys take Ferguson from Wisconsin. I'm good with this. I'm good with this.
That's an excellent pick.
Good,
excellent pick.
Well done. That's a good solid selection.
So we're hitting in the middle rounds.
Yeah. But this, like I said, we expected the tight ends to go in this range.
Yeah.
So we expect them to go in the fourth. We expect them to go in the fifth, and we expect some more to go in the sixth.
Yeah.
So we saw the ones that people really value go yesterday, before the run started. But you're going to see the runs on them coming in these rounds here because this is their value where they actually fit into your board.
Right. Like Chase Allen, Isaiah Likely.
Yeah.
Later than that, Chingizim Okonkwo, because he's very raw and very small, is going to go even a little later, even though he's a great athlete. But yes, you're going to see, like I said, probably three more in the next 40 picks.
Yeah. And, Dallas taking Ferguson, I'll tell you right now that Biotish is happy because he's got a former teammate that's in his locker room that he can go hang out with like they were in Wisconsin all over again. So I think overall, but overall, you talk about the position. We talked about it yesterday. Schultz is most likely their long-term option at tight end. You still need a second one. The retirement of Jarwin created a need for a second tight end.
Sprinkle and McCown, we just don't know enough about.
Well, Sprinkle, we already know about. He's a fringe player.
Fringe player.
his special teams, extra set tight end. That's all he is. He's never really going to be more than that. He's never developed into more than that. However, McCown had shown the blocking ability. You just didn't know about him as a pass catcher. So, and that was the one thing at Michigan, he was a blocker. So coming into Dallas, he was supposed to be a better blocker. And last year, he was probably one of their better blockers, but he wasn't a threat as a pass catcher, so they barely used him.
And
when he was healthy, that is.
He's going to continue to be a blocking tight end.
Yeah.
Ferguson gives you both, and that's what you like him is he's around it.
So you got Ferguson, you have Schultz. I think that's where you get Ferguson. Once Ferguson gets up to speed of what Kellen Moore wants to do, you'll see a lot more of that combination than you will see the Sprinkles and the McCowns out there. But I don't be surprised if all four of them are on this roster. Although they really should only have three, put one on the practice squad and have a fullback because they really need a damn fullback. The playing with a lineman in the backfield as a fullback is the stupidest thing I've ever seen. So it was a nice gimmick for a week.
It was a nice gimmick, and then they just went back to it, and you just knew exactly what was coming. Okay.
Yeah, defenses knew you never throwing the guy the damn ball, so why?
Yeah.
Just go get yourself a real fullback and play football. So with that being said, we're going to move on from that. But we have a little while before our next guest comes in. So what we're going to do is we're going to go take our commercial break that we're scheduled to take, and we'll be back with more draft coverage here in Nuts and Bolts Sports. All right. So make sure you stay tuned and keep it here.
Enjoy 40% off site-wide. Vitable takes the guesswork out of feeling good. Get your own personalized daily vitamin pack safely delivered to your doorstep every month. Take their online quiz to find out which vitamins and minerals can support your personal needs based on your own diet and lifestyle. Hashtag only what you need, nothing that you don't. All vitamins are manufactured in Australia at the highest quality standard. Ingredients come in the best form for their absorption by your body. Enjoy 40% off site-wide using code NBS40 at checkout. Pickup is a fan engagement platform that aims to build communities and turn the biggest headlines in sports into free-to-play props while rewarding fans for their hot sports takes. You've likely seen their props on Nuts and Bolts Sports and some of your other favorite online publishers and leagues like USA Today, NASCAR, Flow Sports, and others. Simply make your pick on the Pickup prop and verify your pick by entering your phone number, which you will use to track your picks. Accumulate points and exchange for prizes in their marketplace. Their merch ranges from Fanatics gift cards, cross nets just in time for summer, dugout mugs, and more. Make your picks ahead of the draft now.
All 22 is the future of scouting databases. With over 20,000 players, All 22 allows you to be the GM. All 22, the global scouting network.
And we are back. So, recap a little bit and see who has been coming off the board since we last talked about it. Oh, right now it's the Ravens with the pick. So Jordan Stout, the punter from Penn State, went to the Ravens. Hassan Haskins, running back from Michigan, goes to the Tennessee Titans. Doobs.
Yes, it's off the board. He's a Packer. Aaron Rodgers should be a happy camper.
Yeah.
Because they just got a steal.
Yeah. Yep. So Romeo will join Aaron in Green Bay. And right now we're waiting on the Tampa Bay pick. So this is a big one right here.
And the Haskins pick for the Titans means they no longer have to always trot out Derrick Henry on 3rd and 1.
Yeah, but it also gives them the ability to give them a little bit of a rest because
well, that's what I mean. They don't have to rely just on Henry to get those short yardage or the third downs and things like that. They can go to Haskins now.
You want to kind of save a little of his legs so you're not paying dead money. You know, everybody talks about the Zeke deal. Well, part of the reason with the Zeke deal is, you know, you overuse them.
Nobody had the usage rate that Elliott did in those 3 seasons. I mean, he was just a monster for usage, and it hurt him.
You wear and tear showing now. I mean, the best thing is you already have the guy in house, although they may need to start looking at that because I don't think they'll be able to afford either one of those two guys after a while. So I think that's where you're going to be looking at that situation because honestly, you're not looking at a full-time back behind Zeke right now. And much people are clamoring for it. He's not a full-time back. And I think you saw that last year when they used him more. And by the late season, he was already hurt.
Off the board. Run on punters continues.
Yeah. So, all right. So specialists. The specialists. And now, since we're talking about the specialists, let's talk about the specialists with the specialists. So, Bill Carroll, this is your wheelhouse when it comes to specialists.
Yeah, we give it to Bill.
Somewhere Matt Arise is going to go quickly as well. So we're going to have 3 punters, probably somewhere within 15, 20 picks of each other.
But how do you have 3 punters taken before a riser with the state of kickers in the NFL? That's the thing that kills me is we have so many questionable kickers out there. I know traditionally drafting a kicker doesn't work out, but
Ariza
has the distance. These guys that have already gone, though, have the accuracy to pin. That's why they're going before Ariza, right?
And also the hang time. Ariza is a power guy, right? But he doesn't always have the same level of placement that either Stout or Camarda have. And Camarda is a 4.56 guy if you like the ability to get downfield and cover. So he's the best pure athlete. I think Ariza came in at more like 4.72. Mm-hmm. And that was probably the slowest of the bunch. I think around 4.8 or so.
4.83.
Yeah, but they're all above average athletes at the position, and they're all good, decent size. Arise is a good size guy. Stout's 209. So if you like size in your punter, it's a good size group of punters. Arise is going to go soon.
All right, so
is Stout also not the one who got apparently a pretty decent arm on him as well?
If you want him to throw the ball, he could. Right, he did play some quarterback. Yes, that is correct.
Yeah, Stout was a former quarterback, right? Yeah.
So talking about the rich getting richer, the 49ers take Spencer Burford, UTSA. So there you go.
There's really talented developmental tackle. Right?
Yeah, but as a team who develops offensive linemen, who cultivates offensive linemen, adds another young offensive lineman to the stable. So how about that? And he's a guy that I think you can kick inside if you really wanted to. I think he's a right tackle at the next level. And I think overall, does this set up the not re-signing of the former Notre Dame tackle on the right side?
McGlinchey?
Mike McGlinchey.
He's
getting up to that point where it's time to resign.
You want to get younger and cheaper whenever you can. I mean, that's one of the things that every team's looking at. That's why we have a draft, right? It's because
absolutely
salary cap sport.
Well, we didn't have to worry about that when there was no salary cap. Now you do.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Unless you were, of course, unless you, of course, of who is our old GM in Dallas? What's his name? I'm seeing the face.
Schramm.
Tex Schramm. Unless you were Tex Schramm. Tex Schramm didn't pay anybody. But
No.
but but for the most part, at least when they got before the salary cap hit, a lot. Dallas was going to pay you. San Francisco was going to pay you, and there were a few other teams that would pay you. They stay together.
Right
now, everybody has to deal with that issue.
Yeah, so you're going to see that as I said, that last tier of pass rushers soon that people think they can develop into something. That next tier of receivers who are probably a cut above the pass rushers, but because of the depth of their class, may go after them. While you don't have quite the same level of depth for pass rushers this late in the draft. So at some point, Calvin Austin, Braylon Spector, your guys will go off the board somewhere around here soon.
It's okay. You can say Kevin Austin Jr. You can say Kevin Austin Jr. It's okay.
I can say it. I prefer not, but
okay. I didn't have Austin. Granted, his grade is a little bit higher. It's a higher developmental grade, but I didn't expect him to go until late 5, early 6.
I
didn't have him going any higher than that.
Yeah, next 50 picks. But watch out for Bo Melton to maybe go a little earlier than people are expecting.
Yeah,
I think Bo Melton's a better player.
That's one guy I'm shocked has not gone right now. Now we just saw Buford go off. The other developmental tackle that I think could go in this range is Matt Waletzko.
Oh, Waletzko. Yeah, okay, Waletzko. Yeah. Waletzko could go to Keelan Dyche somewhere, probably not too long down the road. Also, probably goes.
Josh Williams, Fayetteville State off the board. Look at that.
Yes.
Yeah.
So Emory Hunt and I agreed that he'd be the first HBCU player off the board.
We got one.
Yeah. And there'll be a couple more. Jacoby's going to go probably another 30, 40 picks. And then you'll probably get either Tyler Carter or maybe probably him.
Probably Carter first, wouldn't you think?
Yeah, probably Carter. And then, there's a couple of guys that have like fringe chances, but I feel pretty good about.
Do you think Martin gets a? Do you think Martin gets a shot today?
I mean, maybe. But I think a lot of these guys are probably undrafted free agents. But yes, I could definitely see. Deshaun Dixon's guy has an outside shot as a late round guy. But yeah, I'm really excited about Joshua.
FAMU's Marquise.
Yeah, Marquise Bell gets drafted.
He was definitely one of the.
Yeah, he's somewhere in the middle of the 5th to early 6th. He gets called.
Yeah, listen. I think we are overall. There are plenty of these guys that get drafted. Like I said, we talk about it. I think because the quarterbacks are still being pushed down the board, we haven't seen Sam Howell's name mentioned.
No.
So that's another name that's falling. Those guys getting pushed down, it's not good things for guys like Akil Glass.
Yeah.
And I think that's
because you would really assume that Howell and Carson Strong are going to get a shot before Akil will.
Yeah. And that doesn't count out the Cole Kellys of the world either. That doesn't count out the
Caleb Ellaby.
Caleb Ellaby, even before you get to Ellaby, the Purdy's, the Brock Purdy.
Brock Purdy.
There's
two of us here who were not big Purdy fans.
I'm not a Purdy fan, but I think once again, we talk about the Power 5 influence.
Yeah.
And they're going to take a Power 5 quarterback over a group of 5 before in the late rounds. I just hate to see it, but but it happens.
Yeah, I mean, if I had to choose between Caleb Ellaby and Brock Purdy, give me Caleb Ellaby. But yes, if Purdy drafted and Ellaby doesn't, it'll hurt me a little bit. I'll put it that way.
It doesn't. Cordell Volson off the board to the Bengals. All right, a guy. I think that could be a right tackle, but I think he's more suited inside. You know what? I get the low cost Kevin Gogan vibe from him.
There's a good comp.
A big boxing tackle, but he's really a guard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Both, but yeah, you could probably better suited temperamentally to playing guard.
Yeah. But I think overall, you look at him, and I didn't realize. Well, I had to do some research. I didn't realize how high Gogan went when he got drafted to Dallas.
Yes.
Yeah. So I was like, wow.
Gogan was a big time, recruit coming out of high school, and then goes to a big time program, and is on television all the time.
Yeah.
Gil Brandt was all over him.
Yeah, you could probably fit a toddler inside of his helmet. How big that thing was!
Oh, that
dude! Yeah, he's a massive man.
Yes. So yeah,
that's they weren't the ultimate guys, but you put those five together that they put together at that period of time, and that was one nasty group.
All right, so here's the Patriots pick so far: Strange, Thornton, Jones, and Pierre Strong. Right, and I mean, yeah. Okay, so a solid class overall. It started off a little weird, a little strange. All right, but nevertheless, the evil genius that Bill Belichick is always finds a way to find value, especially as he gets later and later in the draft. He may screw the pooch a little early. But he'll come around on you in second day and third day and make picks that you go, wow, how is he pulling this off?
Well, we'll see. I mean, I think there are very legitimate concerns about this class, but two or three of those guys will really work out. I think Jones ends up helping. I think both of the Joneses.
Both the Joneses.
Yes. I don't know if the rest of the class will be able to keep up with the Joneses.
That's right.
But I think that those two guys see the field fairly early and fairly often in like nickel and dime situations.
I found it interesting because you look at some of the picks he's made over the years, and I was like, when he took Isaiah Witten, this guy is going to be excellent at guard for them. And they kept trying to make him a tackle. I was like, no, stop, you have your guard, stop. But he seems to work out okay at tackle. And despite the length issues, despite the fact he's an ultra athlete, which we never denied, but putting him outside, I know they had Shaq Mason, who was a guy I thought was okay, but they actually got the best of Shaq Mason. We'll see what he does in Tampa, protecting his old quarterback. So I think when you look at some of the picks he's made over the years, you scratch your head at some of the earlier ones. It's usually early. He goes, but we got to remember this guy turned around and took Gronkowski in a second, and then all of a sudden, there you go. Turn around later after Gronkowski takes Hernandez, and despite the off the field issues, on the field the guy was a player. So he's found ways. You talk about Julian.
There's one of the strongest. There's one of the strongest double dips in the history of the draft.
Yeah. You talk about Julian Edelman. You talk about, even Gunnar Olszewski. He's found ways to make Gunnar Olszewski a highly productive player. So he finds a way to make the late picks work. It's the early ones you worry about. It's always the early ones you go, but he turns around day 2, day 3 and makes some picks. And then all of a sudden, for 2-3 years after that draft, you're still talking about those guys' names.
Yeah. I think we're looking at, and once again, I think we're looking at the places where teams become a little more comfortable with taking risks.
Mm-hmm.
Now, some teams aren't comfortable taking risks early. I mean, I guess I should say that as well. But I think even the teams that are more risk averse are feeling like, okay, there's this thing that's wrong with this guy. Maybe it's a character thing. Maybe it's a physical thing. Maybe it's a medical thing. Maybe it's a football IQ thing. But you're feeling like, okay, this is where it's okay. I'm going to, we're in Vegas, right? We're going to roll the dice. So you're going to see some my guys, right? The small school guys, finally are going to start really coming off the board around here.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
This is where you've got coordinators going, though. I can fix that. This is where they start talking about the players that they know that they can help. They believe they can help. Right.
Well,
we'll find out if they're right.
All right, so I'm going to take a peek here and see.
This is the longest pick of this round.
Yeah, by far.
Well, how about this? It's the draft started at 12. It is 1:40 Eastern. We're just coming to the end of the fourth.
Yeah.
Think about that. We got 3 more rounds to go. So we normally expect to be here till 6:30. We're well on pace for that. So yeah, we're well on pace for that. How about this? Bailey Zapp off the board before.
There we go.
Off the board before Sam Howell. Look at that. And he goes to the Pats.
Which is the right place for him.
Yeah,
you're basically getting Mac Jones, but cheaper. Now you got a cheaper version of Mac Jones.
With
Mac
a
Jones
little bit of an arm, though, than Mac Jones.
Mac Jones light.
Yeah, Mac Jones like a smaller, cheaper version of Mac Jones. Yes.
Now, we talked about Kenny Pickett with weather conditions. Well, how about Bailey Zapp with weather conditions in New England?
I think that he's a little better able to adjust and adapt. Obviously, he's mostly played in good weather. I mean, he starts his career at Houston Baptist, and, you can probably guess that they played virtually every one of their games in warm weather until fairly very late into the season. And then, when he gets to Western Kentucky, they did have a few, games where it wasn't perfect, especially later in the season. They play some teams in various parts of the Midwest where the weather is not always ideal late, and he's managed to handle those games fairly well. His hands aren't as small, for one thing, as Pickett's. That's the first thing that helps it. Mm-hmm. Even though he's, not a very big guy, he's a smaller guy, but I mean, incredibly productive and sees it. I mean, he sees it. He finds open guys immediately, and the ball comes out. There's always been a place for that guy.
Yeah.
And probably as a long-term backup, but I think a fairly good long-term backup. And the first time he's under center will be the first time he's under center, right? A catch and release offense, where he's used to being able to basically just get the ball out very quickly. And he, once again, sees it. I mean, he really does do a good job of – it's an offense that simplifies things. I mean, it's an offense he's been in from all throughout high school and then all throughout college. So he's been in the same offense for a very long time. So you have a high level of mastery of that offense, but he really operates it well.
Yeah.
So they have a comp for him as Chase Daniel. You agree with that one?
He's better. I mean, as a pure passer than
Chase.
Chase.
Passer, he's better, yeah.
He's better as a pure passer than Chase. He's not quite as thickly built. Chase was, Chase, I don't know what they list Chase at, but Chase is darn near 230. He's a very thickly built guy. He's not that.
Chase was what, 227 when he?
Something like that. I mean, Chase is darn close to 230. Whatever they listed at. I don't know what they listed him at, but he's darn close to 230. This kid's like 214, 250. But what I like about him, like I said, is he really sees it quickly. Like, he's not one of those guys that takes a long time to process. He sees it very quickly.
Yeah.
Very well. Well, Mike Palco should be joining us soon. So Mike is going to stick around with us. So we'll have one of those. We'll have another person hanging out with us for a few hours. Yes, Julio. Yeah. Wasn't what I meant to say, but trust me, Bears fans will be flipping people off.
Maybe both things are true.
Yeah.
Both. You don't have to necessarily.
Right. So Calvin Austin, we were talking about him. Going a little bit later. Well, he goes now to the Steelers with the comp pick.
Oh,
so,
I love that. I love that. Oh, yes. Thank you.
All right. So there you go. This is that little jet slot receiver. Fits right in. Gives you a little element though, because we talk about the fly sweeps they like to run with with Claypool. Now you got a different guy you can do that stuff.
And he helps you in the return game.
Yeah. And Deontay Johnson really would love this because now he gets to be unchained. He doesn't have to be just a slot. He doesn't have to be just a Z. He can be free to move around the formation even more. And I think this is gives you the ability to have that guy in a slot where you can have him run the little whip routes, the little short option routes, and catch the ball against linebackers and safeties in space, make a guy miss and break a tackle and go for longer runs, and allows those guys to work vertically, work intermediate, free up, get those bigger space catches, and turn those into big plays. So this is a sneaky good pick here by the Steelers going after Calvin Austin, and they already had. They already had George Pickens already. So so that's that adding to that is just an amazing value. So as we right on cue, as we were just mentioning him, you speak of him and he shall appear. And we're talking about Mike Palco. Mike, welcome back. You know, I hope you got some rest after last night.
Oh yeah, a lot to unfold, especially today. But thankful to be back and join you guys for day 3. Very important day, and we saw another wide receiver come off the board here for the Steelers. And every time I see a Steelers wide receiver on the draft board get drafted, you think, okay, what do they see that no one else? Given the history of Pittsburgh Steelers wide receivers, their scouting department seems to have the secret ingredient how to draft a wide receiver.
Yep. And I'm going to go on record as saying, I think initially, despite the fact he's drafted later, that Austin seems to feel more early in his career than does Pickens. I'm going on record saying that now. I think he carves out a defined role really, really quickly and starts killing it in that defined role pretty quickly. They haven't had a guy with this kind of speed, first of all, since really Wallace, right? Mike Wallace was a 4.29.
Mm-hmm.
But you have to go all the way back to him. They've had guys with okay and even above average speed, but not like this. I mean, even Mapletron, as they call him, has above average speed, but not like this.
No. Well, Zach Tom goes
at,
off the board as we're talking. Zach Tom off the board from Wake Forest to Green Bay.
But we also have, just before that, the Coastal Carolina moment for Bill Carroll.
Oh, yes. You got to give him Coastal.
He is a Baltimore Raven.
Oh, my goodness. Good Jesus. Could they get any richer?
They like tight ends. They really do.
Yeah, well, especially because of the coordinator. The coordinator values tight ends more than he does receivers, but never in running back. So, they'll have their healthy running back. And by the way, the head coach can blame only himself for injuring his running back last year by playing him in that last preseason game. That was to this day, I don't understand that decision by playing Dobbins in that last preseason game, and that's why he tore his knee.
That was bonehead.
That was all for a record that nobody cares about. Nobody cares about preseason wins. They really don't. It seems to go 0-4 in the preseason to win the Super Bowl. So come on, stop with the preseason win stuff. But nevertheless, there's a team that values them. They got Andrews. Now you have another receiving tight end and likely another weapon for them to run play action with Lamar, with Dobbins. And then, like we said, we still have receivers coming there in this draft that are going to help out. I think overall, I really wish they would have used one of those early picks. You made that trade to move on from Brown. I thought they would have gotten one of the guys in the first round that really would have been a real difference maker. I think they got some solid guys. But I think they could have gotten some real difference makers with some of those trades.
In my opinion, though, I think the Ravens and all if there's any Bengals fans watching right now, I mean, don't cash the check for a repeat division winner. I think Ravens.
No, I didn't think they were going to repeat anyway. I didn't think they were. Yeah.
The clear message out of Baltimore, Maryland. The AFC North is not yours, Cincinnati.
It's up for grabs.
It is.
And I love the David Ojabo pick. Even though he's injured, but you already have Mike McDonald's right there. He doesn't have to learn the offense, so he's right when he's back healthy. You can plug him right in, and he'll be ready to go.
It was the perfect team that could hide him for the year. They didn't have to, and
bingo.
Again, it just falls right into their laps. They laugh all the way to the bank, and it's the Ravens.
Eric DeCosta has done a really good job of not doing things. And we also don't give GMs enough credit for not doing things.
Yeah, well, he plays it traditional. He lets the board come to him. He doesn't jump around a lot. He doesn't do all that stuff. He lets the board come to him, and that's a very traditional attitude. But the thing about it is, guess what? Here he is again turning in another pick within 2 out of 3 picks. Yeah, so he's got another guy we're probably going to be talking about going, wow, here's another steal. Because that's just what he does. I give him credit. Ozzie Newsome was very good at that, letting the board come to him. Well, guess what? Here he is again. Don't jump around sometimes. Sometimes you have to. Sometimes if you really have a stack in a certain position, you know that the next 20 picks aren't going to help if you don't get this one player, then that makes sense. Either go up or go back. But some guys just just sit there and they watch and they know no matter who's on the board, there's a guy on there that makes sense for me. And Eric DeCosta is one of those guys. They know how to do it.
And what I like too, and John Harbaugh being a special teams guy, and they get a punter. So you see, they say he has a cannon for a leg. I've not seen him. I know you guys may have scouted him, but you see the defense and the offense at the Ravens is really run heavy. So you already think, okay, are they looking to play a lot of field position, which definitely wins you some games in football. This is going to be exciting to see. Now, I wonder if they're going to draft a wide receiver since losing Hollywood Brown.
Well, we know it's going to come at some point.
Well,
right?
Who do you like?
There's a few people I like, but first, let's not forget the receivers they already have.
Yeah,
they have a lot of really talented receivers. Tylan Wallace is going to break out this year. If you're a dynasty football guy, you play dynasty fantasy. Listen to me now and hear me later. Tylan Wallace, grab him.
So just before you go any further, I just want to say the pick is cornerback Demarion Williams from Houston.
Yeah,
Houston.
Good pick.
Right, so what do we say? We're going to, at the end of when we announce who it is, we're going to say good pick. He always finds good value for his picks. What were you saying, Bill?
I was saying that they have a very talent. We haven't seen the talent that's in the receiver room. They have more talent than people realize in that receiver room. Devin Duvernay is sort of like a poor man's Deebo Samuels, right?
Yeah.
Thicker-bodied, maybe not super developed yet as a route runner, but he's got that thick body. He's got acceleration and explosion. Good on things like wide receiver screens and stuff like that. James Prochet is a magnificent little route runner who just didn't get enough snaps. Well, they freed up some snaps for him.
Yes, they did.
I mean, everyone knows about Rashad Bateman. Rashad Bateman, you can probably pencil in from about 1,000 yards.
Yeah.
The guy that breaks out of that group, of that second group of receivers, that I think breaks out is Tylan Wallace. But I like all of their receivers, and they like the receivers more than you realize they like.
Yeah, and I think if the offensive coordinator ever uses their receivers properly, I think
they have all right. Well, I think it changes this year.
Yeah, I think it has to.
Right. Yeah, it has to.
Willie though.
I believe the conversations at the end of the season in Baltimore, and that'll come from Harbaugh, it'll come from the GM, etc.
I also like what you talked about, Greg, with the Hassan Haskins pick. We're going to talk about another Wolverine here.
Yeah.
But I think that, when you talk about the usage of Derrick Henry, now I think Haskins, from what we've seen at Michigan, I think that, there's your closer for your games. Really short yardage. If you need the short yardage and you've used Henry throughout the game, 3rd and 1, 3rd and 2, short yardage, the closeout games, I think you can definitely make good usage for Haskins.
Yeah, that's what I said about the pick earlier was now you don't have to use Henry all the time. You got to drop that usage, right?
Well, we got the Rams on the clock. The Titans will be the next and last pick of this round, and we will officially be in a round 5. And then we start going rapid fire.
Here's another pick that could be just about anything because it's the Rams.
Oh yeah. And then we start going rapid fire because the time is so short that we don't even get a chance to analyze anything. It's just going to be pick in. So it'll speed up a little more. We spent 2 hours in round 4.
This could be an interior offensive lineman or even a tackle, one of the developmental tackles.
Yeah.
Like the Deitch or like Braxton.
Wow. Well, you think about the Rams and you see all these big war rooms, and you look at the Rams war room, and what they're showing you is a bunch of people stuffed in a corner with Sean McVay. And I don't know if that's his house. It looks like his house. So is he really doing this from his house? So everybody, all the other teams are back in the war room, and they're showing what looks like Sean McVay's house. So it's very interesting.
Drafting from the rumpus room of McVay's house is what you're suggesting?
Well, listen, nothing's more modest than Bill Belichick sitting at his kitchen table. I mean, let's be realistic.
That was just classic. Bill.
It looked like Matt Patricia was there yesterday by himself.
Yeah, it was Matt. Yes. Yeah. So he's back there in their scouting department.
Yeah. So you're looking at it. Oh, Jacoby Durant cornerback from South Carolina State. So once again, here come the HBCU guys.
HBCU.
All right, so we're
And
making a run here. All right,
earlier than people think. In those dime packages, things like that, he's going to see the field earlier than people think.
Yeah, he's going to be
a small. He's tough. He's a very tough. I mean, think of some of the small tough guys you've seen at corner. What was the one that was having that fist fight with Andre Johnson?
I know you're
Flanagan,
talking about.
Portland Finnegan.
Cortland Finnegan.
Yeah, right. Think about some think about some of the sort of irritant corners. Only he's maybe not personality wise, but in terms of how he plays. The one that has a wife that has a podcast, Miko.
Patrick.
No,
not Minka.
I know. I'm trying to think of his name. You know, I'm horrible with names.
Another sort of meddlesome little undersized corner.
Well, how about we just jump back to the defensive coordinator for the Detroit Lions and Aaron Glenn? I mean,
there we go.
All right, just jump. When he played, you're talking about a guy that was 5'9.5". Very that mighty might mentality.
Yes.
That's going to be in your face, pressing you, running with you.
Yep.
You can't get them off of you. The chihuahua at your ankles. That was Aaron Glenn. In a nutshell. And you think about the one that came out of him, Mickens, that came after him from A&M was another one just like that.
And obviously Jason Verrett in that same.
Yeah, Jason Verrett was another one. Yeah,
Texas Christian, but for that same mold, 5'9" and change, plays bigger because he's explosive. But yeah, you just saw that pick he made against Clemson. One of his best games. Twice he's played against Clemson. Each time he looked great.
Yeah,
he's one of the best players on the field when he played against Clemson, counting the Clemson guy. So he's a terrific little player. I'm a huge fan of his. So
I see a different face on Vrabel here versus the reaction with AJ Brown. He looks happy to be on the phone with somebody here. I'm a little delayed. I'm watching a stream of the draft, so
yeah. Well, even if we're watching it on TV, it's a little delayed. Plus I have the website up to see who they're taking here, and it's a little delayed on the website as well. So unfortunately, for the TV effect, they like to wait until they're. Especially at this point in the draft, where most stuff is being done on location at the draft parties. So, yeah, you're getting a lot more delay, so they can make sure they're there. Make sure they're there. So, yeah, it's definitely a little delayed, but overall, this card is turned in. They already know who it is. The person's already been notified. It's just late for us. Yeah, see, they're going to each location now, so they were coordinating all that stuff TV wise, so it's a little late. And then if it's delayed on TV, it's delayed on the internet. So
I wonder if
it's a Okonkwo, tight end Okonkwo from Maryland.
You're undersized but very athletic tight end. Yeah.
Enter Jonnu Smith 2.0.
Yeah.
Explosive ability. He's very raw. But once he figures it out, right now he's good at the two things, right? Wide receiver screens and those little wheel route out and up things. But that's about it. He's not really good at anything else yet. But there's a lot to work with because he's such a good athlete and he's a willing blocker. He's not a very good one, but he gives good effort.
Yeah. But he's that move tight end. I don't think he is going to be that guy that we talk about lining up in line, blocking on those bigger defensive ends. He may be able to block up against more of those speed rushers, those 245-pound defensive ends, but he's not going to be able to match up with the bigger ones that you're going to see on that left side. So I think what you're going to look at with him is he's going to be paired up with that wide tight, moving around the formation, being used as a lead blocker, being used on those play actions where he's slipping out in the flat, running the wheel route off of that play action, running, stuff like that. So I think that's where you're looking at how he fits in the NFL offenses early. As he grows as a route runner, they'll be able to line him up and flex him out where he'll be able to match up against a slot corner, safety, linebacker, and work option routes off of that. So I think what you do with him that way is you get him in, get him a niche in the passing game, get him stronger as a get him stronger as a blocker, and then work him that way. Where eventually, when you can open up the route tree to him and expose him to better matchups inside, you have a player that defense is going to have to struggle with because they're going to have to game plan because you can't match up just a regular player against them.
They're going to take him down to Music Row, down to the diners, get him some country fried steaks and some sausage and all that good stuff in him, and put about 12 pounds on him real quick.
Yeah, get him to about
heavyweight.
All right, so we're at the first pick of the 5th round. We're officially in the 5th round territory now, and the Commanders selection is in, and we're starting to get the lightning round going. As you see, picks are now under 2 minutes. You have less than 2 minutes, or less than 3 minutes to make your pick. So it's going to come hot and heavy the next couple of rounds. So we'll be out of here hopefully by 6 o'clock. You know, you get to have that celebratory beer.
Yeah.
The only thing that slows this part down is exactly what we see on screen. It's the fans. It's this guy. It's that guy. That.
Well, here you go. Sam Howell off the board to the Commanders.
You know, not quite as close as a Charlotte kid, so it's not quite as close as the Panthers have gotten him. But it's not. You know, it's about a 4.5, 5 hour drive probably from Charlotte.
Yeah,
right about that. That's about right.
It's about 5 hours. It's about 5 hours.
Yeah, it's about 5. Yeah, 4.5. Yeah.
Well, Charlotte to DC. I think it's Chapel Hill. Chapel Hill family.
Their facility is in what do you call it? What Maryland? Something.
They're in Largo, aren't they?
Yeah,
Landover. Well, the stadium's in Landover.
Their practice facility is Largo. That's right.
Yeah. So I've played down there. That's a heck of a trek.
It's even going to be a little bit more of a trek real soon because now they're going to go to Virginia because they're going to get the tax breaks and all that.
It makes sense if they went to the Alexandria area to be right outside of DC. It made sense.
No, this is further away. This is further west.
Really?
Yeah. This one's further west that they're talking about.
We talk about it in our sports master's class. You know, they're going to find land with very, very, very low tax rates, tax value, and build their stadium there.
Oh no, it's not just that. It's the state of Virginia is going to be willing to give up more in tax concessions than any other option. So, I mean, Snyder's money is like, okay, I'll give you $45 and you built me a stadium. Thank you. You know.
And oh my gosh, you see all the repairs, things. There was a gate zip tied at FedEx Field.
Yeah.
That's one field I've never been to FedEx. I was at old RFK, which was a great place. That was the new RFK.
I've the old RFK before.
Yeah. But all I've ever heard from the get-go about FedEx, right from the start of that stadium, was it was a dump.
Well, RFK was weird because the stands used to bounce.
Oh, yeah.
That was part of the charm.
Yeah. It's like when I go to UCF and they get jumping in there.
Right.
We're in the press box. And you feel the place shaking. And I get nervous. Is this really safe? Did somebody really make this structurally? And they say this structurally was safe because the place really.
I still, you will not get me to go into Camp Randall. If they do that one, I swear one of these days that thing's going to go. Man, do they shake. Whoa.
Yeah.
So hard to win there, though. There's many times going into Camp Randall. It's not an easy place.
Yeah.
No, and they've got a home field advantage, big time.
Yeah. And we saw it a few years ago where, it'd be the thorn on the Wolverine side. They have a good run going, but next game on the schedule at Camp Randall. It's like, oh boy.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm going to refresh my list so this way. It's hard to do because everybody wants to be on there now. It's really slow.
I could see them going interior.
Oh, there you go. Kennard to the Chiefs.
Or interior. I was about to say or interior offensive line, but didn't get that one yet. But yes,
the other thing as a tackle, I think he's going to be a guard.
All the other.
He's guard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he's going to be a guard.
Yeah, he's going to get kicked inside. I mean, he could play right tackle in a pinch, but yeah, I think they want to play him at guard. And they wisely are increasing the depth and the quality of the depth that they have on their offensive line, which was
they desperately needed. They desperately
necessary
needed
thing to do.
All right, so we're finally getting a refresh here. So,
Giants with the back-to-back picks right here. I think they had, and this is going back to day one. I mean, you talking about a first round where the two players they drafted were both at a time projected to go number one overall.
Well, I tell you what. I know people are saying that, Walker or what it was, and I kind of beat this up 9-1, and I don't want to continue to beat it up. I think, listen, Jacksonville got who they wanted, and hopefully that pick works out for them the way they hope it will. I don't doubt he's going to be a good player. I don't doubt that a bit. I just don't think that when you look at the value to pick, the whole point of we talk about the draft and learning the process of the draft is value for each pick. You're taking the right value for each pick, and I didn't think that value matched the pick. And the easy thing to do is to say, "Oh, it's to blow him up and how great he is at number one." But if we're looking at the value of the pick, I don't think it was a great value for that pick. But overall, they got good value for their picks at 5 and 7. You get the best pass rusher in the draft at 5. You turn around, you get possibly the best tackle in the draft at 7.
Yeah.
It doesn't work out any better than that. And even if they would have got a Kwanu, you still got one of the best linemen in the draft at 7, which automatically improves your offensive lineman. Right. And so whether you keep Thomas at left tackle, whether you kick Thomas to the right side and put Neal at left tackle, either way, you look at your tackle position a lot better than you did last year, the year previous, the year previous. You threw veterans at this offensive line. It didn't work. But adding those two young guys to that offensive line, fixing the interior. And like I said, and Bill, I don't know if you agreed when Hernandez was picked. A lot of us had Hernandez as one of the top guards in the draft.
Well, he would have been one of the top guards in the draft if he'd gone to, say, the Titans. Right? Yeah. I mean, scheme matters. I mean, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I had him as one of the top guards, and I felt bad that it just has not worked out for him.
Well, I think it's two things. It's more than two things. I think they aren't really a power run team.
That's right.
If they truly were a power run team, a team that got downhill and got after it, where they are 48% run and 52% pass, right, and we're to smash you in the run game, we'd be talking about Will Hernandez as, oh, wow, what a great pick, and he's really working out. Pass protection was never his thing.
No.
It wasn't his thing so much in college. It hasn't been his thing so much in the NFL. If you say, Will, go downhill and smash that guy, just run right over him, you're going to get a good player. If you say, Will, I need you to get out here and, keep Aaron Donald off of our quarterback, now you're going to you'll be less excited about what you've drafted if that's what you're going to ask him to do. You're going to ask him to block the Fletcher Coxes of the world. That's not no. I mean, in a pass rush, he can block Fletcher Cox if he's making the first move. If he's running towards Fletcher Cox, but if Fletcher Cox is running towards him, that's not what you want.
Well, when you see the two linemen that they've taken, and they took the blocking tight end in Bellinger, I think it's really designed to make sure that if Saquon can have a back-bound season, it happens.
They're saying we're going to get back to running the football.
Yeah, they're telling you they're going to run. Right. Exactly.
Esposito is much better as a pass, he can do both, but I think he's better in the run game. I think that. Yeah, I think they want to be a running team. And then, I think they're looking at the Titans and saying, can Daniel become essentially a Tannehill
type? Yep, right. Tannehill type, yep.
And they're saying that's his best chance to be successful. And if he can be successful, then we can be successful.
And as a Cowboys fan, if Andrew Thomas leads them in touchdown receptions again, I'm all for it.
Well, I'll tell you what. How about this pick? right now for the New York Giants, Micah McFadden, linebacker from Indiana.
Linebacker.
Very good. And once again, linebackers, running backs, the next level, like I said, the scratch and dent pass rushers, the interior offensive linemen, this is where they're all going to go.
Yeah.
How do you guys feel about the way? I mean, I'm just speculating. Could it be the new way of where running backs are taken? I don't know how strong you feel this class was in comparison to other years, but
class. Yeah, it's a good solid. There's no superstars. There's a bunch of guys who are going to be good. As the term bell cow doesn't even fit anymore. The lead back, I guess. Yeah. And those two guys who are going to be lead back types went right away. Right, or right away in the second. I don't mean right away because I think we're done seeing running backs go early in the first. I think that's done almost forever. You'd have to be something super special.
I have an exception in 2 years, but okay.
We shall see.
Because he will only be 20 years old when he's draftable.
That helps. Being young helps.
And you know who I'm referring to, and it is the guy from Wisconsin.
Right.
I mean, that kid's only going to be 20. So if he's healthy, wow.
Okay. We had DJ Davidson go to the Giants with the next pick, Arizona State.
Rotational guy who could do a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Long enough that he could play 5 technique. Another guy who 3-5. We talked about it, right? Another 3-5, right? Another 3-5-7 guy. But he's reminds me a little bit of Ryan McBean. Anyone? Ryan McBean?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, it's just me. But he can do a little bit of this, a little bit of that. He's a big guy who moves well enough. And, I think when he gets in even better shape, and he's not in bad shape, but I think he gets in even better shape, he can be even more productive at the next level.
Yeah, teams can fix that for sure.
Back to your question about running backs.
Go for it.
I think the days of, running backs going super, I mean, you're not going to see the Ronnie Brown, Cornell, Cadillac Williams thing anymore. Like, that's done.
No.
I don't think the Saquon thing's going to happen anymore. Even these guys were super, even your guy, Greg, is probably going to go somewhere in the 20s. But at least
probably, but at least he will be a first rounder.
But he's not.
At this point, I mean.
Well, it's the same thing with centers. You don't see centers going in the top 10 like that anymore.
No.
And it's because, plain and simple, part of it comes down to money.
Right.
Shakir off the board to the Bills.
There we go. That's strong.
Part of it comes down to money. Okay. We know by drafting a guy that high that if they are the successful pick that you think they are, the next contract's going to be huge.
That's
right. The lifespan on a running back position already is automatically a short one. Right.
Mm-hmm.
The production automatically dips in the second contract. Yep. So they're starting to look at that in the salary cap era. Because I think we're getting to the point of the salary cap now where teams are refining how they do things. The 90s, when it was kicked in, they were just learning to live with the salary cap, right? The 2000s, they were living with it and learning to master it. Now they've mastered it and they got to learn to refine it. Yep. So the refining point of it is which positions can you pay? Which positions can't you pay? But what we're seeing now is the teams learn to master it and refine it. The players are now learning how to master it. Okay, I'm a quarterback. Well, this guy just signed for that. I'm your starting quarterback. It's my turn to get that money now. So every year that bar gets raised and raised and raised. So, okay, well, wide receivers now join the mix. That bar is getting raised and raised and raised. For running backs, they did that for a while. I'm the top running back. Give me that money. Zeke got his. C-Mac in Carolina got his. Okay, well, guess what? Now teams are looking at those guys going, y'all are the last because we're not paying anybody like that.
Right.
Bingo.
We're just going to replace you. We're just going to replace you.
Yep.
All right, and that's the trend now because it works for the salary cap. If I got to pay my quarterback 40, I got to pay my receiver 28. Well, guess what? Running back ain't getting paid because I still got to pay the guys to block for those guys.
Yeah, we're gonna go do your best corner on your team, your quarterback, your best edge rusher, and your left tackle if he's good. Those are going to be where the contract money sits.
Correct.
All right. So
is essentially replaceable.
Yeah.
The New York Jets have been winning the draft day 1 and day 2.
Yes.
Well, let's talk to a Jet fan and a Jets analyst here at Nuts and Bolts Sports. So this way we can get a good feel for one, how the fan base is feeling, how we know how the New York media is feeling. They're over their heels. So we really got that part covered, and we're going to use our guy to do it. So we're bringing on Edwin Eduardo from Nuts and Bolts Sports. He's also got the podcast Game Breakers. Edwin, welcome to the show.
What's going on, everyone? How you guys doing?
Well, you're all greened out, so we know you're doing good.
Hey, I am feeling great right now. Feeling great right now, seriously.
So, you guys come out, you get Sauce Gardner right away.
Yep.
You turn around, you get Garrett Wilson, who I thought would have gone to Atlanta, but Atlanta decided to go with London. And the guy that I projected to you at 10, you come back up in the first to get in Johnson, the defensive end. Night one, you had to been doing cartwheels in the living room.
Oh, yeah. Definitely. Jumping jacks, cartwheels, burpees, you name it. I was feeling great. Seriously. I did not see, we spoke about this actually on the preview before the draft started about me and my thoughts about Sauce Gardner coming to New York just at 4. I didn't think it was the best choice. Initially, I thought that KT would have been a better choice for me. But, seeing that we did finish off the night with the bang and getting Jermaine Johnson, it all made sense. It made so much sense to get Sauce Gardner there, a shutdown cornerback who has to learn how to, stop grabbing a little bit here and there. They're going to call that in the NFL, but for the most part, the best cornerback in the draft. And Garrett Wilson, my number 1 receiver so far in the draft, he's going to be a great asset to this team, to the way that Michael Floyd likes to utilize his receivers. He has a big playability, and I think that he'll develop a nice chemistry with Zach Wilson in the future. And also my guy, Jermaine Johnson. I mean, one of the biggest things about his game is that he sets the edge really well, a good run defender, and he has a plethora of moves that he can use to enhance himself and improve as a pass rusher. So I'm really excited about the draft so far. I think it's an A+ for me.
All right. So you guys have a A+ day 1. You come back and get some amazing talent day 2. Overall, you're having a great draft. You've had good free agency. You rebuilt the offensive line in free agency. How are you feeling about things going into training camp? What are you expecting from this team now with all of this talent that you've had an influx of this offseason coming together for training camp?
I'm expecting the likes of Zach Wilson to take a big leap. I mean, he's the main part, right? He's the focal point of this entire team. He is the reason why we went out and got a Breece Hall in the second round, a reason why we got Jeremy Rucker in the second round too. So he has to be able to put all these pieces together. I think if he does that, we'll be fine. And, as far as the training camp goes, I look to see chemistry being built, the backstory throws that I want to see in the season from Garrett Wilson and Zach Wilson that needs to be there in chemistry first for training camp. So we'll see how that goes. But for the most part, for season expectations, I'm looking towards playing meaningful games in December. I want to see us compete. I think we have the young squad to do so. I think we have a nice philosophy with Joe Douglas and Robert Saleh there. Robert, going the helm. So it's all looking great right now. As a Jets fan, you should be happy. The offense is looking nice. Defense is much improved, and you can't be mad about what we've done so far in free agency and in the draft. You cannot be.
Guys, y'all have questions for Edwin?
My first one would be about Coach Robert Saleh. When he looks at his new additions, one, how soon do you think they'll see the field? Obviously, I think immediately is probably the answer. But do you think they will be immediate starters? Do you think they'll be being mixed in sort of a rotational basis? And what kind of role do you think those young players will have on defense they've just added in the draft?
So in regards to the young players, I think they'll be rotational players for right now. Obviously, you just drafted Sauce Gardner. He should be number 1 in many eyes. But we can't forget about the season that Bryce Hall, our cornerback from last year, what he did last year. We can't forget about the signing of DJ Reed. I mean, you can never have too many cornerbacks, but I don't really expect Sauce Gardner to be the number 1 cornerback right off the bat. He's going to come in, he's going to compete. Same thing for Jermaine Johnson. Like Robert Saleh likes to rotate his defensive linemen. So he should split some carries. I mean, some carries. He split some snaps with Carl Lawson on the other side. Just drafted another DN from Texas A&M, so he should get some snaps too as well. We have a nice rusher, Bryce Huff coming back for the team. So you see a lot of rotation. It's not going to be a case of where these guys are going to get most of the snaps, but unless they solidify themselves and unless they get more playing time from what production they put on the field, that's what I see happening. And the same thing with Garrett Wilson and Brees Hall. Those guys, in regards to what Michael LaFleur likes to do with his offense, he loves rotational backs. He loves to utilize Michael Carter, Tevin Coleman. Sometimes now it's going to be added Brees Hall into that mix. So it's not going to be a true number one running back on the list. But as far as Garrett Wilson is concerned, we have great depth there. Garrett Wilson, Corey Davis, Elijah Moore, Braxton Berrios. And the coaching staff, from what I feel, has not given up on Denzel Mims just of yet. So we should see some good things happening for the team overall in terms of depth. And, utilizing the 12 packages, having 3 tight ends now, Tyler Conklin, just drafted Jeremy Record, and can't forget about CJ Uzomah too. So it's looking great right now for the team.
Absolutely.
I have a question. So based on what, being in the Jets, what's the expectation now just from the fan base, what you've seen? Are they yelling Jets, Jets, Jets right now? Or is it, you mentioned meaningful games. Have you been seeing from fan comments, fan podcasts, what's the expectation now? Because we're kind of in the same boat a little bit. I'm in, a Lions fan myself. We're kind of right there with the Jets a little bit, rebuilding, new coaches, hungry coaches. So what would satisfy you and the Jets fan base?
So I can't tell you how happy this fan base has been, compared to the last couple of years. This has been, for me, since watching football, the best draft I've witnessed since becoming a Jets fan. And that's how much I trust Joe Douglas as a general manager. That's how much I trust the philosophy that he's building for this team, the locker room changes, the character that we're seeing, the youth movement. I love it. And you just look at how he's able to play the board within the draft and also in free agency too. He's made some solid signings, nothing over the board, nothing in terms of giving up big contracts or overspending for free agents like we saw in the past with Mike McCanning, John Idzik, Mike Tannenbaum as well too. So look at the difference between him and what he's doing. I love it. The Jets media, Jets Twitter is going crazy right now. I just see all these comments about how they feel excited going into this season, how great the offense looks compared to 2 years ago, how much of a drastic change we've seen from the CB room compared to 2 years ago. It's great to see. It's a nice young talent that we have here. I think we're finally building a foundation that will carry us in the future.
I'm going to say this. You guys have had a pretty good run at tackle the last 15, 20 years, whether it was the Brickashaw, guys you drafted that have been steady for you guys. You guys drafted Becton. When he's healthy, he's been a solid player and he's shown the improvement. I know a lot of people wanted to run him off this offseason. I know there was issues because of injuries, because of his weight. I think so far in this draft, you guys have showed the confirmation that y'all still believe in him. You haven't drafted a tackle or replace him. You had plenty of opportunity to do so. Overall, what is your feeling with how that offensive line is coming together, knowing now you drafted Becton, you drafted the guard to go with him last year from USC, you signed a bunch of interior linemen, Laken Tomlinson for one. So overall, you've built up this offensive line with Mekhi Becton. Do you think overall this is all going to come together with him as the linchpin at the left tackle?
This offensive line should be at least top 15, and that's all we can ask for as Jets fans. And that's pretty good considering where we were a couple of years ago. And you even saw glimpses of it last season where we didn't start off the best, but towards the end of the season, you saw the offensive line start to put together pieces. You saw the likes of them giving some better protection for Zach Wilson. And for me personally, I love Mekhi Becton. I really do. I think we shouldn't give up on him just yet. And we've shown that throughout this entire draft process, throughout the free agency, and when it comes to competition, I know his natural position is the left tackle, but considering what George Frank has done for us last season in terms of how well he played, despite competition, not what people may say, but he should have a chance to really compete for a spot. And if he doesn't get a spot, right tackle is still there for him to at least dominate and be, there for the trenches. So I love the offensive line. I love the way it's coming together. Obviously, investing some pieces in Mekhi Becton, Elijah Vera Tucker. Signing Laken Thompson was a big need for me. I love that move. Didn't really get to go to the center with it, but Connor McGovern is for me, and also just having likes of keeping that whole offensive line together so far with the chemistry that's going to build up in the future. I love it. I think it's going to be a great thing for us in the future. And in regards to Zach Wilson, this right here has been the offensive line that I have not seen in the past couple of years when it came to Sam Darnold, Dino Smith, Mark Sanchez for a little bit. But for the most part, this is the best offensive line to date in a while. So I love the way that we're moving forward with this foundation.
Indeed.
Definitely a little bit more optimism than your rival north of you in New England, where it was rapid fire calling for Belichick to get out of there based on night one. But hopefully a little bit changes. Fire cools down a little bit after days 2 and 3. But I think we're going to see a little more parity in the AFC East.
Yes, definitely. I mean, Bill Belichick, he loves drafting his guys, right? You can't dispute the Cole Strange draft pick in the first round. That's his guy. That's who he wants to develop. And, I can't knock him for it. Maybe he's a top 10 talent on his board compared to other draft analysts who may say he's not even touching the third round. So I got to respect it. I really do.
And I did sit a few years ago. I was sat next. Snuck into the CMU Pro Day. I learned this from Jeff. He told me, hey, go to the MAC schools. They'll let you into the Pro Day versus Michigan State. So I wore my Northwood University whole jumpsuit, had a stopwatch and everything. No one asked me anything. I fit right in. But I sat next to Patriots scout, and I asked them if they go with the Blesto or National Board. They have their own system. So like you said, they have their own board, and they may rank them higher than maybe what other scouts who use one of the two big measurables to evaluate.
Indeed. And that is all. It all comes down to the Patriot system and the philosophy that they're building. Right? They believe that they can win with guys who are rated by most in the 4th, 5th round, and just buy into that system in hopes of trying to keep that foundation going, keep that philosophy going. Following behind Bill Belichick. And in the past, it has proven to work out. So I'm not going to criticize this pick just of yet. The first round draft pick of Cole Strange, I'm not going to criticize it because I know Bill Belichick. I know he has the coaching staff to develop a player such as Cole Strange. But, right now it's all being remains to be seen. So we'll see what happens.
Well, I'll tell you what, I've been very impressed with the job that Joe Douglas did. And really, really looking forward to seeing how this team flushes out. So I'm going to be eagerly watching training camp for you guys to see how they're using some of these draft picks, how much of an impact they're making early. But thanks for joining us, Edwin. We appreciate the Jets takes. By the way, I'm still waiting for my chance to come on Game Breakers with you guys. So, I know Will hates it because I always give him hell in the chat with some of the stuff, the takes he has, and his takes can be
you and I are all over that, generally speaking. I did have my one session with Edwin, which I really enjoyed. You can tell Will that your Jets have had a better draft than his midgets. Okay.
Oh yeah.
They might have hit on the 5 and 7, but you couldn't screw that up.
Yeah.
Right. But just let Will know that the Jets beat the Giants at this draft.
Oh well, noted. And Jeff, Bill, whoever wants to come on, Greg, anyone else, you guys are more than welcome to come on Game Breakers. I'll be definitely sending out invites in the future.
I just sent you a follow, by the way.
Oh, thank you. Nice to meet you, by the way.
Hey, likewise.
Definitely, Edwin. Well, we're going to take care. We've got to make time for our next guest because we're going to jump from the AFC East to the AFC North. So you guys have fun competing for it. Like I said, I'm going to be watching training camp, to see how this all plays out with this roster this year. I'm very excited to see with the draft picks and the free agency moves, how much improvement the Jets make.
Yeah.
All right. So everybody take care. That's Edwin Duadu, co-host of Game Breakers here on Nuts and Bolts Sports. All right. And with that being said, we're going to bring in Mr. Brad Ward. All right, Cleveland sports. How are you, Brad?
Gentlemen, how we doing? Can you hear me okay?
Oh, we hear you
Yeah,
just
we're
fine.
good, Brad.
Yes.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So, how has draft weekend been going for you, Brad?
Well, it's kind of been up and down for me. We did some live coverage last night. The Browns had to wait till day two, traded back, from 44. I was not really a fan of that initially, and then just found out just a couple moments ago here, guys, that the Browns are trading Troy Hill
Troy Hill back to the
the
Rams.
Rams for a fifth round pick, which I am a big Troy Hill fan. He's from Youngstown. He's from the Cleveland area. He actually came on my show when he signed. So I'm a big Troy Hill fan. So that
Yes. That happens. Sometimes.
The virtual era.
Yes.
What can we say?
Carbonite. You got dipped in carbonite. It happens.
Yes. So,
And so
there we go. I don't know.
yeah. Because we lost you in the middle of it, so
it-
you may want to start from the beginning.
All right. Yeah. So the Troy Hill trade, I guess, makes a little bit of sense if you look at their first pick at 68, Martin Emerson, a guy that they took. It was kind of a surprise that they went corner there, but he's a big corner, graded really highly in the SEC. Looks like a good fit for the cover 3, cover 4 stuff that a lot of the Browns stuff run. Browns run a lot of that stuff, and he's 6'2", 200 pounds, so he's a big corner. And the Browns have a lot of corners, but they don't have any big corners like him. So he'll come in and I guess fill more of a need than I initially thought with this trade.
So, you guys, gave up a lot in order to get Watson. We're never going to talk about the money side. We're just going to talk about the draft pick side. So it puts you in that position of wait until we finally get our chance. You back up a little more to get a couple of extra picks. And so far, you guys have made some solid picks. They're not splashy. They're solid players who I think overall are going to come in and help you guys. But overall, what is your opinion of the guys you've selected so far? And what do you think is still on the board that can help you?
So I'll start with my initial reaction. The trade out I didn't like for the reason that we're seeing, and I wrote about this right before the draft, and it's actually come to fruition even more with the draft. Making a decision to pay a receiver or get off a receiver they have to pay and replace them with guys on rookie deals. With the high-level receivers we're seeing coming out in the draft every year, it's kind of changing the way that team building is going in the NFL. We're seeing more receivers than ever taken this year. Browns at 44, there's a lot of value in taking a George Pickens or a guy that you think can contribute for you for 4 years on a rookie deal. So passing up those guys, if you don't like Pickens, Sky Moore was still there. I wasn't a fan of that, right? Like I felt like they needed a receiver. They saved the day for me because the only guy that I felt like I would be okay with them and in play right away when they got to 99, their third pick of the day, was David Bell, and they took him. So that kind of saved the day for me because I'm a big fan of David Bell despite his poor testing, right? I think that the nuance that he has to playing the wide receiver position is beyond what you can teach some guys, right? I think he kind of has that it factor. And so I like him a lot. I think he'll come in and contribute right away. Their middle pick in day 2 yesterday was Alex Wright. He's an edge from UAB. They like him a lot. PFF likes him a lot. I'm kind of I like his size, but I feel like there were better edges on the board. I think Cameron Thomas was still on the board. I think that there's a guy, he's not so much an edge, but DeMarvin Leal was still on the board at that point. So, okay, sure. They like him. We'll see. To me, he looks like a little bit of a project, right? They took him for size, strengths. He looks like he has good hands, but I don't really see the get off. And when I hear people describe him, they're kind of saying, oh, well, he could play special teams and we a guy that you take that does that is a later round pick, not like a mid third round pick. You should still be looking for somebody to contribute right away. So we'll see what happens with that. I could be way off on that. See, a lot of other people feel more highly about Wright. And then I really like Perrion Winfrey today. I think that's great value at 108. He's a stud. He gave an amazing interview, post-draft interview. He was fired up. He's like, I'm a dog. I'm coming to Cleveland. He was all fired up. It was great. So they took Winfrey today, and I love, the Cade York pick. I've been pounding the table. They need a kicker, so they take Cade York before anybody else can get him to come in and compete with Chase Bufflin, who he should wipe the floor with. Browns say they like his mental makeup. So kind of up and down. Now they trade Troy Hill. They've got a lot of picks late in this draft, which they don't have a lot of roster positions, so it would make sense to maybe get off of some of these picks and either get something for next year or package them into one more pick and move up. We'll see what they do here at the end of the draft. But that's kind of where I'm at. I'm good with Emerson. I like what he can bring to the table. I like Bell a lot, Winfrey a lot, Young a lot, or York a lot, pardon me. I hate trading away Troy Hill. But that's okay, and I'm so on Alex Wright.
Well, I got some news for you. You just got extra depth in your backfield as you got Jerome Ford from Cincinnati. So there you have added depth to the backfield. You have, of course, Chubb leading the way. You have Hunt, and now Jerome Ford joins the mix.
He's a lot like his former teammate Brian Robinson, but a little faster.
Faster than Robinson. Yep.
Yeah. So yeah, I could see him. One, at some point you're probably going to have to make a decision on your running back situation. You probably can't pay both of them soon. So you're going to say goodbye to somebody, and whoever says they'll sign for less is probably the guy you keep, and the guy who says he wants more is probably the guy you say goodbye to. And now you have one of those two running backs replacement in Jerome.
So we're gonna move on.
Yeah, it's an interesting pick because Dearnison. No, go ahead. I was just gonna say because I think they're bringing Dearness Johnson back too. At least they tendered him. So I mean, there's your guy that would be your third running back at this point.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I think what you're adding is so much depth because what will happen is injuries are always a question. But we know with Hunt, he's been the affordable option if you don't want to have to pony up the dough to keep a Chubb.
Yep.
The committee backfield is a big thing now, so everybody wants to have multiple running backs so they don't spend a lot on the position as long as they have two or three talented backs. But overall, I think just having that much depth gives you a lot to play with. It gives you a lot to play with as far as your roster. It gives you a lot to play with as far as if you need to make a trade to get extra value later in the year for a player or a pick. Going into the next season, you're going to need the picks because you just guaranteed a lot of money to the quarterback you spent a lot of draft picks on. So, and we're going to talk about that situation since he's so tied to your draft. Overall, what do you think this situation turns into? Because the offense is definitely going to change. I don't think you can keep the same offense when you have the player that you have at quarterback. So how do you think this offense adapts to what now you have? You have Watson, you have Amari Cooper on the outside. Some of the receivers you drafted are excellent receivers that are going to help you as well. Different from what you had before. You still have Njoku at tight end. What do you think the metamorphosis of this offense is going to become
now? I think it changes a lot. Actually, you've seen they remade the entire quarterback room. So not only was it Watson. But they've, filled out that room with guys with similar traits, right? All the 1 through 3. So I think that think you're going to see a lot more. I think you're going to see a lot more passing. I think they're going to open it up. I mean, there's a lot of a playbook that they never got to, I don't think, as far as Stefanski's concerned, right? Like with things that he has wanted to do since day one that he really couldn't. And what this does when you have an elite quarterback like Watson is you can account for or hope for that off schedule play, right? What he can do with his legs changes a lot. How you can attack in the running game changes a lot. So I expect to see a completely different offense with some of the main basic stuff still in there. You're still going to see heavy play action. You're still going to see, a lot of shotgun. You're still going to see, the tight ends on the field. I still think you're going to see that stuff because that's who Stefanski is. But I think you're going to see the pass game open up much more than what we saw before, and they're going to let him cook. They're going to let him do his thing back there, I think.
All right. So overall, we've seen the defensive changes. We saw they made sure they paid their pass rusher. We know Clowney is not most likely not coming back. So overall, defensively, what are you expecting from them going forward? Because they've added some quality guys in the draft here, but overall, they decide to let a lot of guys walk away from money. And you have guys returning with injuries.
Yeah, I actually think that Clowney will be back. I think they might even know something about that. I mean, that may be what you have heard or whatever. What I am hearing is that he will be back. So I don't know.
Okay.
I hope so. I sure hope so. I mean, that may be wishful thinking on my part. I may be proven wrong there, but I have heard that they are close, and that could be something that could be coming around the corner here. But so I kind of expect him to be back. I think this defense is loaded, honestly. Their weakness is on the interior defensive line. We saw for the second half of the last 6 games of last year, I mean, their secondary was lights out. JOK playing at his top level in the linebacker core was amazing. Clowney and Garrett together were terrific. So this defense really turned it on and played like a top 5 defense at the end of last season. You're getting everybody back pretty much on that defense. They didn't, they brought back Anthony Walker at middle linebacker. You bring all your corners back except for Troy Hill now. But your main guys, your mainstay guys on the outside, you signed Denzel Ward to an extension. So you'll have all your safeties are back. All 3 safeties are back. So, I expect this defense to be very, very good in another year under Joe Woods. And they're just going to deploy more. They're very into the hybrid fast linebacker / safety position, right? They like to play with 2 linebackers, even counting JOK as a linebacker on those, and then bring a safety in and play with a lot of speed. And that has worked for very successful down the stretch of last year when the offense was terrible. The defense was keeping them in games.
And it's funny you should mention safeties because one of the guys when you drafted him, I was very high on, and I just don't think between the injuries and overall play, he hasn't really lived up to the credit that I gave him, and that's Grant Delpit. So what is the feeling with Grant Delpit, not only with the fans, but with the organization? Because that's one of the guys we talked about as a first-round talent coming out of LSU. He was one of my top safeties in that draft class, and yet when we talk about safeties in the league, at the top of the league, we're not mentioning Grant Delpit. We're not even in the conversation nationally with him. So can you tell me how the organization is feeling around that player?
I think they feel like this is a make or break it year for Grant, right? So he missed an entire season. They like him a lot. The organization loves him, right? He has a season. So, and then came on slowly last year. So he didn't really get into the full swing of things until about halfway through the season. Once again, down the stretch, he played really good football, really encouraging stuff that you would have said, hey, this is what we're getting when we drafted him. We started to see that at the end of the season. So going into his 3rd season, right, with 4 years on a rookie deal, this is make or break for him, right? Like he's really got to show up and prove that he can be the guy of the future there if he intends to get an extension at that position. He's going to need to play really well, but he's going to get a chance. He'll start. I believe, next to John Johnson at safety. So,
Well, I definitely appreciate you guys for taking JOK. Oh, we lost Brad. We lost Brad. I definitely appreciate them for taking JOK because that was one of my top linebackers last year. And
mine.
When he fell out of round one, I was sitting there baffled, like, what are they? But
well, and then the reports came out that turned out to be nothing, and
yeah, and then look at him in Cleveland killing it. Hopefully, we get Brad back in here where we can.
And real quick, my Cowboys took a guy that
I was going to mention that afterwards.
Well, let's go. I'm hitting my guys again this year.
Yeah, so hopefully we get Brad back. While we're talking, we missed on a few guys. How about the fact that we talk about Carson Strong? Cole Turner comes off the board before Carson Strong does. Thomas Booker, Stanford to the Texans. Tyler Algier, all right, running back from BYU to the Falcons. All right, talk about safeties. How about Turner Yell from Oklahoma to the Broncos? Tariq Woolen, UTSA, cornerback to the Seahawks.
Because the Seahawks value what at corner more than anything else?
Yes. All right. Thank you, Brad. Sorry we lost you for a second.
I don't know. Have I had a bad connection the whole time with you guys?
It's been sketchy. It's been sketchy.
A little sketchy, that's all.
Yeah.
Is it any better now?
It's a lot clearer. Yeah, it's a lot clearer.
I apologize about that.
No, things happen, Brad. No worries.
Listen, just because it's the technology era doesn't mean it's always better. That's it. That's all that means. There's always going to be a ghost in a machine. So I was just saying that you guys did me a great favor by taking JOK because that's a guy I had as a first round talent. Didn't know why he fell out of it. He comes to you guys. He's blowing it up with y'all. So overall outlook now, you've got the quarterback. Everybody says you got the quarterback. We're still trying to find out what they're going to do with Baker Mayfield. I think that's going to play out for a while before anything, because plain and simple, honestly, you don't have to move Baker, in my opinion, because if there is a suspension coming, you at least want to have a capable guy really to start for you until Watson comes back. But tell me, what is your feeling with this team going towards training camp?
I mean, I feel like the sky's the limit, honestly, but a lot depends on schedule release, right? Mm-hmm. Suspension, that's what we're waiting for, right? So, I mean, those are the things that are going to impact this team more than anything. As far as talent goes, I still feel like they have one of the best rosters in the NFL, top to bottom. They certainly need to add to the receiver room. It'll be interesting to see what happens with Jarvis Landry. We've heard names like Julio Jones bandied about, Will Fuller maybe to be added to this room a little bit to bolster it. Now that you have Cooper and Bell in there and Donovan Peoples-Jones, I think they're depending on to come on pretty strong here. I think he will too. But, offensive line is great. Run game is great. Defense, I think, is really solid from front. From back to front. The only place they're lacking is really on the interior defensive line. They addressed that with Winfrey today. I think they'll address that again in late free agency, maybe a veteran. I would like to see him get a guy like Hicks or somebody off of free agency just to add for a veteran presence in there, somebody that can play shade nose. But, that I think other than that, though, I think the sky's the limit. I think they can compete certainly in the AFC North. And even further, when you bring in and make a move like you do for the quarterback, the caliber of Deshaun Watson, your expectation should be to win it all, right? You should be going all in every year, and there's a window here for them to do that. Now, this year is a little more tricky than the ones down the road, right? Because we don't know where the suspension's going to land mid-season, beginning of the season, how long. And what will happen, who they play during those 6 to 8 games or whatever the suspension ends up being, right? All that stuff is huge. So there's a lot of outlier factors. Go ahead, sorry.
And you did mention the schedule where it's going to fall. I'm looking at the Browns' schedule too, and there's a few teams I'm seeing too where especially if you get them early in the season. So you have Tampa and Buffalo on the schedule, so you can use those two games, especially if you get them early, is kind of a measuring stick to see where your team is. So I would hope, if I were a Cleveland fan, kind of have those 2 games earlier in the season rather than late, or maybe one in December, just so you can kind of see where you are heading into the playoffs.
Yeah, the schedule doesn't look terribly hard when you look at the opponents right now, so it'll be interesting how it times up. And it was interesting what you said, Jeff, about you mentioned Baker Mayfield being around and potentially playing when Watson's suspended. I just want to kind of clarify. I don't think he ever dresses in a Browns uniform again. So if they keep him, he won't play. It's Brissett all the way as the backup.
I think that it's going to be a hard repair.
Go back into that room. He doesn't want to go back in.
It's a hard relationship to repair. And it's because it comes back to one, you got to look at who you drafted. You drafted Baker Mayfield. You knew what you were getting with him. If you ever challenged him as a starter, it wasn't going to be easy to deal with him after that.
No.
Because that's just not the player he is. That's the reason why he was that way he was in college. That's the reason why he was the way he was when he got to Cleveland. And once he got wind that you were looking to replace him, it came with the dinner, with the attitude you were going to get after that. And it would be beneficial because he knows the system that he can stick around, and then you trade him afterwards once you get done with it, because you have till week 8. So as long as he's not spending more than 8 weeks, it would be beneficial. And if I'm the GM, I'm talking to him like, listen, the trade can still happen. We can still move you. It may be better for you, especially because if you come out here and help us win while he's out, that we get more for you, and you go to a better situation where a team that really, really needs you is going to want you. You don't want me to trade you to a bad situation where you like Sam Darnold's in. Sam Darnold's in a bad situation.
Yeah, it's interesting. The feeling I get from people I've talked to is that I don't think that can be repaired. Like when they got on that plane, there's some writers in town that have tried to say that Baker Mayfield was the Browns' plan B if they didn't land Deshaun Watson. I got to tell you that I don't buy that for a second. The second that they got on that plane and flew to Houston, that was it, right? Like that was it. They weren't going to come. There's no coming back from that with him. So I think Barry's prepared to let him sit out for the year, pay him the $18 million, and get the 3rd round compensatory pick next year if it comes down to it. When he goes to sign elsewhere, like that's his baseline, right? Like so when we saw it happen in real time with the Panthers yesterday, right, where they were close in negotiations, and then all of a sudden they stop, and then we look up at the screen and they've traded up to 80 whatever and draft Ritter, right? Mm-hmm. So we saw that happen in real time. Like they were either going to trade for Baker or trade up with that same pick, that 3rd round pick, and get Ritter. It sounds like the amount of money they wanted the Browns to eat was like $12 million or something on the 18. I can see eating 10, 12 seems like a lot, but I mean, I would have done it if I was the Browns. Getting this over to me has some value too. Yeah, now, I think that for guys like Andrew Berry, he's more of like out of sight, out of mind. I'm not trading him for anything less than what I think I can get for him. So he's pretty disciplined as far as that goes. I think he would let him sit out the whole year, pay him the $18 million, and take a 3rd round compensatory next year. To him, that's like his leverage point. When they tell him he has no leverage, he's like, okay, well, I kind of do, Yeah,
and I agree. And we saw it work out just a couple of months ago. You got the guy who sat out a year.
Exactly.
The GM said, I'm not giving him up until I get what I want. And everybody got what they wanted out of it. He got the contract. He got out of Houston. And most importantly, they got a boatload of picks that are going to help their franchise. So I understand exactly where you're coming from. The relationship right now is so fractured that if you try to move him for cheap now, it'll happen, but you won't get the value for the trade because he's going to be better than whatever player you get in those draft picks that you wind up giving up for. But overall, if you, like I said, I think it would boost his value for himself that if he played while he was out and played well and helped y'all win, that
the other thing that could happen,
teams that are desperate for that quarterback will say, well, now instead of giving you a 6th or a conditional 4th or 5th, we'll give you that 2nd, we'll give you that 3rd for him. So, and it would help himself,
Sure.
but
Yeah.
I don't know if Baker's going to see it that way. That's the problem. I think
No.
that's part of the problem is he's not looking at it at a business standpoint. He's still, I'm hurt because I was the franchise and you tossed me to the side.
But even
Very
from
much.
even from the football standpoint, it's over. Jacoby Brissett is in there. It's over.
Yeah.
He's very much in his feelings right now, and I just don't see a way back from that. Yeah, I think they've drew that line. Now, what the Browns can hope for there, and I'm a little surprised there isn't a bit more of a market. He's a better option than some of the things going on out there. Like, he's a better option for Seattle right now, I would think, right? Or even the Panthers. I think I would have done that deal if I'm the Panthers. I know the optics aren't great having two rookies on fifth year extensions on the same roster, but with him and Darnold. But look at they're going to have Ritter and Darnold compete for their starting job, and he's got his last year before he loses his job. Come on, Baker's got to be a better option than that, in my opinion. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy, but I think the Lions. I don't know. There's some teams out there that maybe could look into him. I think what could happen for the Browns is an injury, right? Quarterback injuries happen all the time. If somebody goes down preseason, early in the season, all of a sudden he looks real nice for a third or fourth.
Well, I think he looks better than some of the quarterbacks in Carolina. I think he looks better than some of the quarterbacks in Houston. I think he looks better than some of the quarterbacks in a few places. But I'm not the GM in those situations. I would have given up. I would have given up stuff to get better. How it plays out is how it plays out. But I got to get better. The whole point of the offseason is to get better, and I don't see that happening. You have a disgruntled quarterback who, at the time when you're drafted, a lot of people had him in the first round. So if you thought of him so much at the time, he hasn't played horribly to the point where you would have called him a bust. You just said he hasn't played up to his overall potential, but he wasn't a bust, right? So there's value there in the player. He's having a situation where the organization said, well, we see a better option. We're going to try it, and it caused a rift. Now, it doesn't mean that rift is going to follow itself to you.
No.
But you have to upgrade your team. Teams are going to be so stubborn in a draft like this where you're not happy with the quarterback class to make a move for them, then so be it. They're going to have to live with that. If I'm a team that needs a quarterback and I didn't make a move for Baker Mayfield, a legitimate move, not a low ball offer like some of them have done, and my season goes down the tubes because of it, I can't look at the players in my locker room. I got to look at myself because I didn't give them the tools they needed to try and have a winning season.
Well, everybody's talking Seattle and Carolina as the two with the quarterback situation, but there's also another team that has a rift with their current quarterback, and that is in Arizona. They may just sit back and if things get ugly with Kyler, if they continue to go down that route, the Arizona Cardinals may come calling to Cleveland.
Yeah, boy, that would be a weird reconnection with that head coach and Baker.
Yeah. It'd be weird, but stranger things have happened.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what else to say about that one because I think
they both have personalities.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think Arizona's insane if they don't make it right with Kyler and pay him. I mean,
they're making it right with the roster moves they've made so far.
The
Hollywood Brown trade is one thing. The draft picks so far, I think that part is making it right. They're trying to give him an opportunity to win. Especially after he was upset that they let their best pass rusher and a couple of guys go in free agency. So,
what do you think the Cardinals were thinking after they traded for a first-round pick for Marquise Brown, and then the Eagles turn around and traded a first-round pick for A.J. Brown? Absurd, right?
Yeah. It comes back to the point now. We were just talking about it. The quarterback salaries rose so much. Can you really afford to pay a number one wide receiver $25, $26, $27 million a year? And that's where we're getting to the point where teams are going to say, I'm paying you 40, I'm paying you 25. That's $65 million on my cap alone on two players.
Yeah, I was mentioning earlier. I just wrote about this. The Kansas City getting off of Tyreek, Devontae Adams out of Green Bay. Like, teams are electing to try to replace production with rookies and just lower your replacement cost on a guy. Now, can Valdez Scantling and Juju Smith-Schuster and whoever they took as their wide receiver in this draft replace what you had with Tyreek Hill? I don't think so, but they're going to try to do it as opposed to giving him $30 million. And I understand that from a team-building perspective. It's hard to pay a wide receiver $30 million when you can go draft one who can potentially provide. Like, the case study is the Vikings, right?
Yeah.
The perfect case study is the Vikings. Diggs out, Jefferson in. They didn't miss a step, right? Yep. But how often are you going to hit to the level of Justin Jefferson? That's the problem, right? Yeah. So both plans are flawed, a little bit.
But by spreading it out more, right, then you also lower the risk of having to give one of those wide receivers that bigger contract down the road.
Yes.
Right? So that's the game they're playing. They don't want it's no different than what happened to the running back position. You want a committee because you don't want to end up with having to give a guy a boatload of cash anymore. So that's the game that they're going to play, and it's for two purposes. You use two guys instead of one, lower the injury risk and all that other jazz, but you also lower the risk against the cap coming down the line.
Yeah.
Another thing I want to make a point too about the Eagles too, and they're trying to, their situation now with their draft pick Jalen Reagor right now is, he's wiping social media accounts and stuff. And there's a few ways, you can either get a wide receiver in the draft, or what they did was trade for a proven wide receiver in AJ Brown. So to get Jalen Hurts a weapon, and they feel that AJ Brown would be a quality get for development of Jalen Hurts.
Well, it is also because they've missed multiple times. They missed with J.J. Arcega-Whiteside. They missed with Reagor. All right, so the only reason they got was because they made the trade to get Devontae Smith. Otherwise, you're working with a bunch of guys you've missed on, so they had no choice.
Better pay somebody.
You had to go get something proven because your drafting wasn't working out. You had one out of the three that have been your top receivers taken in the first round were worth anything.
And they have the flexibility because they've got the quarterback under his rookie deal.
Yeah.
Yep.
And the Titans
that's a window too when you draft a quarterback.
And the Titans make a direct substitution to Treylon Burks with that pick. I mean, that's insane, right? Like, we're giving you up. Go ahead, pay him $25 million. We're going to pay him a rookie contract and try to do the same thing. Yeah. That's the trend, right? That's what teams are going to try to do to build their team without having to pay that money. It's going to make that position, as you mentioned already, Greg, turn into kind of like the running back position. I think you're going to see with new analytics too, defensive tackle go the way of the linebacker a little bit.
Yeah,
we're now
it really already has for so many teams, Brad. I mean, the D tackle is devalued.
Stopping the run is not important, right? You're just encouraging a team to pass more. There's no correlation between run stopping and overall defense. It's just going to devalue the position. So, and what you are looking for now in an interior defender is a guy that can get to the quarterback, not so much stop the run.
Edge rushers.
Yeah, so
which is a double-edged sword because a lot of those teams miss that guy when they're trailing late in the game and they can't stop the other team's running game. So
you can go too far too. There's a middle ground. You can go too far. I mean, I watched the Browns run for 12 yards a carry on the Chargers last year because they are fully invested in that. I mean, you can't go to the point that you're, Swiss cheese out there, but you also, have to change how you value the position. So it's interesting. You'll see how it plays out.
Well, we're seeing that with so many different positions, Brad. You go on the defensive line, right? You used to hear 1 and 3 technique. That's it. Two techniques. That's it. Now, how many 3, 5, 7s are we hearing? 5, 7, 9 guys. You go to the safety position. It was a strong and a free safety. Now you got split safety, sliding them in as a slot corner as well. I mean, position flex. It's a thing, and it's all over the field.
Versatility, yep.
Versatility, right?
You don't even hear the position really defensive end anymore. They changed the name of the position to edge rusher.
Yeah. Which you can tell by Bill's face, he loves that. He loves that right now. We-
listening as athlete, but still, you're either a defensive end or an outside linebacker. All right, and some guys do a little bit of both. Sometimes you're standing up, and then later you're put your hand.
But yes,
sure.
So, final thoughts for Brad, because I don't want to keep you here all day. We know you're very busy. Unlike Bill and myself, who are going to be kicking up my ties for a couple of weeks before we get busy again. So overall, what is your grade, if you want to say, been for the Browns on this offseason?
On the offseason, I'm going to say it's unfinished, but I'll say on the draft, a B minus is where I'm at. Really the only thing I don't like trading away Troy Hill and replacing him with Martin Emerson. Okay, I get it, I guess, but we'll see how that works out. David Bell is fine. I wanted to make wide receiver a priority for the reasons we're talking about, the value of having a guy on a rookie deal that can play right away. They passed on Pickens more. They took Bell. I think he falls into that category, and they got good value on him there. So that helped me a lot. Alex Wright, I'm a big question mark on. I'm not a big fan of it. Perion Winfrey, I am a big fan of. I think he is a beast, and I think they got great value there at 108 on him. I like them moving a pick to next year. Traded back today and got a pick 4th round next year. And I love them picking Cade York, the kicker, because the Browns lost a few games last year on special teams. They haven't had a good kicker since Phil Dawson. So I like them taking York because I think he has the right mental makeup and will be, I think he'll crush Chase McLaughlin in the kicking competition and take that right from him. And that's a place they need to get better. So I think Jadeveon Clowney to be continued, Jarvis Landry to be continued. If it's not Landry, I think it'll be another veteran receiver that's still in the market, either a Will Fuller or a Julio Jones or something. But the wide receiver room is far from finished, in my opinion.
Okay. It's funny. When we talked about Bell, he is very Jarvis Landry-like in his play.
He is.
Yeah. So I was wondering. That's why we were saying, you replaced him with a younger Jarvis Landry.
Yeah. He is. And personality-wise too, intensity. He's a really good guy. So he brings a lot to the locker room, same way that Landry did too. So, Landry for me, guys. He changed everything when he came to the Browns. So I have a really soft spot for him in my heart, and I wish they would find a way to bring him back. According to the people that I know, they're still open talks there, right? So I don't know. I know he visited the Saints. I've heard some people say lately, it's not going to happen. Write that. But the person that I know that knows his agent has said that there's still open communications there, and still mutual interest. So we'll see what happens.
All right. Well, that has been Brad Ward of the All Eyes on Cleveland podcast. So make sure you tune into that. Brad, we appreciate you taking the time to come on and hang out with us for a while. We're going to give you back the rest of your Saturday, man, and enjoy your weekend. And you're going to hopefully you're going to raise a toast and have a beer at the end of this, because I know I'm going to do it. So that's my draft tradition. At the end of the 7th round, when this is all said and done, I have a toast. Thank God it's over. It's been 11 months of digging around, and I feel like I've been stuck in a mining hole for 11 months. So it comes to an end when I come out and I see the sunlight and I go,
Yeah. All those hours of work for just a few days of intense, crazy minutes of information. Yeah. It's fantastic. But you guys are doing a great job. Awesome. Covering day 3 is great. So I appreciate you having me on, and anytime, always. You guys are great. I love Nuts and Bolts Sports, and Monty's been great to me, and you guys have all been great to me too. So appreciate it, and anytime. Have a great rest of your broadcast, and cheers. Cheers to when you guys cheers at the end.
You got it. You got it. Take care,
all
Brad.
Right, gentlemen.
Brad Ward, All Eyes on Cleveland. So we're going to recap the last couple of picks, because we've been We've been talking for a while. So, with that being said, you spoiled the Willetsko pick there, Greg. I was going to give it a little more flair.
I had to get it in because I've been nailing him to it.
So Snoop Connor to the Jaguars.
Yep.
We talked about Jerome Ford to Cleveland. Zion McCollum, cornerback from Sam Houston State. So we're seeing him coming off the board. Yes, so Sam Houston State to the Bucks. Tariq Smith, edge, Ohio State to the Seahawks, loading up on edge rushers out there in Seattle. Eric Johnson, D tackle from Missouri State to the Colts.
Beast.
Yes. Tito Agbania, D tackle from UCLA. Right, goes to the Chargers.
Right, a shot put discus guy in addition to playing football.
All right, DeMarco Jackson from App State to the Saints. Okay, how about this one? Montrell Washington, wide receiver from Sanford to the Broncos. Right, wait, so we're getting the small school guys out there, and it's not happening at the back of the seventh. I like it. Meaningful round. Kyle Phillips, wide receiver UCLA to the Titans. And how about this? Kyron Williams, the rich get richer. Kyron Williams, running back from Notre Dame to the Rams.
Where he'll get the pass protect for a very important man in Matthew Stafford. So yes.
Yeah. All right. How about Sezi Adomio, defensive end from Minnesota. It goes to the Vikings. He goes from Minnesota to the Vikings. Yeah. Tyson Anderson, safety from Toledo to the Bengals. All right. How about that? Another Ohio to Ohio. State and State. Look at guys are loving in-state prospects. Deron Bland, cornerback from Fresno State to the Cowboys. Finally, we hear the name Braxton Jones coming off the board. Southern Utah. Goes to the Bears. Ty Chandler. Boy, oh boy, Bill was waiting for him to come off the board to the Vikings.
He's another one of those receiving backs, right? A guy who literally can split out wide and run routes like a wide receiver. And he's got some fast Willie Parker to him, if you know sort of the kind of guy he is, but like a better receiver of the football.
Mm-hmm. So let's jump backwards a little bit. Deron Bland.
Yep.
All right. So here's a corner. You look at the size. I think he has quality size. But when he's in phase, he's a tough defender. When he falls out of phase is what I'm worried about with him. Like it's when he falls out of phase, he falls way out. Yes. Yep. And even in some of the highlights they show where he comes up, he falls out of phase. The kid leaves him on a hitch route. He's still falling off in coverage. The kid catches the ball, and then he comes up and he makes a nice thunderous hit.
Yes.
And so the hit is the highlight, but not the coverage. The coverage wasn't the highlight at all. So next level, that guy's going to catch that and be gone by the time you recover to come hit him. So
and there are some people who are talking about him being moved to safety. So we'll see.
And even with that, it's like, okay, well, how many times can Dallas do that, right? So you're either drafting going to be a corner or you're going to keep adding to that safety room. But you already took the kid last year who you turned from corner to safety that you've been nurturing to this point.
Israel Mukuamu.
Thank you. I was about to say Mukuamu. Yes. I wanted to make sure I said his name right because I've been butchering names all weekend. So, that's an interesting pick to me. You're going to take the guy who you're either going to keep him at corner, and we've seen him at corner. He's not going to be special. Okay, you're going to use him in some packages.
Yeah, he's developmental corner, pure and simple.
Yeah.
They
lost to Robinson. They lost to Robinson, which was a shame.
Okay, blocking tight end. All right.
Yeah, so it's interesting to say the least there. Sorry, I just want to make sure
Tegan Quintoriano, a blocking tight end from Oregon State, just got drafted by the Texans. So they must once again a team that may be telling you they want to run the football more because
that's Lovie Smith's MO. Yeah,
right. Yeah,
the guy made the Super Bowl with Rex Grossman for a reason.
Yeah. We're talking conservative thinking.
All right. So I give him credit though. His defense is changing. He's morphing into less of that straight Tampa 2. And that's because teams are built for it now. It just doesn't make any sense anymore. Luke Wattenberg off the board to the Broncos.
Yep. So
everybody's taking it
to the Minnesota Vikings.
Yeah, everybody's taking advantage of the value guys now. We're in round 5. I have picks. Hey, I'm going to move around and grab them because these guys shouldn't be here.
Right. I mean, everyone sort of praises James Cook. Ty Chandler's essentially the same back, and you got him much cheaper.
Yeah,
for sure. And just watching the highlight, just thinking about them shootouts, Detroit would have with the Vikings. Just a good pick for the Vikings.
Yep.
Oh, well, get excited, Greg, because you got 2 more picks in this round.
Yep.
Detroit will be coming at 177, so that's what I'm eager to see. And do they take they see quarterback still a draft need? I personally don't think, but I'm looking at who's available. And earlier in the year, when I just had Notre Dame football on, I'm like, Jack Cohen maybe could be somebody, in this role, back up. But
two of us Golden Domers have had our doubts about an NFL career for Jack. Okay.
Well, I'll tell you what, Lance Zierlein loves him. Lance Zierlein loves him. He thinks he's a sleeper. When I saw Jack Cohen at Wisconsin, I said, okay, he has potential, and it just never hit. Then he goes to Notre Dame, and I said, okay, let's see what happens. And he comes out against Florida State, and he has the big he holds them off and wins because they were blowing Florida State out. Okay. And then we get into the games where they go up against the Toledos, and he has absolutely no escapability from the pocket, and he's getting pummeled by the Toledo pass rush.
Like Cohen, wouldn't you love Carson Strong, who's kind of but a much better downfield passer?
Yeah,
this is the name. Yeah, but remember before people started going gung ho against Carson because of the cadaver ligament.
Yes, like the fact he has a dead person's cartilage in his knee.
There were many people with that 32nd pick who were saying after they take whoever at number 2 that the pick for the Lions in a lot of the early mocks was Carson Strong.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you're drafting Jack Cohen, you're just saying, I just like the fact he looks like a quarterback. That's essentially what you're saying. Look how quarterbacky he looks. He's tall.
And I did, fun fact, the game I watched him play was the Florida State game.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, well.
Yeah. Well, you look at the Toledo game. Look at the Cincinnati game. Look at the bowl game. Look at the bowl game. Look at the bowl game. Comes out, gets a great lead, but when that pressure came on in the second half, when they came back, it was like John Travolta meme. Where's my quarterback? Where's the plays that he's supposed to make? It wasn't there, and that's just how he is. If you want to play with a lead, he can manage a game for you. If you're going to play in a close game, don't expect anything from it. You better have a dynamic running game that's going to save the day. Thank God he had Kyron Williams there to save the day for him. He didn't have him in the bowl game, though. He didn't have him in the bowl game.
Jack should come up here and play for a little while.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, I think that's when you look at guys like that. But we talked about Carson Strong still on the board. I'm going to jump around here.
We'll see in a few picks what Mr. Brad Holmes is thinking.
Yeah. All right. So we've seen Strong has got to be the top quarterback left on the board because we have seen come off the board Kenny Pickett in round 1, Ritter, Willis, and Corral come off. We've seen Zappy come off today. We've seen Howell come off today. So I guess when you're looking around, there are a lot of guys. Cole Kelly still on the board. EJ Perry still on the board. Dustin Crum still on the board. Caleb Ellaby, Nikhil Glass, Jack Cohn, Skylar Thompson, Brock Purdy. So all those guys are less than Carson Strong. So that's got to be the top pick on the board. So at some point today, we're going to hear Carson Strong's name. Yep. But then after that, do we hear a quarterback called after that? Because
I think you get one more. The fun will be which one is it, right? Do you want to get a guy who's very raw but a really good athlete like Perry, who some people think ends up, getting moved to another position?
Yeah. Don't you think they go to the arm though and take Cole Kelly, Bill?
Or they go the other direction, right? So do you go for a guy that's almost like a gadgety player that you might end up moving to another position, or do you go the other direction and go for the howitzer, right? Go for the 155 Mike. So that's the question.
I would lean that they're going to take the arm, right? Because everything comes back to arm talent, arm talent, arm talent. That's what you hear right off the bat when we talk quarterback. Your arm talent, arm talent.
But do you take the guy that's not as mobile in an era where you need mobility at quarterback?
Yeah.
Or do you take the guy who's an athlete with mobility, but he hasn't played at the college level that you want? You're taking a development quarterback. Why not take an Akil Glass, a guy who's going to be able to avoid your pass rush, a guy who's going to be able to make off the cuff throws, a guy who has the arm strength to challenge defenses down the field. If you're going to develop somebody, I'm going to take that over the guy I know that can't escape a pass rush in the league that's built on pass rush.
Yep. And Akil Glass is, I mean, there's nothing wrong with his arm. Like he's not the howitzer, but he has arm talent for the NFL. I mean, that easily. I mean, you see him throwing out. He gets it to you.
Mm-hmm.
With zip. He's got zip on it.
Yes. One that I'm interested in was the New England choice with Bailey Zappi with the Western Kentucky Hilltoppers. And shout out to, I don't know if she'll see this, but Agent Nicole Lynn. She knew that, hey, we have lots of yards. You know, hey, sign him and someone's bound to pick him up. So and you see that New England.
Well, like we said earlier, when that pick happened, they got Mac Jones-like.
Yeah. And they have a lot of like air raid and run and shoot elements in their offense. I mean, as several other teams as well. Like the line between, pro style or whatever. I mean, the term is almost going to lose its meaning pretty soon because it used to be that people bit, I form, right? 2 wideouts, tight end, fullback, running back, and you're going to read the whole field: 3-step, 5-step, 7-step.
Yeah.
How many teams are still doing that?
Only teams you see under center anymore are triple option teams. Maybe they'll run triple option out of the shotgun.
Right.
Yeah. And you can. That's the beauty of the spread offense. You can be anything you want on the spread. As somebody who was initially a Air Coryell offensive coordinator who became a West Coast offensive coordinator, when I learned spread, they was told you could be anything you wanted. And I was able to incorporate those elements into my spread offense. The only thing about it is, the difficulty of the spread always comes in the red zone because you're spreading everybody out. But there's no real estate to challenge them vertically anymore so they all bunched up anyway. So it makes it hard to run the football down there, unless you find a way to really, really attack them and make them pay extra attention to your wideouts. But what you're seeing is Dominique Robinson off the board to Chicago. They get an excellent young edge rusher there.
Daniel is going to like the Bears' last 2 picks.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Nicely executed. That's a good player.
This is value with the capital V.
I was high on him I was high on him even last year, in fact.
Yep.
And the COVID year messed with things. I think he only played a handful of games.
Mm-hmm.
And, so people didn't really see what it was. Gets to the Senior Bowl, and now people are like waking up to him. Another guy that gave fits to Daniel Falele. I'm not here.
Oh yes. Oh, he really gave it.
But he had a rough couple of reps against Mr. Robinson. A guy who has a really, once again, good idea of what he wants to get accomplished with pass rusher. Is a better athlete than I think most people realized. And he's going to have a nice run as the other guy pass rusher, right?
Yeah.
So they just need to find their guy pass rusher. But they have their other guy now taken care of.
Yeah, and with him, you just got to get him to learn to play a step slower because he's so fast off the ball. He's so aggressive off the ball. He can get caught up on bootlegs. He can get caught up. He can get caught up on stuff like that. It happened at the Senior Bowl. He ran and hard charged the zone, and they pulled it out and went boot on him, and the quarterback was wide open. So he's just got to play a step slower, understand what he's seeing in front of him, and it's got to be.
The recognition has to be there before the feet move. Yeah.
Yes, you can get across the line of scrimmage, but you're not always hard charging like you're pass rushing at 100% rush.
Your eyes and slow your feet down half step. But yes, eyes have to get fast.
There was something that I saw last night after we were finished. Former Cowboy wide receiver Jesse Hawley
Yes.
And he said, this is one thing I want people to really understand. There's a difference between speed and tempo. There is a tempo to coming off the line. There is a tempo to making your break. That's what people don't understand is the difference between speed and tempo. And it's true.
To add to that, especially when you hear people fall in love with combine numbers and he ran this, he ran that, and most of a lot of the fans too, they had a great combine. Well, teams already know who they want based on the film. The speed and pads is what you want. Don't worry.
Yeah, but don't forget, we just saw with the first overall pick what happens when you show up with a great combine, right?
Yeah.
Because his film doesn't justify and we've talked about it ad nauseum. Yeah. His film doesn't justify him being the first overall draft pick, right? Yeah. So this is the problem that we have in this era now. Yes, we get to see this sort of stuff, but because the way they talk about it, the fans get involved. The media machine that is ESPN and the NFL Network get involved. They're mock guys, There's your result, right?
Yep.
Whereas anybody that's ever spent any time between those lines, I've never run 40 yards in a straight line in my lifetime on a football field. Not once.
Well, I was on special teams, so probably yes for me.
I know I have some of the receivers I had to cover. So,
again,
and everybody always wanted to challenge me vertical when they had the least success challenging me vertical. I didn't understand that. Everybody always saw me challenge him vertical, and it never worked. It was very rare. I think if I recall all my years of playing, when I've given up touchdowns, it's happened. Maybe once or twice I've given up a vertical route for a touchdown.
Yeah,
it doesn't happen. It doesn't happen often, right?
No. It's a very rare occurrence. Let's put it that way, right?
You had a better chance of catching me on a hitch or on an out, and it was dangerous on the outs because my pick six came off an out. All right, so it was dangerous throwing an out my way. But when you did, it was usually because I was playing soft on a down where I was allowing you to have that out. So you're better off throwing the hitches and the outs than you were going vertical. So, but the thing, and in the tempo, that's the thing about it. When I played against guys who played NFL ball, or at least were in NFL camps, those guys were hard to cover because they understood tempo. They understood I just can't explode off the line when I'm going vertical. They understood my out pattern has to look like my 9 route. It has to look my slant route has to look like my whip route. So there were things that they did to understand and say, I got to set this corner up just as much as a defensive end has to set up an offensive tackle for his pass rush. So those guys were a lot harder to cover, even though athletically they may not have been overly superior, which is why they were playing against me. But they had the skill set to separate themselves from a lot of the guys at the level we played at. So,
and there's no better example in football right now than the guy that is going to get his ring this year, and that's Cooper Kupp.
Yes, yeah, and he's a guy that lives off a tempo. Yeah, because his separation skills come off that. I lull you to sleep with this speed here. Oh, by the way, here's my actual top speed, which may not. If I was running this from the start of the snap, I wasn't going to separate from you. But because you geared up at this level, and I'm faster at gearing up, and I can pull away. Now you're in trouble, And there are guys that get that. One guy that never got that was Darius Haywood-Bay. Darius Haywood-Bay was 100% off the snap every time, despite how fast that he was.
I can give you a long list.
Yeah,
Azir Akeem. There's a long list of guys.
Oh yeah.
Because
Al Davis likes his speedy receivers.
Mm-hmm.
But all the great wide receivers are great actors, right? They're great or liars, deceivers, but they're able to sell you a bill of goods. Mm-hmm. And Rice was probably the greatest receiver, and maybe the greatest football player, maybe the greatest football player to play football. But he wouldn't let you leave practice until he could make you be wrong 10 times out of 10. He'd say what route I'm about to run, and then you'd have to guess at like step 3. and he wouldn't leave practice. He was wrong 10 times out of 10. Then practice could end. People hated Barry Rice because he would make practices go long because he wouldn't be satisfied until he could make everyone wrong on what route he was running.
You know, we've talked about a bunch of guys. We have not talked about some of these offensive linemen that are still out there. Alec Lindstrom still out there.
And this is because everybody recognizes he cannot play with power.
Mm-hmm. Yep. We have not seen. Have we seen Tyrese Robinson go off the board? I don't remember seeing Tyrese Robinson go off the board.
No, that's the one I'm waiting on. Yeah. I mean,
how about Cade Mays? Anybody seen Cade Mays go off the board?
Cade Mays,
no.
He's go off a little later, but he'll go off, but he hasn't gone off yet. Jatire Carter hasn't. I mean, there's going to be.
Well, I didn't expect Carter to go off just yet. I have a feeling he's going to fall to the 6-7.
Sixth round, right? Sixth
round.
I think
he's going to fall to the 6-7.
I think he and Cade Mays are going to go off within a few picks of each other.
But Tyrese Robinson does something that Jeff points out on the show, especially when it comes to guards in the running game. He does not look where his running back is going. He's looking for his next victim.
Yes.
And it is without fail. There was not one time where that head turned to look what was going on with the running back. Not once.
Right.
And that's why he
yells at, your line coach yells, if you want to watch the game, buy a ticket.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. That's right. That's right. But he goes for that. He goes for that second level, and I mean, it's bang bang. It's there. So I don't know, and he's. It's not like he's in a bad program.
No, I'm wondering if it's something medically that we don't know about. I'm wondering if there's more of a play style issue that they don't really like about him. Because have we said Jamari Sawyer? Because I haven't remember seeing
Sawyer hasn't,
but he's going off. Part of it is positional value, and it's a term people hate. You know, I get it, but it's a real thing in the minds of a lot of NFL teams.
Mm-hmm.
They say we can wait. We can wait on centers. We can wait on guards. They say that. They say it. They say it out loud sometimes. Even they'll just admit it. Oh yeah, we wait on those guys.
Mm-hmm.
We feel like there's not that big a difference between this guy and that guy once we get to this point in the draft. And if we don't get that guy, we'll get the other guy. That's how they are about certain positions.
Well, Greg, you wanted linebacker Damone Clark is coming to Dallas.
There you go. And he would have gone earlier if not for his medical situation.
Not happy.
Well,
I disagreed with you about Grant Delpit a couple years ago because I thought Delpit shied away from contact.
Yeah.
I don't. This is where I had Sauce Gardner over Stingley because, again, Stingley shies away from contact.
Mm-hmm.
The other guy on the LSU defense that shied away from contact, the Dallas Cowboys just took him. Brian Broaddus, and Hellman, you boys will all be happy because you got an LSU tagger. I'm not happy. He's going to sit a year because of the surgery.
Right.
And he shied away from contact. I don't want guys who on defense that shy away from contact, period. And that was something I saw in Clark.
Yeah.
Rawr.
Yeah, you're having a Mickey moment there.
I'm going Mickey. I'm going on Mickey now.
If you're a Cowboy fan and you listen to their web media, you know who Mickey Spagnola is.
Yes, Spagnola,
Yes, well, yeah. That matter of fact, when he has his moment, they play him going. Yeah.
Well, let's see who the Lions grab.
Yes. So the Lions are on the board now. They should have their pick is in. So Dallas is actually on the clock. It's a little slow on the internet. And so Dallas had the Lions are sandwiched between
James Mitchell from Virginia Tech.
Oh,
yeah,
solid,
there it is.
Solid pitch. Solid pick.
Yep. Yeah.
All right. So speaking of, we have a Lions enthusiast here. So what do you think of this one, Mike?
Well, I trust that. I don't have all the film of these guys, but I have full trust in Mr. Brad Holmes, and I think this is the most excited I have been in my lifetime with this front office. And I think there's very good chemistry with Brad Holmes, Dan Campbell. There was rumblings that Brad Holmes is a Thibodeau guy. Dan Campbell is a Aiden Hutchinson guy. But from what I've seen, and they released the War Room draft video, and I think that was all a wash. And I think they're both on the same page, and they both knew who they wanted right off the bat. Read this morning that Aaron Glenn would just be blowing up Dan Campbell's phone about all the things that, this is what we can do with Aiden Hutchinson on our team. So it's coming together nicely. And they got the film on here right now with James Mitchell. So this is, they got TJ Hawkinson. A lot of people were in, from what I've seen from the Lions fan base when that first pick was announced, I was on board with it because I knew what kind of tight ends come out of Iowa, and they're the total package you want in a tight end, especially learn under Kirk Ferentz. They know how to block big size like Rob Gronkowski. I thought it was a good pick, not like the Eric Ebron pick. He just had his. We've seen the drops. Pittsburgh, he had a fair season with the Colts, but I think it's upwards from where the Lions are right now. And once we talked about yesterday, culture, that's the big emphasis on what they're trying to build in the locker room. You see Dan Campbell, they're still all there in the draft room. It's a full-on team effort here with everybody there. And it's going to be incredible. I'm looking forward to what's coming up. And the schedule looks a little better than it has been in previous years because, you're going to start playing all the teams that finished last in their divisions. But I don't know. It's too early to have playoffs for sure, but definitely an improvement. They're a really gritty team playing under Campbell. They play hard for him. They love him. You see their celebrations in the locker room. They like Dan Campbell. He's like a big brother to all these guys in the locker room versus previous coaches. Caldwell's like a dad. I compare to. Everyone loved and respected him when he would talk in the locker room. The whole locker room would quiet. And Caldwell never had to raise his voice. The whole locker room respected his coaching and his leadership. Patricia, I think he's more of like an uncle deal, but kind of angry all the time. Doesn't talk. But Dan Campbell's the big brother, and he's got another cool guy in Brad Holmes, and I am so excited right now. It's going to be a fun ride.
All right. So
now, as a former resident of Arkansas, and, also the school that Jerry and Steven attended, woo, Pig Suey,
and John Steven.
And John Steven, yes.
And John Steven.
The youngest of the Jones clan there.
Third generation now.
Third generation, yes. But woo, Pig Suey, outside of Felix Jones, the Cowboys took a Arkansas Razorback, John Ridgway.
By way of Illinois State.
Right?
Illinois State, yeah. He's a transfer up, not down.
Yeah. So I like that pick.
He's got some Tim Crumrye to him. I mean, he's a old tackle. You're not going to get a lot of pass effect in the passing game out of him, but he's going to be good against the run. He's going to hold his position. I like that pick for a reason, Bill. The last two playoff losses, 440 yards against. That's why I like the pick.
I think that you need these guys. I know we talked about the value for these players has kind of dropped over the years. That bigger body, that nose tackle body, but you need these guys, especially. You look at the way defenses have to play now. You have to play lighter. You have to play faster. All right. So you're adding smaller bodies to the defense, but in the middle, you still have to have size because you can't get moved, right? You have to have bodies inside that are going to hold up and allow those force the offensive linemen not to get second level on your linebackers. Right. So you still have to have stout, thicker players inside that are going to make it hard for them to get off those combo blocks. And I think what you're getting is they may be falling down draft boards, but those guys are still valuable. But people don't value the trash can full of dirt deep nose tackle that doesn't get moved. Right. But you have to value them in these spread sets that teams are using now. Just like you still value it at the college level. Everybody has to get one because plain and simple, they don't want to get gashed up the middle in the run game. So these guys with the spread defenses now, the nickels and the dimes they're playing. They have to have a guy in the middle that doesn't get moved. You still have to have it. It's not
gotta have your Vince Wilfork.
Yeah, it's not an obsolete position. It's just a part-time position. You know?
And it's got its place. And what it allows the Cowboys to also do is move on from somebody who doesn't have a sponsor with them at all anymore, and Tristan Hill. Goodbye, Tristan.
Right.
You can go sleep in somebody else's meeting room.
Yeah. Yeah.
And a round or so later, you're going to see guys like Noah Ellis, some other of those, as you said, trash can full of dirt. In the case of Noah Ellis, a trash can full of concrete. But you're going to see all those guys go about another round later.
Now, in this point in the draft, I mean, from what you guys see and experience, like, do you think the trading's done? Teams have what they have?
No, there are trades going on. It's just there's because teams are positioning themselves for a certain guy. See, at this point in the draft, you can still wait for the board to follow you, or if there's a guy that you're not. Some teams don't have a 6th round pick. I got a 5th rounder. I'm going to go get him now because plain and simple. I'm going to have to wait till round 7 to get a quality guy, or Ariaza goes off the board. So. I'm not going to get that chance to draft somebody. What's it going to cost me in some cases? A future, this is the 5th round. It's going to cost me a future 4th, which will give me the absolute equal value for the pick that's coming off the board. Because usually when you trade the future picks, they fall back around as far as value.
Yeah, if you're trading a 5th round today, that's actually a 6th round pick for next year.
Right.
Really? Yeah. In terms, right?
Yeah.
So this is where though there's still going to be deals, etc. But now this is where the scouts push hard for their pet cat.
Right.
This is pet cat time.
Yeah. This
is a guy I've watched in this many games. This is a guy that I've seen do this and do that. He can help us. Bang, bang, bang. They're pushed. This is where their homework comes into play.
Absolutely. And you want to get, and from what Dan Hatman and the scouting, these a lot of the scout, it's NFL, not for long. So you better hope you get a guy in that meets the grade and make sure, the scouts, you got to look out for your profile too.
Yeah.
Like, stick around.
But this is where we're in a territory still where now in most normal years, these guys are like almost pure projects. Like they're almost pure projects. Not this year.
Right.
This year, we're going to not touch projects until the 7th round. Even the 6th round is full of absolutely guys who are NFL draft gradable, legit football players. That's what makes this one different.
Yeah.
Normally, you got 150 to 160 guys. There's over 220 this year, just because of the size of the class.
Yeah. So we're in round 6. Here's a trade now.
Here's a trade. I see it now.
Yeah. So the trades are happening. They're just not magnified as much because the values are so low now. These when it was my
trade. There have been a few trades actually.
Yeah, we're at 181, right? So you look at it now. 181 is only a 19-point value. So these are so low value trades that they're not even going to really cover what the details are on there anymore.
No, we'll find out after. They don't even.
Yeah, this is like penny stocks when it comes to trading these picks. So,
what a weekend so far, though. I mean, I think this is going to be and what we talked about too, and the way, and you hear all the analysts too, the way, and we're seeing, and I'm kind of just echoing off of Booger McFarland here, but the way we're seeing the draft play out is telling us what the game is doing.
Yes.
That's all wide receivers, and like Greg talked about, edge rushers being, you're going to have, it's a passing league, and then to combat that, you have to go get the quarterback.
Yeah.
And I think we're going to see one more specialist taken. I mean, there might be a long snapper, but I think the other specialist gets taken is Jonathan Garibay from Texas Tech. I think that's a chance to be drafted as well.
I saw the San Diego State punter just off the board to Buffalo.
Right. Yeah, and the one other one I gave a draftable grade to at least was Jonathan Garibay, the Texas Tech place kicker. But we'll see. But I think he goes, late, like middle to late 7th.
And I wasn't a big fan of it before because, when they added that when the NFL added that 7th seed in the NFL, that thing, I was like, oh, it's going to water down the playoffs. But really, I think it was the opposite last year. It was so intense to teams that were still in the mix for this thing. And
that's the whole thing. As soon as one league does it, another league will jump onto it. The play-in work for the NBA, right. we need an extra round because guess what? That's it. It's this.
That's if NBA owners had it their way, they'd want to win all the series in Game 7. Keep some fans coming.
But they've gone to the play-in format, right? Yeah. Well, the play-in format is the same kind of idea. It gives you an extra couple of games that everybody's watching. That's more revenue for the league. Having the 7th seed now does that same sort of thing.
Yeah.
Right. It gives the interest going down to the finish in the regular season. You got to keep your eyes on it. Ratings stay high. If ratings stay high, ad revenue is massive.
Oh,
right.
Yeah. The NFL, it's a juggernaut. And we talked about this in our class recently. Just the big controversy is the stadium structures of these new stadiums, right? And Buffalo, it's the right time. The timing is right to construct a new stadium, but when I don't want to get too much into like taxes things, but are the Buffalo fan base isn't going to say no? It's either vote to agree for the taxpayers to fund the stadium, or we're going to go move somewhere else.
Right.
Well, it's like we talked about with FedEx Field. Goodbye, FedEx. They're going to move further west into Virginia because that's where they're going to get their best break, and those fans are going to swallow it.
And it's just incredible just how much football is a staple here. And it's everywhere. And one league I'm hoping to really kick off too is the Women's Football Alliance. I really hope they get a good TV deal at some point. So football is for everybody, and it's embedded into what we have here.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm excited to see women's football come up into the national spotlight as somebody who I've been exposed to women's football, and I'm not talking about flag. I'm talking about
and pads. We have the.
I'm talking about. I've been exposed to it for over 20 years. Okay, there were leagues around in New York when I was playing, all the way from back in the mid 90s, and it was the Long Island Sharks when I coached in Connecticut with the militia. We had the Danbury Records, which became on which eventually transitioned over to the Falcons. So there have been women's leagues out there for years, and I think you're finally just starting to say and take it seriously enough where they're going to put money into the project, which is finally long overdue. It shouldn't just have been integrate women into the NFL, their own, just like you have the WNBA. There's nothing wrong with having a women's football league. There's nothing wrong.
Because I'm sure there's a lot of women. They would love to see, a woman lead a 2-minute drill right down the field, just like I would love to see that.
Yeah.
My guys just got drafted, Kyron Johnson.
He's
very athletic, super athlete. Another 220-pounder, a guy that would have been maybe undersized not that long ago, but now he's perfectly sized. And runs extremely well, moves extremely well, and despite being a smaller guy, can actually pass, as you're seeing. I was going to say, it gives you some pass rush. You just saw he's not very big, but he really understands leverage. Look at him flatten his back and use, well, not so much in that rap. He just ran around people there. But he knows how to flatten his back and use leverage despite being a smaller guy, and really has good hand usage. So he's going to be a 3-4, weak outside linebacker, I'm guessing. And you could probably get him up to about 242, 243. I think his body will hold that without him losing anything. But he's a fun player.
Yep.
He and Timmy Horn at Kansas, which was, I watched Kansas football, so you don't have to. But they were the two best players on a otherwise not very fun team to watch. But he and Timmy Horn, their D tackle, were both really good.
Yeah, it's funny because everyone goes SEC. We talk about SEC teams and SEC football. Well, the weakest SEC teams still produce pro prospects, right? So,
Tennessee and Kentucky. Look what they're.
Vanderbilt. Well, maybe not
Vanderbilt.
We
haven't seen a Commodore yet this year.
Nope. I don't think.
Well, even maybe a backup defensive lineman on Alabama would still get a look from scouts and the coaches.
So, when you talk about some of these programs and you see some of these guys that are mid majors, and it goes, well, level of competition. Well, all the Power Fives are top heavy. Let's be realistic. Right? SEC, there's a group full of elites, and then there's the rest.
Right.
Okay. There's a group full of elites in the Big 12, and then there's the rest. All right. So, how do they solve the issue of accepting the American as a Power 5 and make it a Power 6? They took their top teams. So obviously the American wasn't as weak as everybody made it out to be, right? So you take their teams, you include them in the Power 5, and all of a sudden the Power 5 is still elite, and we're better than the rest. So it's just the same thing. Okay, the top, every one of those conferences top, even the Pac-12. Okay, how long has it been since we talked about some of the other schools at the bottom of the Pac-12 being a powerhouse? We haven't in a long time. Sure. Okay, and honestly, there was a time. Wasn't Colorado Pac-12 at one point?
Colorado. I mean, not Pac-12. They are still Pac-12.
They still are.
Okay, yeah. All right, so because for a second I thought they left.
Yeah, they're still in the Pac-12.
But we haven't talked about Colorado in a long time.
Probably since they beat Michigan at the Big House.
Right. Yeah. Two players who deserve to be drafted in this draft. Carson Welch should go off the board soon, and Nate Landman probably right into the seventh, maybe.
Yeah. So Kyron Johnson, we talked about him. How about Darian Bevers coming off?
Darian Bevers is another guy that gives you that versatility, right? He can play any of the linebacker positions, literally any. Probably in both a 3-4 and a 4-3. He can play inside. He can play outside. He has enough length and strength that you can ask him to hold up against offensive linemen. He moves well enough that he can cover. I mean, he's not an elite coverage player, but can he cover okay tight ends? Like, not the elite tight ends, but yes, he can cover okay tight ends. He can cover normal running backs, not Christian McCaffrey, not Kamara, no. But can he cover the next group of running backs coming out of the backfield? Sure. So he can do a little bit of everything, and he's going to help on special teams, which probably his main job's going to be right out of the box.
See, New England just took a running back, Kevin Harris, out of the South Carolina game.
Kevin Harris is and the second Gamecock, right, off the board.
Yeah.
Because Ingbar went earlier, so that's two Gamecocks.
I have a question, though. This is something that's been kind of, a big topic in recent years. Started with Christian McCaffrey, but you guys as scouts, when you put in emphasis on the bowl tape, right, where new players sitting out of bowl games, and as somebody wanting to go into player representation, I get it. Like, hey, you got to do what's best for you. But wouldn't you think, though, that bowl game, if you have an opportunity to go against an SEC left tackle and you're an edge rusher, once you in the first game, from what I hear from scouts, the first game they watch is the bowl tape, right? And is that something where scouts, and that's something you want to see the matchups, right? What do you guys think about?
We're already seeing that change, because these guys are saying, I'm not going to injure the injury risk factor. I'm not going to play, right? Yep. So when you're not facing the star, it's going to devalue that film. Right. What you're focusing in on is a conference championship game versus the bowl game.
Yeah. What's your one of your main reasons why they also took the bowl tape? Because it was their best chance of seeing them against the top competition, right?
Yeah.
Some of your better teams were always in these bowl games. It was a better matchup than watching some of the games where they may have gotten off against a lesser opponent. So you try to discount as many of those and try to put up against a better competition. Those are the games you want to evaluate. Their better game versus a better opponent, their worst game versus a better opponent. You want to get as many of those games as possible. So like what I'm going through, and I'm picking the games that I want to see for certain guys, especially when I'm on the road and I get a chance, I don't get a chance to go national. So I got to watch film for some of the guys national, but I get a chance. Like prime example, Stanford. I rarely get to see Stanford in person. So when they came down here to UCF, you better make sure my butt was at UCF, because the guys that I wanted to see at Stanford, I got to see up close in person. I was like, okay, and I got to take the notes. And other than that, I still get to see them a couple of times a year. Well, I can stay up and watch them on Pac-12 on the Pac-12 stuff anytime, but you get to see them against Notre Dame, national televised game every year. So there are games you're going to see against certain schools, but it's one thing to see a guy on TV. It's another thing to go down to that field level, stand next to him, and go, yeah, he's 6'5". Yeah, he is every bit of what he is. I'm looking at the build on him. Yeah, you can add more weight to his body. Well, he's got to get some lean muscle. He can't have that heavy muscle on the offensive line at the next level. You get a good feel for the player. Mm-hmm. Seeing them, but also not only in person, but seeing them against competition is going to help. So having them, I never saw Alabama live in person until I actually got to see them at the Citrus Bowl. So, it's one of those things where seeing a guy on film is great, seeing him live, but also seeing him against the competition you need to see him against. So nice to play the Fort Valley States and put up 200 yards rushing, but can you put up 200 yards rushing when I get to watch you in a bowl game versus, per se, Michigan, se, Ohio State, against a team that we consider top level. And it's going to, are you able to produce? That's when we talked about Jack Cohn, right? Seeing him once again, he struggled against some of the mid-majors. He struggled against Toledo, right? Yeah. But then he goes to the bowl game and lights it up in the first half, and then falls off late in the game. That's the Jack Cohen I know and love.
Right. Well, the funny thing is, a guy like Bryant Koback had a better game against Notre Dame than he did against Colorado State. Colorado State bottled him up. He had so that's why people say, level of competition, blah, blah, blah. Bryant Koback had a much better game against Notre Dame. Yes, Colorado State shut him down, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah. 1 week later. So sometimes people overrate level of competition. Quite frankly. Toledo's defense was a better defense than people realize, first of all.
It was. There's
guys on Toledo's defense we're going to see next year in the draft who are good.
Well, that pass rush at Toledo is amazing. And I think overall, you're going to see a lot of those guys, when we talk about next year in the draft, a lot of those guys are going to be a lot highly sought after.
Probably they got 4 on that line that are eligible next year.
Yeah. I say Toledo's got some, and they've got some guys in their secondary I like. That's a much better team. It's a better program than people realize.
Program, right?
Because I hate when we talk FBS and we talk Power 5 and everybody else. To me, FBS level is no different in football than it is with basketball. You have your majors, your mid-majors, right? And then you go down to FCS and everything else. All right. They discounting the mid-majors is part of the problem with evaluating FBS talent. And that's where you get the guys. You must have seen. I didn't see what you were seeing, Bill.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. So I was saying Vadarian Lowe, who was the best offensive lineman, Doug Kramer's second best offensive lineman at Illinois this past year. Mm-hmm. He's not. He just has to get on I-57, right?
Yeah, Illinois to Minnesota.
No. He's not going to Minnesota. He's going to get on I-57.
Yeah,
pretty much.
But you said Vadarian Lowe?
Yeah, he's
Minnesota picked him up.
No. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought he went to. Oh, you know what? I'm looking at the clock, not the team to pick. Okay, you're right. So he's not getting on 57. He's getting on Interstate 90, and then hitting the
Illinois tollway, man.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Right. Yeah.
And then you had Christian Benford, cornerback from Villanova.
Yes, another one of my guys.
All right. So we're seeing those smaller school guys.
He uses term physical a lot, but he is a guy that does not mind contact. In fact, he enjoys contact.
Mm-hmm.
He seeks it out. You said guys shy away. There's no shy away in Christian Benford. Zero shy away in Christian Benford.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here's where you in the small school picks. Here's where the scouts slamming their fist on the table. I saw this guy. I want him. So
how about this? Zach Tom, right? I believe didn't he go to the Bears, right?
Yes. Yeah, that's why I said I really liked what the Bears have just done
Well, how about this? You're going to have Zach Tom and Zachary Thomas
Right.
on the Bears. You're going to have both of the Toms.
Yeah.
On the Bears. They just took them from
Brady
San
Hope?
Diego State.
There you just see some of that what I was talking about with Christian Benford. He just basically collapsed a person.
Mhm.
But yeah, he has a very aggressive approach to playing the position. Good ball skills, good athlete, and he comes downhill with bad intentions. Big fan of Christian Benford.
See,
That's one thing for San
there's
Diego
where-
State. With,
Yeah, San Diego State. I was just going to say.
But as for head coaching, there's going to be some talent coming out of San Diego State, and say what you want about Brady Hoke, but I think San Diego State's a good program for a coach like him. The expectations are probably a little higher in Ann Arbor, but I think it's a right fit. San Diego State gets some quality players in there. I think he's a good coach. He's really personal, especially when you talk about coaching in the trenches. He's very passionate about coaching the defensive lineman. That's his bread and butter. So future years, I think he's going to get quality players coming out of there.
And Rocky Lowe left him a very nice, he kept some of Rocky Lowe's coaches intelligently enough, but Rocky Lowe had already set up one of the better defenses in the Mountain West for him to just sort of step in. And Rocky Long doesn't get enough credit as a great defensive mind in the history of the game. The 3-3-5 that is now becoming almost, everywhere in college football, he didn't invent it, no. But did he innovate it? Did he make it the thing that now some people are embracing? Yes. Like when he had, once again, Brian Urlacher, which helps obviously, but you go back and watch that New Mexico, what he did at New Mexico with Brian Urlacher and the Lobo backer, right? That he didn't invent the position for Urlacher, but Urlacher perfected it. A guy who plays at all three levels of the defense in different situation and returns punts. And in his case, becomes your Vrabel, your short yardage goal line tight end. But he really showed how difficult it is to know who to block, right? Yeah. And so you don't know who's coming half the time with that 3-3-5 stack. And you have to have versatile, smart players to do it. So when he left to go back home, right? He goes back home as a D coordinator this time instead of as head coach. But he leaves for Brady Hoke, this very nice system with really good players, and he kept a couple of the coaches, which was very smart of him. So, yeah, it's a good situation. And the advantage they have is they still do some things that are sort of old school football. They have –
Well, I was going to make that point, too. Go ahead, continue.
They have power runners, blocking tight ends, big offensive linemen. I mean, it's very Midwestern, obviously. And Hoke said, yeah, Southern California, palm trees, nice. I'm about to bring a bunch of 380-pound dudes and slam into you. Enjoy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it's funny you touched on the 3-3-5, right? It's funny how what was old becomes new.
Yeah.
Right? So we've seen the transition because the 4-3 and the 3-4 were the cutting-edge defenses for a while, right? Before we got to this era of air-it-out spread football, speed matchup football. So you needed to put more speed than those defenses had. So now you've gone, 3-3-5 and 4-2-5.
4-2-5.
Right. So, but realistically, what those defenses are the lighter version of the 3-5-3 defense and the 4-4-3 defenses, which were because basically, if you look at some of the coaches at the college level that's really pioneered a lot of that stuff, those guys are still around in some shape or form. They're emulated on a lot of levels. One of the guys I know that's very emulated is at the smaller level is out in out in Long Island, LIU Post Bay. Where they talk 4-4, but realistically it's a 4-2-5. So realistically, all you've done is taken those two extra outside backers and converted them into nickel corner hybrids. So you have the flexibility in coverage, and it still has the stack look of the 3-5-3. So I think overall, when you look at it, I think there's what was old at one point, what was stuff that that became outdated because of the more pro style offenses presented is now come back into vogue just with the tweaking of lighter players. So so
Fordham tackle get taken off the board.
Nick Zakel.
He plays with edge. as they
Yes.
say.
Yes, he does.
Mean streak.
Oh yeah, love it.
He's a Niners type of lineman.
Yes. Athletic and with a little bit of a streak.
The second one they've taken this draft.
And I'm going to tell you, I'm excited because as somebody who
the Lions just got a steal.
Yes. So
tell me about him, Greg.
Malcolm Rodriguez, Oklahoma State. You have got a linebacker you guys are going to love.
Tell me about him. Well, I'm looking at the film here. It looks like he can read, goes up hard hitter. It looks like.
Some people have comped him a little bit to Zach Thomas. I won't go quite that far.
No.
But he's instinctive, he's smart, he's athletic, and a terrific tackler.
Yep.
Once again, 2-time state champion wrestler. He understands to get people on the ground.
Yeah. He knows how to get to you, and he knows how to put you on your back.
They say it's John Madden loves it when football players know wrestling.
Yep. Yeah, and that's true. That's true. Yeah,
that's exciting, especially this late in the draft.
That is a really good value pick right now for the Lions. That is value.
And their defensive staff that they have, Aubrey Pleasant, AG.
The head coach. Malcolm is the guy that wants to bite kneecaps.
Yeah. This motors just keep coming. Ever since the introductory press conference, the whole the city, the team just embodied that, and they just want to be gritty. And this even goes back.
I wouldn't want to meet Malcolm on special teams either, boy. Oh, look out!
Yes.
Oh, I'm looking forward to it, and
that's a steal. That is a nice pick.
Yes. So what we're going to do is it's time for another commercial break. We should have another guest coming on in a few more minutes. So things are going to continue to stay exciting as we're talking draft. We're talking about day 3. We're talking about the guys that you're not seeing constantly, and we're going to continue that. But first, it's time for some commercials. So we'll be back with more live draft coverage here at Nuts and Bolts Sports as we continue to cover the NFL draft day 3.
Pickup is a fan engagement platform that aims to build communities and turn the biggest headlines in sports into free-to-play props while rewarding fans for their hot sports takes. You've likely seen their props on Nuts and Bolts Sports and some of your other favorite online publishers and leagues like USA Today, NASCAR, Flow Sports, and others. Simply make your pick on the Pickup prop and verify your pick by entering your phone number, which you will use to track your picks. Accumulate points and exchange for prizes in their marketplace. Their merch ranges from Fanatics gift cards, cross nets just in time for summer, dugout mugs, and more. Make your picks ahead of the draft now. Enjoy 40% off site-wide. Vitable takes the guesswork out of feeling good. Get your own personalized daily vitamin pack safely delivered to your doorstep every month. Take their online quiz to find out which vitamins and minerals can support your personal needs based on your own diet and lifestyle. Hashtag only what you need, nothing that you don't. All vitamins are manufactured in Australia at the highest quality standard. Ingredients come in the best form for their absorption by your body. Enjoy 40% off site-wide using code NBS40 at checkout.
The Team Nuts and Bolts Sports Store is officially open. Log on to www.teamnbsmerch.com and get your t-shirts, hoodies, polos, all sizes available. Once again, log on to teamnbsmerch.com. Get yours today. All right, so let's recap a couple of picks probably that happened while we were gone. So Jalen Naylor, Michigan State, to the Vikings. Justin Schaefer, another one of those guards from Georgia we talked about, to the Falcons.
We're ahead of Jamari Sawyer, huh?
Yeah, interesting. Yeah. Well, we saw a bunch of these guys, go ahead of Sawyer. Amari Barno, edge rusher, Virginia Tech, to the Panthers.
Nice. Big
Speaking of explosive.
Yeah.
Andrew Ogletree, Youngstown State. Now, that's a tight end I like that nobody talks about.
Well, some people talk about it. Because Will Massasak and I talked about a lot during the mock draft of Palooza.
Yes. Well, I got to see him at the Hula Bowl. It was the first time I got to see him in person. And boy, oh boy, this is a prospect that people were missing out on.
Yeah.
But we talk about, once again, another guys who has some size to him, has that athleticism to him. I think still a lot more room for improvement when it comes to blocking. But overall, the hands, there's some nice natural hands.
He is a very good value red zone target.
Yes. Now, so Dallas is taking linebacker Devin Harper from Oklahoma State.
Oklahoma State linebacker, yep.
Well, not the one I wanted. That went to Detroit, but I'll take him too. I didn't mind him as well.
Yeah.
So we're seeing value coming off the board here, though. I just want to. I think people are underrated. With a lot of people that are the casual NFL fan that don't appreciate what this part of the draft brings to your team until all of a sudden you see this guy making plays on TV. You go, where did this guy come from? I never heard of him before. Well, because you have to really pay attention to not only college football but to the draft process and understanding who's in the draft, what they did in college, what their skill set is, so hopefully if you're listening to this and you're not you're a casual fan, you're trying to figure out how to do it, Nuts and Bolts Sports Draft Central will be back next season. Okay, so we'll be back every season to update you on not only each position, all right, as well. We go through a position breakdown every year. Each position we talk about top of the board, bottom of the board. We don't just talk about top of the board. Right? So we try to educate you fully on this draft class. So, in another shameless plug, we are back for our recap show Wednesday night. It'll be the last show of the season. So, shameless plug there as well. All right. But yeah, I think what we're seeing is value players. We talk about how many times we talk about 7th round guys. People go, oh, he wasn't expected to make the team. Well, in whose eye wasn't he expected to make the team? Because I'm not drafting a player who's not expected to make my team. I want him to make my team so he can make my team better. So you should be paying attention. That's why we cut it back to 7 rounds. So you're not drafting a guy for no darn reason.
Well, what did we say? What did we say last year, Jeff, about McQuamu? Yes. They did exactly what we said they were going to do with him.
Yes, converted him to safety, right? Because of the length, right, and the ability to put him at safety and expect him to develop and grow into a future starter for them. All right, and I think this year you may get that look because am I right? They did not resign
KZ.
Yeah, DeMonte Kesey. Thank God they didn't, because if you saw his play last year, it was atrocious.
He was the one. I mean, nobody went cheaper on the safety position than Dallas did last year, and it worked out, except for KZ.
Yeah, and the moving of Neal to that nickel slash linebacker worked out for them. The signing of Jaron Kearse got his best season out of him. And then you signed KZ, hoping that he could come out and play well at safety, and he gave up a lot more than he gave you.
But the kid that we just took, Harper, there's a certain guy named Leighton Vander Esch who just better be ready to rock and roll, because this kid Harper is going to be hungry.
Yeah.
And Harper could be a very cheap replacement for Leighton Vander Esch right now, even though Leighton's on that cheap 1 year prove it.
Yeah,
whatever.
well, I think he's an eventual replacement, but I think he's a bigger threat. If you're looking at that roster, he's a bigger threat to Francis Bernard. I think that's an indictment on. I think that's an indictment on Francis Bernard.
I don't even have Bernard staying on the team.
Yeah, those guys are the guys you got to worry about, because you drafted all of linebackers.
Actually, he's ahead of Gifford.
Yeah. Well, Gifford, did they even resign Gifford? That's a question. I don't remember. I don't think they resigned Gifford.
I think they did Gifford, but not Bernard. It's one or the other.
Either way, that was an indictment on those two. Gifford never. They kept developing Gifford into somebody he never became. And Bernard,
special teams contributor. That was it.
But Bernard never really made it into the defense at all. And it got to the point last year when they were down linebackers, they were doing everything to avoid putting Bernard out there. So, yeah.
And that tells you everything you needed to know.
Absolutely. So, we had fun with him last night. We decided to bring him back one more time. That's right. Well, bringing back for some for some Vikings commentary, because we have a Lions guy in the room already. About to keep it in the NFC North. We're going to go with our good friend Steve Rogers from Nuts and Bolts Sports.
Welcome.
Steve. All right, and yous.
Welcome for another day.
Yes. Yeah, so we spoke last night about the early picks for you guys, although you didn't have a lot of early picks. What do you think about so far today, the movement by you guys with the Vikings?
It's actually been kind of interesting. I'm sort of surprised. I like taking another cornerback, because we can't ever have enough of those, especially with wide receivers these days. So you got to have someone to stop them. So let's try and stop them. I like the pick at Caleb. Sorry if I murdered that there. Pronunciation is not my forte yet.
Don't feel bad. I butcher names on a regular. So
does indeed. I mean, he's been a killing spree.
I should work in a deli.
I'm actually kind of happy about the hometown pick they made later, which is, again, I'm going to attempt here to not murder this. Usezi Otomehu for the U of M, coming back to the Minnesota Vikings. I like that take. It's a good position and value at where they got him. He's about the same size, prototypical of Danielle Hunter, and gets to learn from him. So let's go.
Definitely. So are you feeling any better now? Because I know you were a little shaky about the draft yesterday. Today you're getting more picks in. You're getting to flesh out their draft class a little more. We're in the middle of the 6th now, so I know we got another round after this. But are you feeling any better about this offseason now?
Having another day to digest and do a little bit more research and take on who we do have, and look at how the operation of how they went to about getting the picks that they got and the trades they made. Still not sure I'm happy about them giving Green Bay exactly the wide receiver they wanted, because we have to stop him now twice a year.
Mm-hmm.
Helping Aaron Rodgers is never a good thing. Outside of that, yeah. I'm kind of liking how we're looking with our new general manager. He's starting to kind of turn my eye in a positive direction.
Okay, so we know the quarterback is the quarterback.
Yeah.
You have your loaded backfield. Your receiving core is amazing. So we got that part. You've added some offensive linemen to add to that depth there. You defensively, you've added to the cornerback room. Overall, you guys have done a good job of adding. At some point, there's going to be some subtraction to that room as well. How do you think you guys are going to hold up now? You've added a lot of young guys, but eventually you got to pay everybody. We've seen that before. Is the reason why Everson Griffin doesn't wear the uniform anymore. So yeah, it's the nature of the beast. It's literally come just like every other level of football where you're going to add and subtract every year. So tell me, you're going to the training camp in a few months. You're going to have your draft class. You're going to have your free agent class. Does this team inspire you with the new GM, new head coach? Does it inspire you to a little more confidence than you had going into the season last year with Zimmer's team?
I actually kind of am, honestly. I think that we are kind of flying under the radar with the amount of offensive weaponry we might be giving the season this year with the amount of wideouts and the emergence of Osborne. I think he will be a star at the third wide receiver for us, emerging, and the field is wide open with Delvin Cook healthy and Justin Jefferson going. I think Kirk Cousins is capable of leading a team into a playoffs. He's consistently putting up 4,000 yards. You can't do that by accident. So he's a decent quarterback, almost maybe good quarterback. So we'll see how that progresses. And again, I think offensively with a new offensive minded coach, we might be an offense to look out for this year.
Okay. All right. So, well, I think that definitely is going to change how you are. Do you think, because we have a defensive coach, they put so much stock in defense, it tends to, make the offense a little more ball control, a little more conservative. Opening things up, it puts a lot more stress on the defense. You think that defense is built to handle the added stress that this offense now, being a little more wide open and being a little more aggressive, is going to bring to the table? Because now you got to go from, we're trying to match 20, 21 points a game. That if you're scoring 30 points a game, you got to try and avoid giving up 30 points a game.
Right.
Facts. Yes. And I think there are a few pieces already in place and established here with, the likes of Danilo, as long as he can come back and show health again. We've got Harrison Smith at the back, who's phenomenal Pro Bowler every year. And then in between, you've got Eric Kendricks and maybe a little bit of resurgence of Barr at the end of Barr. We've got Zadarius Smith now. It's interesting, the linebacker room that we have. There's like 10 of them now after the draft. So I'm interested to see exactly what we're going to do with all those linebackers.
Well, you got a couple that are going to be coming up on deals soon. So I think that's one of the reasons why it's like, yeah, we're not going to be able to pay all these guys, especially because we keep giving this quarterback guaranteed money. So,
well, because of him, you have to nowadays.
Yeah. Well,
Justin Jefferson's going to have a new deal. I mean,
yeah. And honestly, you're getting to that point where Adam Thielen got paid, but he's going to want to get paid too. So do you eventually get to the point where he says, because Adam Thielen can easily go, yeah, I got my deal, but it's not worth as much. I'm not coming to camp. So that can happen easily. I don't think he's that kind of a player though, but don't rule out his agent putting a bug in his ear, because agents ultimately want to get paid too, just like their clients.
Absolutely.
So
knock on some wood there. I think we might get lucky and get a little discount from the hometown kid. I think he's just going to be happy to continue to finish his career here as a Minnesota Viking and spend his whole career here in Minnesota. I think that's kind of a goal of his, regardless of the money factor. So I think we might be able to keep him around and not break the bank.
I find it interesting, everybody, if you're watching if they're watching the stream in the background, that they have Ice Cube is performing in Vegas at the NFL draft. This is the second sporting event I've seen Ice Cube perform at in the past couple of months. He's really making the rounds. I think the first time in my life I ever saw a rapper perform at a NASCAR event, it was Ice Cube at the one in LA. So my mind is blown right now. That twice now I've seen Ice Cube in the same year he's performed at sporting events. But
his agent's setting some deals up, man.
yeah, I'm telling you. I'm telling you.
For the Raiders too on night one.
Did he?
Yeah. Raiders, yes.
Yeah.
He was right in the opening. He was right in.
Yeah. So he's been remaining loyal fan of the Raiders regardless of where they live. So.
Oh yeah. Yeah, he's silver and black. He's
for sure.
All right. So
Cliff Harris University has just been represented. The Jaguars took my corner that I really wanted as a UDFA, Gregory Jr.
And I'll let Bill say the school name.
Wichita Baptist.
Wichita Baptist, exactly.
There you go. Okay.
What for old people like me, it's Cliff Harris University.
Yeah, well.
Yes. And the Cliff Harris Award is given each year.
Yes.
2 players that come from that level of football to the Defensive Player of the Year. And Gregory Harris was a finalist, in fact, for the Cliff Harris Award, his memory serves. But yeah, he's got a lot of things that you like. Obviously, there's, the fact he was dominant, obviously, because of his physical skills in dealing with players that don't know how to deal with a guy who's as talented as he is. But when he's been asked in all-star games to play against higher levels of competition, he did just fine. Yeah. So I don't think it's going to be too big for him. I'll put it that way. But there's a lot to like about Gregory Jr. And, people always joke like, well, what's his last name? But yes, he is really a fun player to watch on tape. And ball skills, speed, size. Like he's got – when you see him, it's like, what is this guy doing here a little bit? There's a little bit of that when you watch him. Like, how is he not
at a larger program?
Yeah, how Big 12 or whoever, how did they all miss out on this guy? And you do watch him, but he's a talent. Like, he's a legitimate talent.
So, just a few minutes ago, Vikings took Vidarian Lowe, tackle. So, you're adding to depth at the offensive line. Now, you guys are pretty settled on the offensive line. So, overall, adding more depth is never a bad thing. This guy's going to be more of a project tackle. I think he's one of those guys that may develop into your swing tackle. I don't know if he's ever really going to take over. But you guys had a guy who I remember evaluating one of the first years we had coming to draft, and there's Brian O'Neill.
Yep.
And overall, his development into one of the premier right tackles in the league has been astounding because, you kind of beat him up a little because he was a little stiff-legged when he was coming out of Pitt. So overall, though, how do you feel about that offensive line in Minnesota? Because run blocking wise, you guys are phenomenal. Pass blocking guys, you still, once again, one of the toughest. Interior, you could use a little work, but overall, one of the toughest lines, especially in the North.
Yeah, and I think, obviously everything starts at the front of the line. So if you can't run, if you can't pass, then you really are stuck from the get-go and you're in neutral. So I don't mind having depth because you can never have enough because you can never count on when an injury is going to happen. So I like it, and project or not, Brian O'Neill is a great example of projects that do work. Danielle Hunter is also a project that did work. Both here. So I think we have a good training system established here that can develop players with the right potential. Also, why I like the move for Altumehu coming here as a project to follow in Daniel's footsteps.
And adding him adds to that rotation defensive lineman that you're probably going to see there. That's the beauty of this draft is you're getting quality depth in positions where normally in this we're drafting guys here that are either just projects or special teamers. We can have special teams value. He has this value. This draft, I think you're still going to get guys that are going to be solid contributors in rotations, solid contributors depth-wise as far as you may have an issue with a player who has a hard time staying healthy, a guy that could come in and start for you 3-4 games without a huge fall off. And I think, when you're seeing some of the guys that y'all are taking, I think that it's working to your advantage. Now, you didn't get the cornerback talent you wanted, though. Do you think that's going to play out? Because we talked about Green Bay getting their wide receivers in this draft to go along with Lazard returning, to go along with Randall Cobb still being there. Boy, Randall Cobb still being there. And
the remains of him.
Yeah, that's going to be a tough out for you guys. We see the upgrades of Detroit Lions. They're coming up. Those guys actually beat you last year. So, that's got to be a sore point for them as well. And then you have Chicago, who's right now still filling out new staff, new this. You're going to have a lot to deal with next year. Overall, where do you see this team placing next year?
I mean, overall, I do kind of feel like we're at place with our roster, both offensively and defensively, that we actually kind of are sort of in the 1-2 kind of pecking order in the NFC North still. We have enough talent on the offense that we could put up enough points that could scare you, and we potentially have a defense that could stop you from keeping up with us. So if those two play nicely together, and it's also all unknown because it's an entirely new coaching regime. We are switching from a 4-3 to a 3-4 defensive scheme. So it's all going to be new, and we'll have to see what happens.
Yes. Well, all right. So we want to know. Inquiring minds want to know, especially the Detroit man in the room, the Michigan man in the room. Are you finally gonna knock off the Packers for the North? Because people are tired of seeing Green Bay keep running it back every year. Yeah.
I think the Bears fans, Vikings fans, and Lions fans will gladly team up to take down the Packers.
I think most of the NFC itself would be happy to see the Packers get taken down, outside of maybe the Cowboys fans. Don't know why. But anyway, moving on from that.
We have despised them for many years. We're not fans of Green Bay. No.
Yeah, well, listen, you can go as far as back as the Ice Bowl. They're stopping Dallas from advancing anywhere. And then you can just go to recent years.
Well, there was that
the Dez catch. You can go to the Jared Cook catch. I mean, right now, Dallas. There's nobody in Dallas that has any love for anything Green Bay. All right, not the cheese, not the players, nothing. Okay.
Well, we did have those middle years in the '90s when they had Brett Favre there. We love the Packers. Bring on Brett.
Yeah. Even
Bring
when they
Brett
did
down, he can come every year. We'll kick his ass one more time.
Yes. And honestly, they even owned him early in Rodgers' career. He couldn't beat him. It wasn't until after.
It wasn't until we switched stadiums.
Yeah. It wasn't.
Until, that was the downfall. Yeah.
That is true.
McCarthy went down there.
I hear you.
Until McCarthy went down there to coach.
Well, it had nothing to do with McCarthy. Garrett couldn't beat him in the playoffs either.
Yeah.
Honestly, they're the team that got Wade Phillips fired. Think about that. Okay, they got Wade Phillips fired. Wade was on thin ice, and they broke the ice. I said, "Hey, Wade, bye. You're gone."
As a Lions fan, I was just starting to like Mike McCarthy in Green Bay. Then he left for Dallas.
Right.
Yeah.
We were all starting to catch up to the Green Bay Packers with him in Green Bay.
Yeah.
But I think for where both Lions and the Vikings, based on the games last year, they were kind of shootouts between the Vikings and Lions. 29-27 final score in one game. Vikings got the other one in a close one. I think they're neck and neck. I think we're right on the cusp of being there. I don't know what how the Bears fans. I saw there was a Bears fan earlier, very happy with the draft picks. They have a new thing going, defensive coordinator. Now, a lot of fans, I think, would like to see offense finally for the head coach, but still defensive side of the ball. But I think both the stock of the Vikings, Lions, maybe the Bears going up, but I thought Packers were on a downward spiral to start the draft. I was like, ooh, they might not be happy with these picks, but they're coming around. They got the wide receiver, so we'll see what happens there. But I think it'll be competitive top to bottom in the NFC North.
Well, I'll tell you what. We're rooting for you guys to either one of you guys, any one of you three guys, to take the division back, because it just doesn't fit. When you look at that division, all right, you have fierce mascots, right? Lions, Vikings, Bears, and then you have
Cheesehead.
Packers.
What is with the
And then you have
cheese?
Packers. So, right, so by all means, please bring some ferocity back to the mascot leading the division, because it's gotten a little stale with some cheese at the top of it. Yeah,
Or just a person in shipping and receiving packing a box with packing tape.
Yeah.
Scary stuff.
I do have to say, I think we have the best wide receiver core in our division. So we've got that going. I mean, they did get one receiver. I still think you need 2 or 3 before you're really scaring anyone. You got to have multiple threats, because you can just double the one guy, and then we got to answer to whoever you have left, which bodes in our favor, I think. Packers still have some work to do offensively. I mean, it is still Aaron Rodgers, so he's still the scariest guy with the ball in his hands. So whatever, until proven otherwise. San Francisco seems to have his number, so maybe we should just give them a call. Find out what they're doing.
And maybe, with Aaron Rodgers' situation, and there's a crazy stat out there. Aaron Rodgers doesn't like having to come from behind, especially against winning teams. Yeah. And if you beat
let's not name Dallas. Let's throw that out there. Not name Dallas. He loves coming from behind against Dallas, whether they're winning or losing.
But I don't know how far. I forget how far back it goes. But if the Packers, if they lose to somebody in the regular season and meet that same team in the playoffs, Packers don't win that game. Yeah. And I think it's bizarre. And if you take his opinion, but Colin Cowherd says like Brady's a baller and Aaron Rodgers is a bailer. He'll bail out on the team if he doesn't get his way.
Well, 21 playoff games and he's only one game over 500.
I don't think, honestly, I don't see I don't see Aaron Rodgers leading the Packers to another Super Bowl. I don't
think so either.
I hope he hears you, because that's the kind of thing.
I hope he watches this show.
Well, the only way he's going to do it is if he doesn't run into San Francisco in the playoffs, because he seems to be his kryptonite in the playoffs.
I'll make it worse. The league is scheduling us. I know that we're going to get a damn December game in Lambeau because the Cowboys are on the schedule. They're going to make it in December. Aaron Rodgers, Micah Parsons is coming for your head. Done.
I hope it's week 18 now. Week 18, you got to come to Ford Field, Aaron Rodgers, to go to the playoffs. And you got to meet Dan Campbell and the Detroit Lions to get there.
Aiden Hutchinson.
Oh, my God. Yes. Coming after you.
Yeah. He's got a target, and he's put that target onto himself for other things as well. When he lost in the playoffs last year, after what went on throughout the whole nonsense of COVID, etc., there was so much joy in the world of social media seeing him lose to the Niners.
Yeah.
People weren't anti-Packer; they were anti-Rodgers.
Rodgers.
Well,
yeah.
I could tell you how he's going to cope with any loss or sadness this season.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. He's got enough money to burn, right?
Well, he didn't have enough money to give Devontae his buddy.
Didn't Dallas take another linebacker this year to side Parsons this year too?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
So,
and we took it. We took a sack artist. Yeah. But it's not just for Aaron.
No, it's for all of us.
We have another guy that plays for the nation's capital team that his former NFC East team used to say was so much better than our quarterback. That red-headed North Dakota quarterback that they got in Washington. Yeah, we're coming for him too.
Well, how about this? They got to deal with TB12 coming to AT&T Stadium this year too.
Unretired.
So, yeah, unretired and with a new set of weapons and
with new weapons.
Yeah, and no elements to worry about because we're
gonna have an officiating crew that's aware of You can't take your helmet off, Levante David. You can't do that. Oh, I forgot the official. No, that's right. The official.
Did you just
remember that part?
I'm going to mute you if you tell me you have confidence in officials again. I'm going to tell you.
No, man. you know I have none.
Okay.
When it comes to the Cowboys,
I don't have confidence in them on any level. And I'm a coach. I'm an administrator. I don't have any confidence in officials.
Lions fans certainly have zero confidence in officiating. It's they screw the Lions, so they screw the Lions on a penalty, and then they make sure they apologize, and then all of a sudden it just never happens again to any other team because then everyone remember the Detroit game, and then forever embedded into our minds. And the one that hurts us the most is that playoff game in Dallas, pass interference, pick up the flag. That's the one that still burns in the Detroit Lions fan base.
Yeah, well, listen, we got it worse the next week. Okay, we had a right, what is the rule on a catch? Right, you have to have irrefutable proof to overturn it. Right, the guy caught the ball, signaled catch on the field, and they come out with some bogus stuff saying it wasn't a catch, just like worse than a Megatron catch.
No,
it was even worse.
No,
it was worse than.
They corrected it for us. 3.5 years later, they corrected it.
That was the worst part about it. 3.5 years later, sorry, Tony Romo, we took your only real chance away at a Super Bowl away for the BS. Yeah, but enjoy that broadcasting job. Enjoy it. and enjoy it. Yeah.
Because really,
have the money wiping away the tears.
Yeah,
nice CBS.
Yeah, he needs that. He needs that too. He needs that too. You know. Every time they can talk about he choked in the playoffs, they go, "Oh yeah, well there was the catch that we actually caught the ball and they gave it back to Aaron."
Well, and if it wasn't working out enough for that, he's also got his Corona commercials too to fall back on.
Yeah, so. And sketches and a few other things. Yeah, I'm telling you, man, I'll switch with him anytime. He wants to drop some endorsements my way. I'll gladly walk around with no knees. I'll gladly walk around in sketches. Yeah, so
is it his back? I thought it was his back.
No, I'm talking about me not having any knees. Forget him. And forget him. And, he got the money to get his back fixed. Just to let you know that he had the money to get that fixed.
Peyton Manning got his back and nicked it and got the Super Bowl. So there's two ways to look at it.
You got to see our first Service Academy guy off the board in Second Lieutenant Jordan Jackson. We got to see maybe pound for pound the best, and a great blocking group of wide receivers. Maybe pound for pound the best blocker, Michael Woods II.
Yes,
he was devastating blocker. So we're seeing teams get specific needs handled here.
Yeah.
Speaking of specific needs,
and another one of those really fast guys from Baylor just went to the Bears.
Yes. Oh yes, so we got a lot of picks to recap there.
Well,
so
the Bears have a lot of work to do. So
yeah.
We got.
Well, you're trying to kick the one on top and you dump it on the bottom. That's just bad, guys. That's bad. That's bad. That's almost like Cowboy fans doing that to Washington. But anyway,
but they deserve it.
Yeah, well, listen.
I did want to point one thing out for this draft, as crazy as it's been. I want to say I think as a whole, the state of New York has crushed this draft. Not only the Jets, it's gotten incredibly better. I actually think the Bills have outdrafted the Giants.
They probably have.
Probably because the Giants draft on night one was really, really nice. Night one was really, really nice for the Giants, but after that, it's been kind of okay.
Yeah.
But the Jets and the Bills have had very good drafts. Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, well,
I think they hit a home run getting Dalvin Cook's brother at running back. If their biggest need was running back, and I think they just locked it up. But with that one,
as a former New Yorker, I'm just going to say this. I must admit the state of New York is kind of weird when it comes to NFL football because we do have technically one team.
Just football?
One team technically in the state. Technically, I mean, we do have New Jersey has two teams, but they count them as New York, and we do have Toronto Light up there, which is really we count as New York and Buffalo. So I mean, I mean. they've had very good drafts. Like even if the Giants come out of this with mediocre picks the rest of the way after day one, they've had a very good draft. Because they needed those 2 picks at the top. They really did. And you couldn't miss on one or either one or both of those picks.
And they hit on the tight end with Bellinger as well. They did hit up tight end.
So they can get through with just solid picks the rest of the way. They've already improved their team.
Do any worse when you're already at the bottom, so you can only go up from there. So the Jets could only go up from where they currently were. But again, I kind of wish the Vikings had been as aggressive as the Jets had been, and that 3 of their top 8 on day one.
Yeah. But I'll tell you what, though, they had a lot more picks than you guys to be aggressive.
They did a lot.
So that's the hard part is, do you move up and give up the limited capital you have? Well, you have a lot of capital. You're playing with house money. It's deal.
Well, I mean, the best thing the Vikings did was get that extra pick in the second, and the guy they took in the second with that extra pick, he is no lightweight.
No, I can't believe that. I actually had Booth posted as the guy we should have taken at 32 last night on night 1 instead of Scene. I had them flip-flopped. So, I mean, getting in the way.
Well, the extra pick, though, you got your guard in Ed Ingram from LSU. And he is a mean man.
Yes.
He's not gentle.
No. So.
Yeah.
We might be keeping Kirk Cousins upright. Dare I say 45?
Ed's going to be important to make holes for Dalvin.
Sure.
And because he in the run block, that is not somebody you want to play with. No.
And Dalvin Cook and Kirk Cousins with a play action game. I mean, Justin Jefferson over the top. Watch out.
They've got the Vikings have that ability to make some noise. They just need to put their stuff together at the right time. Kirk Cousins can't have the Carson Wentz moments that Kirk Cousins has had. Now, if you're the Lions fan that's here, our Lions fan would like to play the Vikings in prime time both occasions.
I don't mind Kirk Cousins, in the division.
Yeah, but Kirk in prime time has had issues, right? So get him in prime time games.
Give me Kirk Cousins in the 3:00 afternoon game all day.
Well, for us, for us Lions fans, it's always the 1:00 time slot, both in Ford Field or in the U.S. Bank 1:00 time zone. For us, we're on the Eastern, but
yeah.
And I like our chances anytime at home. We've got one of the best home crowd advantages out there, in my opinion.
You do. That is a loud stadium, and I don't know why they wanted to give you. Well, you need a dome the way you play, the state you play in, because there's no way you're playing. There's no way you play in December and January games.
Oh, nonsense! Bud Grant out in the t-shirt. What are you talking about?
That's why they built That's why they built the dome in the first place, because of Bud Grant
anymore. It's a new age.
Yeah, because Bud Grant's teams were out there with hypothermia.
They might not have won the Super Bowls, but they got there 4 times.
Right? Yeah.
I hope I get to see a Super Bowl.
One of them without that push off.
I hope I see one.
Well, Steve, it's been great, man. It's great hanging with you. We got to let you enjoy your weekend. We can't keep you all night, but thanks for hanging with us as we're getting towards the end of round 6. So make sure we got to get you around a little more often, man.
I'm all for it. I'm here.
Perfect. All right. So that was our Vikings insider. That's Steve Rogers here at Nuts and Bolts Sports. Thanks again, Steve.
Have a great night, guys.
You
Take
too.
Care, Steve.
Take care, Steve.
So let's recap the guys that we have missed recently. We got a lot of them. So we got to the Ogletree pick. We got the Devin Harper pick. The Jordan Jackson Air Force pick is the one that you made mention of. Jamari Sawyer finally goes off the board to the Chargers. Tyler Badie
Yeah.
to the Ravens.
For Tulane by way of Missouri, sort of a third down back type, very quick, really has great acceleration and a little more power than you expect from a smaller back.
So how about we talked about Great Jr. How about Grant Calcaterra from SAU? Goes to the Eagles.
Back from retirement at Oklahoma, goes to SMU and revives his career, now reunited with Jalen Hurts.
And how about this? Cade Mays to the Panthers.
Get this shot.
Sam Roberts to the Patriots. Keontae Ingram, running back from USC, to the Cardinals. Mike Woods, wide receiver from Oklahoma, to the Browns. Treston Ebner, running back from Baylor, to the Bears. Goes from one Bear outfit to another. Theo Jackson, cornerback from Tennessee, to the Tennessee Titans. In-state. A lot of in-state guys this year. A lot of in-state moves. Teams relying on those local prospects. Austin Deculus from LSU to the Titans. Let's see the Texans. Excuse me.
Texans. Yeah.
They have him listed at tackle. I think he's going to be guard as well. Matt Henningsen, tackle from Wisconsin, to the Broncos.
More interior.
All right, so we still got the Bears, whose pick is in. We haven't announced it yet. Steelers are on the clock with the Bills, Patriots, Rams twice, Falcons, Chargers, and we still got a ways to go. And we're going to close out the sixth with 2 49ers picks. So still a lot of value picks still on the board this time of the draft. And we're seeing that in these picks being made. Trying to see if there are still guys out there that I'm shocked are still on the street.
Carson Strong.
Yeah, well, we talked about that. I don't know what it is. We haven't seen too many quarterbacks taken, and at this point, I don't know if they're going to wait till the 7th to take a quarterback, so they don't have to fight over in free agency, or if they're just going to let them go to free agency and take guys that they think are going to contribute. I think that's what we might be seeing. So
it's not always a bad thing to be an undrafted free agent.
It's not at all.
Right, because now you get to pick the team. This is the team picking you.
And you get that better money up front. That's the better deal. The signing bonus. Hey,
signing bonus. Yep.
As they say in the Fifth Element, give me the cash. Okay, so, all right. We've seen the guards finally starting to come off the board. We haven't seen Jason Poe's name.
No.
We haven't seen Marquise Hayes' name either.
Marquise Bell. Marquise
Bell. Chris Paul, we haven't seen, I believe.
Yeah, Chris Paul's still on the board.
Tyrese Robinson's still out there too.
Yeah.
There's some names out there that are really surprising.
So we've seen the Toms come off the board.
They got Howie Roseman on the air right now, and they're talking about Jordan Davis.
Mm-hmm.
And when I was watching that night one, and you guys know a lot better, obviously, than what I did, but the big knock on Jordan Davis was his stamina and taking, plays off. How do you guys feel about that?
Well, I think he's coming into a rotation. You talk about it, like we said. I think the eventual replacement for Fletcher Cox, but they brought Fletcher Cox back on a cheaper deal, so he's going to be rotating with Fletcher Cox. He's going to be rotating with Hargraves. So those three guys, and whatever, if they'll add another one as well.
If he had gone to a team that wasn't deep along the line, that would have spelled trouble.
Yeah.
But he's going to a situation just like he had in Georgia, where he just rotates in as needed. So they're going to focus. What they're going to do, they're going to focus in on Jordan Davis, OTAs, the practices, etc. He's going to spend some extra time learning pass rush, how to penetrate on a pass rush. That's the developments part of it, right? He's going to be out there on those running downs to stuff. He's going to be that stuffer. There's no doubt about it. But the Eagles can have Fletcher Cox still play on those passing downs. Don't put any pressure on Davis to do that.
Do you think there's trouble if an offense catches Jordan Davis on the field and let's say they put in hurry up offense, no huddle, spread them out? Is that where the Eagles could possibly run into some trouble? Because I mean, I understand, a big guy, big players, need a lot of gas. It's like a Hummer on the field. Hummers don't get a lot of fuel mileage, so.
Yeah, well, that's what that's meant for. If you want to wear down a defensive line, you pick up the tempo, and that's what any team. There's very few teams that you have a defensive lineman that can handle tempo consistently like that and push, and be consistent pass rushers on every down. That's why when you get to those 2-minute drills and those teams are moving down the field, it becomes easier at times because the line wears down. They're rushing, whether it's the edge rushers, whether it's the interior guys. And about the time you cross midfield, if you're going in small chunks, especially, not with big chunks, those guys are really worn out and their tongues are dragging. And if they can't get them off the field on an incomplete pass, then it just becomes all day for that quarterback to throw. So teams are doing it.
Yep.
But
another Illinois offensive lineman gone.
What's that? I didn't hear you.
Oh, I was saying Doug Kramer, the center / guard.
Yes, from Illinois. Yes,
Illinois.
Go
to the Bears. Bears.
Judy Tenuta's baby boy Luke. Has just been
Virginia
taken.
Tech's having a solid.
But how about the Pittsburgh Steelers going to have brothers playing for him? Connor Hayward joins his brother in Pittsburgh.
Yep.
After their father, of course, Ironhead Hayward.
Yes.
I mean,
and that was
there's no greater name in football.
Just before I joined you this morning, they actually had Cam Hayward on talking about his younger brother, etc.
Mm-hmm.
And yet the Steelers, that's 3 sets of brothers they've got now, Bill.
Yeah, they believe clearly in that, right? It's only a matter of time till they get the Edmonds brothers, right? What's the other Edmonds brother? At some point, Buffalo can't afford to pay him, right? Terrell.
Yeah. Terrell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They like collecting sets of brothers.
Yeah.
So they can legitimately go back to the days of the late 1970s with the Pirates now and say we are family.
All right. So both LSU guards are off the board as Chasen Hines goes to New England.
Ah, yes.
Now,
Ingram.
I'm telling you, I think Sawyer's a better guard than Hines. So I'm intrigued that he, well, I think Sawyer finally went.
Sawyer went to the Chargers. He went to a perfect
Sawyer
place
did come off the board. I'm thinking I'm still thinking like he's on the board.
That's really good value for the Chargers to get him that.
They did.
Yeah.
There was somebody else I'm thinking of. Well, I know the other Georgia center guard did go off the board already. So those guys.
Yeah, Schaefer actually went ahead of Sawyer.
Tyrese Gibson, I think, is a better player than him as well. Chasen Hines. And he's Tyrese Robinson. I think he's still out there. Andrew Stuber still out there.
I wasn't too high on Stuber, right?
I think Stuber is going to be a better inside player than he was outside.
He would have to kick inside. He's not big enough to stay outside. Yeah.
No, and he's going to be a project inside. He's going to be solid as a backup because he's got to get stronger.
Stronger, right?
Yeah. And I think the thing with him is outside that we're trying to rely on his length. He didn't have the foot speed to play at tackle. So it showed, and you got to get him stronger to move inside. Because he had problems with anchor, and he played all 5 positions at the Senior Bowl. He was snapping the ball at center. He was playing both guard positions. He played both tackle positions at Michigan. So I think overall, you look about a guy who's willing to move along the line. He has the position flexibility, but if you're going to kick him inside, he's got to get stronger. It works better for him inside. He's not fast enough to play on the outside at the NFL level. So there's a lot of work to be done with him. He's going to be a project, though. He's going to be a guy that's going to be worked with, much like Michael Onwenu, who played with him at Michigan as well.
Right.
Who was the same way. A guy who wasn't fast enough to be a tackle, wasn't strong enough to be a guard, but at the NFL level, they worked with him.
Mumford hasn't gone off the board either.
Yep.
Yeah, but Mumford's one of those guys. I talked about him and Petit Ferrer. Right?
Yeah.
He's another one of those guys. I think you look at him, it's just like the Ohio State linemen are not coming out the way they used to be. They're not. They may be big, but they're not the complete
Not
players.
powerful, they're not mean.
Yeah.
They're
Yeah,
not shooters. No, none of that stuff.
Yeah, that's not the same Ohio State lineman we used to get from them. So
That's right.
You know, there are
That's
too many
that's the trade-off for actually having a couple of guys who can play quarterback.
You want to know what it is, Mike? The traditional Ohio State linemen were driven to be road graders because they were more of a pro style offense. They had to move, body movers.
Trestle ball.
Yeah. So what happened was, well, that was before Trestle. It goes all the way back to the earlier days. Yeah,
Woody Hayes.
Yeah.
Yes.
The Big Ten was always the power conference. You had Iowa, Ohio State, Michigan,
potatoes.
Yeah, it was Penn State. Those guys were always the what was it? Keith Jackson used to say, the big uglies of Ohio State, right? Yeah. Because they were powerful offensive linemen. That's what they recruited: big, strong, powerful offensive linemen that move people. And
didn't see anything fancy in the Big Ten.
Yeah, and what happens is you've gotten more to the speed offensive linemen because they want to be more of a finesse team. We want to be able to throw the football. We want to be able to work the ball on the perimeter. We want to be able to use those guys on screens. So they're big guys, but they're more as far as zone blocking, cutoff blocks, not so much about moving people as opposed they are tandem blocking. So we don't have to. We'll make up for the individual power by using combined power. And what you're seeing is because of the spread that they're using. And well, because of that, their prospects aren't coming out the same. They're coming out less. They're coming out less athletic, less strong. Because what happens is they on an individual basis, they struggle in one-on-one matchups. Oregon exposed that. Michigan exposed that, and even Utah exposed it in the bowl game. So it's one of those things.
But then turn that around onto the Michigan linemen, and they got exposed to by Alabama.
Yeah.
Right. So that it's unusual because normally growing up in this game for how many ever years now, Big Ten offensive linemen, the one thing you knew, you were getting an anchor right off the bat. Like it's automatic. These guys are going to anchor.
They were going to be people movers. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, they were. You knew you could run the ball behind a Big Ten offensive lineman in the past.
Hey, Blake is staying in Los Angeles.
Oh, look at that.
Well, even like when Lloyd Carr, you knew you're going to get a reliable lineman from the Lloyd Carr days, even up to Brady Hoke with Taylor Lewan. Yeah. Basically any Michigan left tackle you see with number 77, you can pencil in as a quality lineman.
Mm-hmm. But
it's the equivalent of a wide receiver wearing number 1 at Michigan. If you get the left tackle wearing 77, it's a pretty high honor, I guess, to have that number.
Yeah, well, Lloyd Carr was more of a throwback to their previous Michigan days of philosophy. Because they tried to get away from that with Rodriguez, and you saw how much of a shamble that was. So they eventually got back with it with Carr. Just like Bielema. Bielema is a certain kind of coach. Was I?
It was Carr then Rodriguez. It was Carr preceded Rodriguez.
Yeah.
It was going 10-2.
No, that's what I'm saying. Carr tried. Rodriguez tried to make them into something that they weren't.
Yeah.
I wish that's when, during that Rich Rodriguez tenure, I kind of wish, looking back at the roster they had, if they had a pro guy come in, let's say they did, the Harbaugh was the target, but, he went elsewhere. But if you got another guy, they had Ryan Mallett on the depth chart.
Yes, they
did.
I
think and having a pro style coach come in, I think I would have loved to see that. But Ryan Mallett went to Arkansas under a pro system.
Yeah, he wasn't fitting Rich Rodriguez's offense.
No. But was the Michigan here all the time? Because Brady Hoke, he went 10-2 with Rich Rodriguez's players,
right?
And was it ahead of its time with the spread offense at Michigan?
No, it was a different concept. You see, Rich Rodriguez, even when he went to West Virginia, had his issues. All right.
Yeah. At White and ran into Pittsburgh.
And
but it was great while it was, but you put them in a conference where it didn't fit. right? So he couldn't stop the power teams that ran on him. And he couldn't move the defenses when he had to go up the middle. When teams said, okay, you're faster than us on the outside, well, we're going to cut you off. Now you got to work inside. Well, they couldn't move the big bodies inside, even when they tried to tandem block. Okay, they couldn't protect their quarterback up the middle. And so even though he ran around a lot, they couldn't protect the guy. So
it was frustrating.
Yeah, so it worked in reverse. It was supposed to be faster and take the Big 12 by storm because they were supposed to be so much faster than everybody. It worked in reverse. It actually made them too weak to keep up with the rest of with the top teams in the Big Ten.
Scoring so quickly, you gas out your defense.
Yeah, but not only that, but after a while, they couldn't even score consistently.
Yeah,
because what happened was they would have spurts where they scored, and then they couldn't score because teams would adjust. Okay, you want to say that? Well, we're going to take that away. Now we're going to make you play to your weakness. You can't come straight at us.
The defensive coordinators in the Big Ten caught on to what they were doing real quick.
Yeah,
Denard Robinson was basically the soul, the offense. They lived and died by his ability, and he could run fast as lightning. But if you got an open space, he was gone. But if you get a good hit on Denard Robinson, there's a good chance the ball comes out.
But Denard, he was the game changer they needed, though. You know what I mean?
He was. Yeah,
he was the game changer they needed.
He gave you a lot of good moments in Michigan. The night game at Notre, Denard had a good time against Notre Dame.
He did. He did because Notre Dame wasn't built to stop him.
No,
and they weren't built to stop him. And they also had a defensive coordinator that
at that point was not good.
Yeah. No. Well, between him and Van Gorder. Well, actually, Van Gorder was there when he was there, and that was even more frustrating.
Yeah,
I'm excited to see Notre Dame now, what they can do.
I'm not too excited for week one. No.
Oh yeah, right. That's like and you got all these Ohio State fans. Oh, he's a Buckeye, and they thought they were gonna. I know some Buckeye fans here in Michigan, of all places, that they were saying, because they lost their defensive coordinator, they thought that he was going to come over to Ohio State, not take the Notre Dame head coach job. It's like, any coach is going to, they get a head coaching offer, especially at a school like Notre Dame. They're not going to accept a coordinator position, even if it is at their alma mater.
Another son of a former Steelers off the board, as Quentin Lake finds his way to the NFL.
Carnell Lake's son, yeah.
Yep.
Same position too.
Yep.
And he
did,
but no, actually no. Carnell was his corner first.
Carnell actually, but that's in the pros. He was a linebacker of all in college.
Yeah,
4.39, but he was a linebacker in college, and that was the thing.
Legacy ones are always fun.
UCLA sort of, I won't say invented, but they helped to innovate that, right? Jerry Robinson was a sub 4.6 guy playing for Vermeil back in the 70s. And became an undersized but successful will linebacker, also with Vermeil with the Eagles in the 80s.
Okay, so this is going to be the second time I've seen a guy who I didn't think from Georgia deserved to get drafted.
It's Patrick.
Yes, I don't understand that. This is the second time we've seen that. A Georgia tight end that don't deserve to get drafted. So I don't know what voodoo they're working in these draft rooms that they think that their unproductive tight ends deserve to get drafted. But
again, here's another case of keeping somebody in state too.
Yeah,
like we're really seeing a lot of in-state picks. A lot.
Well, I think they're relying on the local drafting. I think it's like, okay, well, we get to the later rounds. We have the ability to see this kid often. Right, we know what's going on. Is facilities right down the street, right? Otherwise, it's like Pitt. Pittsburgh's facility is right there, right? They almost share a facility. So
it's right across from one another.
Yeah, right. Nobody has more access to Pitt than Pittsburgh.
That's right.
All right. So when it comes to Pitt players, who picks the most Pitt players?
I guess our team's really just trying to cut down on traveling expenses to bring
Well,
the draft picks in.
it's not even that. It's because you have local every day. They've had a local workout for everybody anyway.
Yeah.
So you always had the local access to kids. It was just the fact of the matter was you trusted, going out more and getting your guys. But now, if you have questions about somebody from 50,000 miles away, you have a kid locally who you have a lot more information on. Who are you going to take? And I think that's what it's coming down to. They have a lot of more information. They're relying on the local guys, and they'd rather use late round picks on the local guy than a guy from 50,000 miles away that they didn't put, a lot of energy into. They didn't bring him in for a visit, all right? Because it is what it is.
Asking the regional scout who they like.
Yeah, and they have the regional guys out there. I see a lot of the regional guys on the road down here. Guys you barely see in the building in their actual facility. They're always here, although their business card says the corporate headquarters address. They're never there.
Speaking of Georgia, Darion Kendrick is now a Los Angeles Ram.
Yes, I was just looking at that.
Jasir Taylor went to the Chargers.
Yes. So we're seeing some of these guys coming off the board. Yes. Hard to believe Judy Tenuta's son is so big. And that little woman with such a big son. It's amazing.
Whole milk.
Luke, the D coordinator, a longtime defense coordinator.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of
John,
anybody in there.
Longtime defense coordinator, right? At Georgia Tech and other places.
Mm-hmm. I'm trying to see if there's anybody missed. No, we've seen them caught up on every recent pick so far. So let's see who is still out there on the market that teams could
Detroit
be
and 2 more picks.
Yeah. So we mentioned Poe. We mentioned those guys. The quarterbacks are low-hanging fruit. I think that's going to go to free agency. We're going to peek at the running backs. We've seen a lot of these guys go off the board. Pacheco is still out there. Yeah. How about this? I don't think anybody's taking Abram Smith, and that's a shock to me.
Yeah, no, Abram Smith is still sitting there.
Yeah. Right. We might see one more running back off the board, but don't be surprised if it's somebody who justifies it by being like a total testing freak as opposed to some of the guys.
Production guy, yeah.
So like Pacheco or the kid, I guess he's technically speaking a fullback or whatever from Purdue, but he tested off the charts.
Mm-hmm.
Guys like that.
I'm seeing some guys at receiver that are still on the board that I think are just going to fall out totally.
You think Bo Melton's falling out?
No, I think Bo Melton gets taken.
Yeah. I see Trey Turner from Virginia Tech falling out.
He gets drafted.
No, he's going to fall out. I'm
scratching my head that Bo Melton has not been taken yet, but Tyquan Thornton was taken in the second round.
That still it baffles me that he went so high. Looking at tight ends. I know Chase Allen went. I haven't seen Austin Allen go yet. I haven't seen Hendershot go yet. Peyton Hendershot.
No. Hendershot might not get picked up. Might if he goes late, but yeah.
And we got another Virginia Tech late pick in Lasita
Smith. Well, I expected him to go. So he's going.
But see, there's the example of a bad college team that still has quality players on it.
Yeah, well, they're not bad. They're just
they're not somebody that's challenging, right?
Yeah.
They were a decent team.
Yeah. So we still got Kroll on the board.
That would be a
right. I mean, when
nobody's taking Jalen Weidenmeyer either.
When the backup tight end from Georgia is being taken, when you could have had Lucas Crow, I don't know about that.
Yeah.
Well, not only that, but you got Weidenmeyer still out there, ain't he?
Yes. Weidenmeyer's testing absolutely killed him.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. So
I mean, if you run 503, you're if you get drafted, it's gonna be very late, probably towards the end of the seventh.
Well,
Okay, so
I have a funny feeling because he was a 30 visit that he'll be a UDFA for the Cowboys.
oh yeah, well they'll take him undrafted. They'll glad that's a gift to them.
That's a gift.
That
And that's why they did the well. No, he wasn't a 30 visit. He was the local workout that they're allowed to do, right?
because he's from Texas, I believe. Eh?
Yeah.
He's a Texas native. Yeah.
Yeah.
How about Obina Eze? Nobody's drafted him, correct?
No,
That's
he
my-
wasn't one either. That's right.
But I think he'll get grabbed late. He's another
Well,
guy.
I expected him to go in this range in the 6th.
Yeah, I think he's a little late. Not much later, but a little later. Maybe 12 picks from where we are.
Anybody heard Myron Cunningham's name? I don't remember hearing his name.
Nope.
Curtis Brooks just went to the Colts.
Yeah, there you go. So that's the
I
tackle.
like him a lot. He's a smaller can of. He's not filled with dirt, maybe more like like packing peanuts. Like he's a little smaller than ideal, but they played him out of position. He probably should be a 3-tech, but he played the nose at Cincinnati.
Yeah.
Look at him against Alabama, against these monsters at Alabama, not getting pushed around.
Nope.
93 or whatever the heck it is he actually weighs. He fought like hell. I love Curtis Brooks.
He was below 290 in that game.
Oh, I'm sure he was. He got up to 293, I guess, for the combine or whatever it is.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's.
Ballard's. I think he's going to be. He's an excellent GM. He's They got something good. A good coach GM combination in Indianapolis. It's a good good club there.
Yes. So James Houston, another HBCU kid off the board.
All right.
The Lions, yeah.
Oh, it's the Lions.
Yep. Yep.
Does that give us 5 now?
It gives us not unless Bell went. Did Bell go?
No, Bell didn't go. So this is 4.
That will give us 5. We're at 4. So if Bell
We're at 4 now. We're at 4 now. And that's a surprise that Bell hasn't gone because there were so many teams that were that have picked him up.
But I think it's just going to be very late. But somebody takes him. Somebody says, I don't feel like getting involved in a bidding war for him as UDFA.
Yeah.
Let's take him here.
Yeah.
Because he's a guy that would get 12, 8 to 12 more in signing bonus as a UDFA than he would as a second rounder.
That's right.
There'll be a frenzy to get him.
Now, Greg,
I'm going to drop for a second because I got to find this paperwork. Give me 1 second. You'll continue.
No worries.
Hey, Greg.
Yeah.
Greg, you briefly for a few minutes after the Lions pick, what can you tell us Lions fans about Kirby Joseph from Illinois?
Oh, this Kirby, you remember how I said they brought character when we were on with Rachel?
Yep.
You just got more character in Kirby.
Yes.
This guy is going to put production. I think this guy has the green dot. Like that's he has excellent football IQ. He's going to be. Would you say he's more of just a split instead of the three spots, Bill, or would you try him in the?
I think he could hold up okay in nickel. I'm more worried about him. The only thing that I don't love about his game is like how he handles when things get rougher. You know what I mean? Not the most physically imposing.
He's not. Yeah, right. He's not imposing.
No, but he really understands coverage concepts. I watched the Oklahoma State game, rewatched it recently, and he didn't like fighting with Jelani Woods. He didn't like that at all. That's not his. He doesn't get excited about the physical part of the game as much as playing the ball. But man, can he play the ball?
Yeah.
I don't know if there's. I mean, we talk about Hamilton's ball skills, but I don't know if Kirby Joseph's ball skills are not as good, quite frankly. Kirby Joseph's ball skills might be as good as any safety in the class.
As any safety in the class, yeah. Yep.
But he's not a thumper. If you're thinking he's gonna no, that's not him.
No, he's more of the coverage coverage safety guy. He will
Oh yeah.
He'll use his guile to
Yeah.
break things up.
There you go.
Not his body, but his guile.
I like the way you put that. Yes.
Yeah.
Highly intelligent.
Yeah.
Slippery is even a term you might use. Like he's never going to be like you can't use him the way that like he's not Cam Chancellor. Like he's not that guy. He's not going to come down.
He's not the Legion of Boom type safety.
He's not a Legion of Boom type. He's not a guy that's going to lay people out. He's not going to have anybody's feet twitching, on the ground. He's not that. He's not going to do that. He's an okay tackler, but he's not a big striker. But mostly he's just really good at reading routes and going to where the ball's going to be. That's what his value is.
Batting down the ball passes.
His anticipation skills are very good.
Yes.
They said too, what he lacks in speed, he makes up for his football IQ.
Yep. 100% true.
Yeah, he would probably be one of the higher scores if I cared about Wonderlic. I'm pretty sure that he would have one of the higher scores. He's that type of kid.
Hey, and then I wonder if that's a Aubrey Pleasant pick, the D-backs coach. That's I think he's gonna have another tool to use in his toolbox. And that's a coach I think you watch for in the coming years, where if he's gonna stay in Detroit or move, because the Vikings wanted him, and he may have been their defensive coordinator. So keep an eye on Aubrey Pleasant.
Huh. Right.
He was he was the one grilling out Okuda on the sideline, I think week 2.
And I remember Audrey Pleasant, of course, as a player because
Dan Campbell bringing all the flavor, and that's I think pretty cool too. A lot of players. So then, because I read things just how you coach today's player, and a lot of the younger players, like they're not the coaches that the yelling and screaming days I think are done for the way you coach a lot of these younger players now. And a lot of the players, they just like to be corrected, kind of like a coach like they
don't like to be corrected. You're insulting me.
Well, Jackson State player off the board, edge rusher James Houston.
You're talking about James Houston,
yeah. He's number 4.
Yep. So Marquise Bell is my next.
Next
guy I think comes off the board amongst HBCU players.
All right, so here's another lineman, and Bill, we'll probably talk about him because he's one of those guys that transferred down. I saw him in person at one of the All-Star games, and he got pulled the day of by his agent. His agent said, "Don't go out there." So obviously he had enough scouts interested in him that they didn't want him getting hurt or risking injury. We haven't heard anything about him though. TJ Jackson, Ohio,
right? Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. That's another name. Nobody said a word.
Is a guy.
Some of these guys are going to be, as you said, undraftable. Some of these guys are going to get all the way through.
Yeah.
But he's a guy that started out at Virginia Tech.
Yes.
Right. Yeah.
They tried. He wanted to play tackle. They wanted him to play guard, so he goes to Ohio, plays tackle. He's definitely a guard. Big body guard.
Yeah.
Strong as an ox. He's not one of those big body guys like we talked about with Falele, who's got a problem with anchor. This guy can anchor. The problem is he's a little slow because he's such a big dude.
Yeah.
So kicking him inside helps him a little, and I think getting his weight under control is another thing. But overall, I think as a guy has that value as a guard. Question is, we see his name come off by the end of this 7th round, or is he a guy that they're just going to take a rookie workout?
Buccaneers just took Cole Kieft from Minnesota, and Krull is still sitting there.
Wow.
I mean, I didn't have Kieft. Possibly a 7th round pick. I had him.
I had him undraftable.
Yeah, undraftable.
I had him undraftable. I didn't see anything in Cole Kieft that transfers to the next level. It says that this guy's going to be a player that you're going to keep on your roster. I don't see any. He's not. I don't see it.
I don't see it. I don't see any upside at this level. None.
Right. I mean, Krull is definitely the highest ranked tight end still on my board. I'll say that much. And he should still go. I think he still has a chance to be selected somewhere. Hopefully he finds his way to maybe like Kenny Pickett, he can just bike ride across to his new facility or whatever, do his new, because right there, right, just stay right there. No reason to have to go anyplace else. Pittsburgh's right there.
Yep.
I have a feeling this Stump the Truck is rigged because I've sent plenty of guys' names in and have never ever picked them. All right, so I don't even bother anymore. I'm pretty sure that's rigged. I guarantee you they have not seen every prospect, and there's a lot of prospects I see they don't even bother to look at. I can tell you that right now.
Oh,
yeah. So they don't even bother. I don't even bother anymore. All right.
I'm on
Twitter. Emery and Brugler are the two guys that have more names than you could shake a stick at.
Yeah.
Well, the champion this year is your friend of mine, Will Massasak.
Massasak, did he beat Emery?
1,300. So
Holy, wow.
That's the winner.
Okay.
The world won one. Look at that. They let the world win one.
Oh, yeah, Chance Campbell. There we go. Yep, that's another guy who's a really good athlete. Was a baseball player.
Baseball, yes.
Yeah, terrific.
Baseball been very, very good to me.
Oh, look at that. San Francisco gets richer on the defensive side. Kalia Davis from UCF. I've seen that young man. That's a heck of a D tackle.
Yeah.
You talk about him. He's an aggressive gap shooter, a bigger body guy. So he's not one of those rail thin guys that shoots the gap. He's a bigger body guy, plays with some strength overall. I'm shocked that he goes so late. I could have seen his teammate going this late, Big Cat Davis. I could have seen him going this
probably an undrafted free agent.
Yeah, I think he's going undrafted as well. Like I told you, I saw against Bethune-Cookman, Cleary gave him a lot of hell on the edge. He did get a couple of sacks in the end, but Cleary gave him a lot of hell going up against Bethune-Cookman, and UCF blew him out. But nevertheless, he was a big problem for him. But let's see.
Well, he was hurt. He got hurt this year, though, didn't he, Jeff?
Who's that? Big Cat Davis?
No, Kalia.
Kalia did get hurt. That's why I think he fell this far, is because he did have the injury. Because he's one of those guys. And honestly, UCF had two D tackles. One transferred out, and I thought it was a mistake. Because he was one of the guys that really he was better than Hill. And had he stayed at UCF, I think it would have worked to his advantage. I think him transferring out hurt him. Turner.
Oh, Turner.
Yes, yeah. So I think him transferring out of UCF hurt him. But
yeah. So
the Niners end the sixth round by going with Castro Field from Penn State.
Yeah.
And he's another guy that can play inside or outside. I think that's probably what some of the appeal with him.
Yep.
But yeah, Kalia Davis hasn't played a lot in the last couple of years, partially because he was an opt-out during the COVID year. And then he
opted out, right?
He missed in 8 games this past season. So he hasn't played a lot recently. But yeah, he's a good player.
Yeah, so we talked about Benford getting drafted. Another Hula Bowl guy. Got to see him in person as well. How about we haven't heard anything about this guy at all during this draft process? K. Madden. We talked about him when he was at Marshall. He transfers to Notre Dame.
True.
Gets his stock slightly improved at Notre Dame. But then nothing. So and Notre Dame is notorious for putting linemen in this draft. So real interesting that he's not. But again, interior player. We see how late some really good interior players are going. So he's probably not getting drafted.
Plus, I think a lot of people were just paying attention to the guy who was snapping the ball this year for the Irish.
Yeah. Yeah.
Looking at we talked about it for a little bit, just where the local or where players are coming from. Ravens went after a lot of players out of the Midwest. The meat and potatoes. It's they may not be as true today, but how lean a lot of the players are. But I was just looking through all the players where the Ravens come from: Notre Dame, Iowa, Iowa State, Michigan. It's they know what they want and they know where to go.
They like their Power 5 guys too. Yeah.
There's another quarterback we haven't mentioned that I don't think he's getting drafted, but Brandon Peters.
Illinois. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's not getting drafted.
No, we know he wasn't getting drafted. I'm just saying.
But,
We talked about quarterbacks that are out there that are probably going to get undrafted, but still getting brought into a camp. Brandon Peters is another one I totally forgot about.
Ayers or somebody will most likely bring him in, or maybe even the Lions. Somebody who's sort of familiar with him will probably just bring him in as
How about
undrafted.
this safety out of Miami, Amari Carter?
Oh, I thought you were going to say the other one. Bubba.
Please, yeah.
No, we're going to talk about Bubba now.
Thank
We
God.
talked about Bubba. We talked about Bubba before.
And you know who else has not been talked about? Period. Jesse Lakuta.
Yes.
Speaking of Canadians, right? You get the fly if he gets picked at some point. I think he does. Probably like 2. Where are we at 2? Yeah. Okay. Here's my whole going. Oh, Montaric Brown. That's a good bargain. That's
nice pick.
I think your guy is in the next 10 picks. I think Lakita is in the next 10 picks. Gun to my head, 228. But somewhere around.
Somewhere in there. I think, well, the injury hurt, right?
The injury, yes.
Yeah.
The injury and the timing thereof, right?
Yeah, the timing of it, right?
Early. As weird as that sounds, but if you gotta get hurt.
When he pulled up at the combine, I went, uh-oh.
Right. If you're gonna get hurt, week 3.
Yeah.
So that you're 100% healthy.
Were you guys all able to attend the combine this year?
Oh,
No.
I didn't go actually. I didn't.
Next year though.
I'd love it. I've gone every year since, before the pandemic. Any year I could, first starting with when I met Jeff, and I would go down there every year. A lot of times to see Lee Steinberg and Chris Cabot, who I've built relationships, but more so Chris Cabot. I met Lee Steinberg a few times, but I talked to Chris Cabot a lot, almost weekly. I try not to bother him too much. He's pretty busy right now, especially now, wanted to do the whole agent thing, and they just absorbed a Detroit organization, so they're gonna have a Detroit office now. So me almost finishing my master's degree, I think we're right, the timing's right, so hopefully there's a pathway to be in that office.
The boss says hello from Greenville. Yeah, he's watching us still. Greetings there, boss. Glad you're enjoying. Thank you for the vote of confidence. Get back to some of these young men we were talking about here as we're in round 7 now.
Yep.
The end is rapidly approaching. Isaiah Thomas, Oklahoma, goes off the board to Cleveland. Boy, they are racking up some value picks late in this draft.
That is a nice pick.
I did not expect him in the 7th. I really didn't. So there's a reason why
I thought he wasn't going to be sitting there after the 5th.
Yeah, and this is when we start talking about those guys, because right now, if they're not showing war rooms because they're really empty right now, because any scouts that were in there for the earlier rounds are all on the phones working, trying to get guys signed, lined up to sign as undrafted free agents. So we're talking about a lot of guys who are probably going to be undrafted, and they're probably on the phones as we're talking now. So how about this player? We didn't talk about him a lot. Tyree Robinson from East Tennessee.
Well, he's another possible name we might hear.
Well, I don't think he's going to get called. There's too many guys that are falling too far. You talk about getting pushed out. I don't think he's going to get called. I think he's going to get the rookie tryout route. I think it just sucks.
More likely than not, yes. The guys that go now are either scratch and dent sale guys, right?
Yeah.
Like I said, guys that people liked more earlier, and then like Weidemeyer might get called sometime, and then something happened. Terrible testing, bad interview, didn't pass a drug test, whatever it is, something. Scratch and dent sale guys, right? They're going to start. Some of those guys will start going off around here. Guys that should have gone off earlier, there's nothing really wrong with them, but they don't have any, right? there's no one thing that, they're not 6'7", they're not 4'4". They're just good football players who got kind of lost in the sauce, right? Kind of the shuffle of this stupidly deep class at certain positions, right? Because of the 5th and 6th year guys. And then the other thing is going to be, like I said, the guys who do have that one special quality. They are 6'7". They did run 4'4". They didn't do much. They didn't look like much, but by God, what an impressive physical specimen you are. I guess maybe we could teach you football. And so that's what this last group of picks is going to be. Those 3 groups of individuals. Scratch and dead silver guys who should have been gone already, and they just got lost sort of in the sauce. And then sort of one-trick pony types who have this one special quality that someone likes.
So we talked about all the LSU linemen that got drafted. We never mentioned Liam Shanahan.
Well, because he's not getting drafted.
Well, no, I'm just saying. We he's one of those guys. Once again, he's going to fall out of the draft. All of his teammates have already gotten a call. He's sitting at home.
Waiting until the agents are taking calls from scouts right now. Hey, where are you? What are you doing? That kind of stuff. He's going to get one of those calls.
Yeah, agents are on their hustle right now for sure.
Yeah. Since we got a Cowboys fan on, Greg, which one do you think is more likely? Cowboys camp, Texans camp, tight end Travis Kuntz, Texas Tech. This is a local prospect.
Yeah, I think he's going to go to the Texans before he comes to the Cowboys.
What about Cade Brewer?
Brewer, Cowboys. I know that there was he was one of the local.
He was a local visit.
Yeah.
I know they had interest in him. I don't know if some of the other tight ends falling out. I didn't know if he was going to get that shot.
Maybe
if Weidenmeyer continues to fall out, I think that's another one where he doesn't make it there. Just trying to pull up some more of my names.
I would still over those guys that we just talked about. I would still take Lucas before any of them. And it's not just because he was on Draft Central. His numbers, his tape is there. He's got those tools.
Yep. And a very good pass receiver. He's not a devastating blocker, but he gets it done. I mean,
he gets it done.
He's not getting pushed around or anything.
No.
And he's got a frame. He's 253, and he doesn't look anything close to maxed out.
Yeah.
I'm convinced he could get close to 260 without.
You could get 260 easy, right?
Right, without losing anything. And he went 4x4 at 253. So there's a lot to like. I mean, he could end up undrafted, but he shouldn't.
He shouldn't.
He should. He should get drafted.
And I still think Jason Poe's name gets called.
I think he might be one of the last guys picked, but I think somebody once again says, I don't want to have to fight everybody for this.
Yeah.
Bell will probably be amongst the last 6 or so guys picked, but they're the kind of guys that you say, do I want to deal with trying to fight off these other teams? Because they're bidding more types.
Yeah.
Ja'Tai Carter to Chicago. Look at that.
There we go.
There we go. The HBCU guys still trickling in.
We got it.
That's 5.
That's 5. We have a chance at 6.
Yeah.
What is it you say in Bidwiz? 5 and a possible?
Yeah, 5 and a possible. Yeah.
Yeah,
we haven't heard grambling. I'm sorry, Jeff.
No, you're not going to.
No,
you're not going to. I can tell you that right now. We don't have it this year. Maybe we'll get some more of those prospects with Hugh Jackson in there now. I know that's why he wanted Broyles in there to recruit some of those Power 5 caliber talents. So.
Well, it's all about trying to keep up with prime time now.
He did change the game for them.
Yep.
It brought a lot of good, but it's also doing a lot of injustice for the coaching staff.
Oh, Now, speaking of steals, you saw about Isaiah Thomas. Look at Cameron Good.
Yeah.
Wild. That's what he's once in the depth of this. And when I talk about the guys lost in the sauce, Cameron Good, the guy's lost in the sauce.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
His testing's good. His character's good.
Character. Yeah.
He's a really way to go, Miami, getting him at 224.
Nick Muse, South Carolina goes next.
Okay. I don't hate the pick. I don't love it, but I don't. There's I would have preferred.
Did you hear the frustration?
I did.
I'm just letting you know.
I don't think it gives you. I don't think. Again, this is the second tight end, third. The last three tight ends that have been taken do not do anything for you at this level.
Are we drafting guys just because they played in the SEC? If that's it, then we are really doing a disservice to. What is the purpose of evaluating talent if we're just going to draft based on helmet and based on conference?
Yeah,
that doesn't make any sense.
It's I hate it to bash them, but you got these younger scouts coming in. They're gonna SEC, big conference. You see a lot of.
There's only so many of those younger scouts who are allowed to go and watch the SEC. They do get sent to other conferenes. they do have to watch them.
As somebody
young war rooms.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna tell you what. Those guys don't. That's where they go. That's part of the problem.
Yeah,
talking to HBCU coaches. They don't send the scouts there. They got to fight to get people to come there.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right. And so it's a problem. And this is why we're having this issue. We're once again sitting in another year where you have all this talent out there and we're drafting guys who don't make a difference. You're supposed to be drafting guys that do make a difference.
Right.
Even if it's the 7th round.
Yep.
Because we've proven that 7th rounders can make a difference on your roster. So why are we taking guys that don't make a difference? It doesn't make sense that you're drafting guys based on conference. It doesn't make sense that you're drafting guys based on a helmet. You take the best talent available that's going to help your roster, even if it's from a lesser division or a lesser school.
Literally the first.
Does it feel kind of lack of a better man? It might be the correct word, kind of lazy.
Yes.
They think,
absolutely, it is. Absolutely, that's the word. Lazy is the word, my friend. That's why I follow you now, Mike Palco. Sorry, it was but yes, is the word.
They just involved. The SEC coaches already did the work, right? They already evaluated. They got them on the school. And
but it's the risk averse thing, right? So I'm going to take the guy that played at this high level of ball over the guy and didn't really exceed expectations over the guy who played at a lower level and stood out. Well, it's a bigger risk that lower level guy is going to come up and struggle. Well, you already know this guy struggled because he played against the highest level baller. Wasn't anything to be worried about.
Yeah.
So what is the purpose of bringing him up? You're supposed to be bringing up the guy that's going to possibly the greater. And this is a case of in business where they say the high risk, high reward. Well, the high reward guy is the guy from the smaller school that you should take in this round. Bo Melton, there you go, goes off the board. All right, to the Seahawks. All right, so this is where the high risk, high reward. Because if that kid does step up and become something, you've spent a low round pick. That on a player who is a higher risk because he's coming from a lower level of competition, but he gives you more. He pans out than a guy that's not really going to pan out most likely because even though he played at a bigger school.
And I feel like if I'm a scout too, I want to find the HBCU kids. So then when your job's online, I found that kid. I drove, I put in the hours to watch the film, met with them. Everything to check all the boxes. And then SEC. Well, yeah, of course he panned out. Went to SEC. If you go to, there's Division II schools out there. There's linemen out there. Yes. If you do go the extra mile, and I know, as you guys know, there's only so many hours in a day for the scouts and traveling and all that. But you want to turn over every rock you can to make sure that you can find the right player that helps you win football games. There's a lot of money riding into these football games here, and you want the players that'll help you.
One of the arguments I made in you're an SMWW guy, so I made this on one of the calls. when they started talking about international scouting. Okay. And I said, why are we focusing on international so hard when we don't even focus properly on national scouting? But and so why are we talking about, oh, let's go overseas and try and find football players when we're not even properly evaluating the football players here? There are guys we leave it behind, and it was shunned. Because it was like, oh, because the old school thinking was, oh, we already know how to find the guys here. That's not true, because we're still finding them in places where we keep ignoring and saying they're not there. So and that's part of the problem. There's a lot of old school thinking in this.
That's right.
So and the problem is, you may bring it.
It shows up in it's showing up in stuff that Jeff, Bill, and I have seen this entire season. We've agreed upon these guys to a large degree, and they're not even being talked about.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like it. If you watch the game of football and you understand quarterback play, Akil Glass should be a drafted player this year, period.
Absolutely.
There is, and it should have been before now.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be late 7th. That guy is a 4th, 5th round. When you look at this film, you look at his measurables, you watch everything about him. That is where he really belongs in an NFL draft, yet he's not even been talked about. I've had so many people, when I've typed in his name, who are just clueless as to who he is.
Right.
Well, and another thing too, I'm just speaking from like the player representation, but how about these big agents go and try to rep a lot of these players too, to get, they're advocates for their players, and then they go to where the good players are. Try to anyways. And a lot of, Drew Rosenhauses of the world, they'll go to Miami, Oklahoma, and Alabama.
But that's where they make their money. The agent, in the end, it's about the money.
Yeah.
So it's not up to the agent to really make that decision. If you're a team that's determined to win games, you find talent. And
absolutely.
That's what we're supposed to have our scouts doing. But when you have people in positions of authority in those war rooms who say, don't bring me this guy, I'm not going to look at Power 5 guys, guys outside of the Power 5 the same as the Power 5 guys, then it diminishes how you're going to recruit. It diminishes how you're going to evaluate talent. I'm not going to waste my time going to a FCS, a Division II, a Division III school to really check out a prospect if I know that when I bring that scouting report back to my general manager, back to my director of college scouting, and say, take a look at this kid, they're going to go, why?
Yep.
Right. And that's where we're in the situation with now. All right. We have that situation. We're watching guys go off the board. We're just using the tight ends. The 3 tight ends that we saw go off the board who did absolutely nothing in Power 5 conferences are going off before guys who did something in a Power 5 conference, or even in a
But Lucas started his career, you couldn't beat out Kyle Pitts. I don't think you're going to ding him too much for that. But he started his career at Florida. But Chris Paul just got picked.
Chris, yes, thank goodness. Braylon Spector,
maybe their best pick so far.
Braylon Spector, linebacker from Clemson, goes off the board.
Yep.
Okay. All right. So
special teamer / reserve, but
reserve. Yeah. Hide him on the practice squad.
Mm-hmm. Now, who's actually the more productive of their linebackers who's in this draft, but
But again, there you have it, right? That's a Power 5 school, Clemson.
Yep.
Is this guy, is Spector really deserving of being a drafted player this year?
Well, he's not as good as his teammate Skalski, as we just talked about.
That's right.
But somebody likes one of his physical qualities.
That's right. Yeah,
that's what that is. And this is what's happening, right? We talked about this earlier. At this point, that's what you're going to see a lot of at this point in the draft.
Yeah.
This person has this quality. And some of these guys are future special teamers, and they're saying this guy's going to be the better special teams coach.
Yeah, well, special teams coaches do have some say in this round.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah.
You know, they have a lot of say in this.
Oh, thank goodness the Cowboys don't have a 7th round pick because our special team coach is an idiot.
Okay, well, there you go.
Hey, his dedication to Greg the Leg.
Oh,
yeah.
Yes, his certain other calls that he's decided. Yeah.
Well, he was better situationally in 2021 than he was in 2020. I'll give him that much. In 2021, he was a lot better. 2020, he was sitting there, dude. Why are you throwing a fake punt on your own 20-yard line? No, stop, please. It was bad. It was bad. But then again, that whole coaching staff was bad in 2020. So,
it still worried me that he was a holdover.
Yeah. Well, they got rid of the right one because the defense definitely improved this year. Man, I mean, I think we've touched on most of the guys that, honestly, I mean, if you want to go with a power, well, they're independent, but they're considered Power 5. I mean, you're a Golden Domer, Greg. Anybody you think of that's still on the board for them that deserves a chance? We talked about Kane Madden. I got a couple of names here. You tell me.
Which one are you thinking of?
Well, I'll tell you what. I'll throw a couple of names out. I thought he was going to be a late round guy because he's a rotational piece. I don't think he's getting drafted though. Myron Tagovailoa Amosa.
I mean, he's fringe, but he could literally be Mr. Irrelevant. But I think more likely,
I was about to say he could be number 262.
Yeah, I think he falls out. Honestly,
or falls out. Yeah,
Heinisch, I think, falls out.
Falls out.
I'm going to tell you, I'm shocked that Drew Wright is going to fall out.
I'm not as surprised that he's falling out.
Not shocked.
Because I thought at least special teams value he would have gotten picked for. But yeah, I'm shocked that he totally falls out. Those are the guys I was looking at. I knew Austin would get drafted. I had him in a few six. Derecki Young, Lenore Ryan.
Yes. Well, yes. And Fallon Hicks from Wisconsin just got drafted.
Yeah. So we're seeing still some quality guys come off the board at least. Thank goodness. But yeah, I just my draft feed didn't come through, so I'm missing most of my 7th round picks coming through here. So I'm gonna have to rely on the TV to tell me who's been picked here in the 7th. As it's ridiculously slow loading, seems to be crashing.
Are you using NFL?
Yeah.
CBS isn't crashing.
Okay. Well, no. No, that's the top of the board. This is the 7th round. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So here we are.
Freak is one of the most interesting prospects, and I think part of what helped him is the emergence of a guy like, Deebo Samuels. This guy's 224 pounds.
Mm-hmm.
Had a terrific pro day. Lenore Ryan is producing some freaks, right? They've had guys on Feldman's freak list from Lenore Ryan, right? So that tells you something. They obviously Duggar a couple of years back, and now Derek Young was a freak list guy. I mean, powerful athlete, strong. His production isn't what you would want it to be such a dominant athlete at Lenore Ryan. That's what it worries me. Like, what? But in 2019, he was a guy that led Division II, or I think maybe number 2 in Division II in yards per catch. And he's going to be a special teamer, no less. Obviously, and then you hope to get some other stuff out of him, either as a running back, or receiver, or the wide back, or whatever.
Wide back. Right.
Jonathan Ford goes off the board from Miami.
Yeah.
Let's give ourselves some more terms to give these guys, right?
Offensive weapon. Yes, all that.
Yeah.
Well, at least we're not doing the technical scouting terms, which will really blow people for a loop. Everybody hears the words like twitchy and stuff like that. But
Yeah.
Oily hips.
yes.
Yeah, they got the whole glossary on inside the pylon, all the scouting,
Yeah.
bird dogging. When
Yeah. Yes. Reduce. You know. What do you mean reduce? Sorry, I've been talking scout too long. Forgive me. No, I love it when we do that. You start talking about to the average fan. And they're looking at you like, "What the hell are you talking about?" Oh, sorry. So I've been talking in scout too long. Forgive me. Yes. So we got Jonathan Ford off the board to Green Bay. The Rams pick is coming in.
Hey, a couple of years though, this is gonna be live in person when the draft comes to Detroit.
Yes,
that'll be interesting, and hopefully I get to where the main stage is, and there's gonna be all in different places. But
all right, so the Rams pick is in, and why I don't know why they're making us wait.
The smartest thing they did was moving it around.
Well, they got
if they stop they do not do that to the combine. The combine does not need to be moved around.
No.
I agree. I like it in Indianapolis, right where it needs to be.
The draft weekend though, moving it is the smartest thing they've done in years.
Well, it's Radio City Music Hall actually screwed it up themselves, and the NFL is just like, you know what, screw it, we'll move it somewhere else. And
because of the Easter show.
No, I had friends who threatened the NFL office if I had to hear that stupid damn chant JETS for 3 straight days and then for another year. That's what bothered me about it before. It was always that same damn chant.
Well, because it was always in New York, it was, So because the NFL offices are there, so they just always did it in New York. So,
Go watch. There's a video on YouTube. Just type in Jets draft blunders, and you'll see.
That one, yeah.
The famous "We Want Sap," and they take Kyle Brady. There's
I remember that live.
My favorite hearing them boo. The commissioner announces Jets first round pick, and he says fullback, and you hear someone go, "Oh no!"
I mean, since they moved it around, and you saw what the reaction is in these cities, it's just phenomenal.
Just for phenomenal. A player selection show.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, we're football junkies here.
Yeah.
They have one of the earlier drafts on YouTube, and I think it's like 1983. If you just look at the production from where it was to now.
Tommy's and Dr. Z and
Mel Kiper screaming that this was the wrong pick. And
here we are on our own draft show.
Daniel Hardy, Montana State, goes off the board. See, that makes sense. That makes sense. All right.
That's two Montana State.
Two Montana State.
Yeah.
Two Bobcats, right?
Bobcats. Yep.
Yeah, two Bobcats from Montana State.
Yep. My state of birth.
You were born in Montana?
I was born in Whitefish, Montana.
Oh,
you were really moving around Montana, Louisiana, Canada.
I always think he was a Canadian.
Yeah, no, I'm the only Yankee in the family. My parents are Canadian, but I showed up when mom and dad were at a wedding. Dad was the best man, and I decided to make an appearance at the reception.
Okay. Interesting.
Almost a month early.
Got it. Surprise.
Yep.
All right. So he's back. Okay.
Might as well wear the hat for the last pick here for the Lions.
Oh, gotcha. All right. So very intrigued to see who we close out with. We are down to the left. Oh, we still got
the Lions. Could this be the last pick of the draft? Let's just take Carson Strong here.
That would be interesting.
It would be interesting to say the least.
I'm just surfing on Twitter to see if anyone has any insider news here. If that's what the feeling is.
Because I'm telling you, if I'm sitting in the war room in Frisco, I'm telling them to get there on the phone with them.
Well, on the Lions Twitter, on the clock, comma, let's finish strong! Exclamation point. Maybe.
Dean Leonard, excuse me. Ole Miss off the board to the Chargers.
Interesting.
Long. The workout numbers are there.
Yeah.
It's a traits pick late in the day. That's what that's about.
The film doesn't back up the traits. It doesn't match, right?
That happens quite often, though.
Yeah.
Right.
That happens quite often.
Yeah.
You get a guy who's 40 is faster than his film. You get a guy who looks like in a drill that he can change direction, then you watch him on film and he can't.
Exactly.
So it happens quite often.
And Mike, here's another thing that's really taken off in the last couple of years. These players, as soon as the college season ends, go to their training, their trainer, their position trainer, and all this other jazz, and they're cutting weight just so that their 40 time is going to be so much better.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't doubt it.
Wait, here's the Lions pick coming in.
Yep.
Yeah. But Canadian, right, Dean?
Yes, Calgary,
right where I am right now. Yep. Made it all the way down to Ole Miss.
Chase Lucas, cornerback, Arizona State.
The other Arizona State.
Hey, Herm Edwards. There you go. I like it.
Yeah, so that's 2 Arizona State corners in this class.
I'm a big Herm Edwards fan. I love the way he coaches. I love everything that he talks about. Like he's so full of quotes that are I need hopefully one of these more classes. If I have another leadership presentation, I like to use one of his books out there that he has, and I like him. He's a good guy. I hope. I'd love to meet him one time. If I ever bump into him at the combine,
I've spoken to him. We were as part of the National Coalition of Minority Football Coaches. He's actually talked to us. And oh man, amazing guy, amazing speaker.
Oh,
he has a way of connecting with you. I
couldn't imagine like just being a sponge, and he went pretty deep into just how the diverse football is. Like we don't like the huddle. You ever see his speech about the huddle?
Yeah.
And it's incredible. And he's so full of, just everything you want in a head coach. And a fun story about the combine, the year right before the pandemic really took off. I'm walking around. I had a thing where I was going to I talked to Nicole Lynn. I was going to have a sit down with her for 15 minutes. She put it on Twitter and said, whoever's in Indianapolis, get at me. We'll have, and I had something.
She does that a lot.
Yeah. And she got, busy doing stuff, but I'm walking around. Well, where the heck is everything? And sure enough, in the convention center, here comes Jim Schwartz by himself, just walking, backpack and everything. Yeah. We had a 20-minute conversation about Michigan, just the state, Frankenmuth, you name it, and metal. He's a big metal head, and we talked about music and good guy. He was a lot of fun to talk to.
The combine thing I never thought I'd be hearing, a 20-minute conversation about Michigan.
Yeah, you can do that. You can do that.
I can't.
The combine, and why I hate that they want to get away from Indianapolis, because that environment right there, the ability to talk to people, right there on the spot.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
When I was, is another one of the stories I like to tell from my combine experiences there, going into White Castle. And as a New Yorker, I love me some White Castle, so it's always great when I go on the road and find a White Castle. And there sits the late coach Gary Brown.
Yeah.
And sit to have a nice conversation with him, being able to talk to him. Thayer Munford off the board in the 7th to the Raiders. And sad to hear of his passing recently. It's one of those things. You just, great guy, excellent coach. Did a great job coaching backs in Dallas. Excellent coach at Wisconsin when he was there at his alma mater. I think overall one of those great guys that you get to know. But you don't have that experience most of the time. You didn't have it at somebody who's from New York. You didn't see guys like that for the draft, because New York is so big a city, everybody's spread out, everybody's doing their thing.
Yeah.
Yep.
But in Indianapolis, with everything downtown being downtown, you're going to bump into people. I bumped into Arthur Blank downtown, talking to him. Well, not really talking to him. He was on his way to dinner, but I've talked to Jason Garrett, and standing there at the airport talking to Jason Garrett.
Yeah. I met
talk-
GMs too, Bob Quinn too. It's
Yeah.
incredible.
Yeah. It's funny, leaving Senior Bowl, I'm on the same plane with Charlie Casserly. We didn't speak, but leaving the combine, we did get a chance to talk briefly.
It's incredible how many people.
You'll and when you're a young person coming up in the business, that's the best way to get around and get to know people. It's funny, you keep mentioning Nicole Lynn. Nicole Lynn and I talk on social media, and we've stood next to each other and didn't know who the hell each other were.
Oh man. I drive from Michigan. I've never been on, I'm afraid to be on a plane. I've never been on a plane before, but I drive from Michigan to Indianapolis for the one time a year to see Chris Cabot and Lee Steinberg. And just to keep the that's if you have any young sports, people in sport, it's such a small world. It really is. I mean, you'll bump into the same, but just keep showing up, and being so I've seen that mic before, or and that's how you do it. And but with in that situation too, with going back to having it in Indianapolis, I was with Chris and Lee after their Agent Academy thing. I stuck around just to keep talking, to Chris and stuff. And Chris and Lee, Selwyn Roberts and his son, and Lee Steinberg's son, we drive up to the airport, and Lee just goes, he's like, did we just drive up to the airport without being backed up in traffic? And just they're so used, the LA life, but that's why you got to keep it in Indianapolis. Sure, you're not going to get all the big flash of LA and stuff, but just the players want to get out of there too. It's a lot of in and out traffic, with being in Indianapolis. So
we have an Ivy League selection. Yale beat Harvard. Yale beat Harvard to the punch this year.
Yeah.
Rodney Thomas II.
Oh, okay. I'll admit I didn't think he was going to get drafted, so I'm surprised that he got drafted.
All right, so this is the point where we're really scrubbing social media, looking to see where some of these guys are going to go after the draft, because it's real interesting how this 7th round is going. It's. I tell you what, there's some guys going in the 7th round. We're like, yay! There's some guys going. It's like, why? But yeah, listen, Thayer Munford, I know is relieved right now that the Raiders called him. He's a guy he was on the brink of falling out of this draft. Chris Paul goes to the Commanders. I think it's a good spot for him.
That's a great value pick.
Josiah Carter, I think, should have gone a round earlier, but he goes where I expected him to go, was in round 7. I didn't expect Isaiah Thomas at all in round 7. That's one of those ones that shocked me.
He took a tumble.
Yeah, Monteric Brown, I expected him to go where he went. So we still got a lot to go, because this round has so many compensatory picks to go along with the regular picks. So we're only
we got 22 left, because we go to 262 this year with the comp picks.
Yeah, right. So Washington at pick 19 here coming up now. They're doing some special thing for their pick. But overall, you were getting towards the back end of the round now as you get to Washington. And it's just like, wow, we still have a lot more, because we have 10 comp picks in this round?
Yeah. Like I said, we're going to 262, so we got 22 picks left. So almost, we're just barely into a round, basically.
I still think Washington missed out on a cool team name, but I guess, Commanders, that works, I guess.
Okay. Rocky Blyer, John Banisic, McCormick.
Don't do what the Vikings guy did, and they put a time.
That was the dude from the Hill Street Blues that they had to tell him to read the card. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ed Marinaro.
Number 4 on the Heisman Trophy voting in 1971 from Cornell.
Yeah.
Yep. John Benazak. You guys make me want to. I don't know. You wore that uniform, and I don't really care for you. Period.
Oh wow.
All right.
Like Joe Theismann.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah.
And that's his name. It's not Theismann. It's Theismann.
Yeah, it legally changed.
Don't tell Drew Pearson, his high school teammate, that because Drew will still call him by his real name.
Christian Holmes, Oklahoma State.
Huh. All right.
Yeah, exactly what I was saying. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, once again, we're seeing Power 5 guys that were going off the board compared to some guys who I think could really, really make a difference. I don't think he's going to make a difference on that Commanders team unless he comes in and makes some major impact on special teams. And because coverage wise, you've seen them show tackles, but coverage wise, there's a reason why you don't show coverage highlights when you have a guy who's not exactly great at covering. So
he's not really good at tackling either.
Yeah. So, I don't get it. 12 pass breakups, 2 INTs in 2018 with Missouri. Yeah, and you're going back to 2018 for
because that's the best season. Yes, his best year was 2018.
Yeah, that's a problem. I would have a problem drafting that guy. I would have a problem turning that card in as a GM. You tell me that there's nobody better than this at this pick. Okay.
It feels like the very definition of an undrafted free agent to me.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Yep.
Yeah. You're telling me if we have a draft board with this class that there's nobody better than that on that board? I can guarantee you that there is.
Oh, absolutely.
Regardless of position. I don't care if I have 6 guys at that position already. They're telling me that there's nobody better in that at that position. I'd rather have a 7th guy with more talent at one position than bring in a guy without the potential to make my roster at that position getting his card turned in.
Yeah. And all because he went to a
first quarterback on the board, but it's not who you think it is. It's not who you think. It's Chris Oladokin from South Dakota State.
Oh.
I didn't hear the name. What was that?
Chris Oladokin from South Dakota State is actually off the board.
Oh wow.
That's who the Steelers took?
Yeah, to the Steelers.
Yeah. Steelers.
That's a shock. That's a shock.
Hey, Raiders took, we talked earlier about the Buckeyes lineman, Thayer Munford Jr. to the Raiders.
Yeah, we were just, like I
well,
said,
it's kind of a Raiders pick because they don't like offensive linemen who anchor.
Yeah. It's going to be intriguing. I think they're getting away from power offense. I think they are. I think they're going to be more of a, which is funny because you look at the coach that's there now. That's what he did in New England, right? But if you look, he is not a power guy. He's not a body mover. So if you're going to put him at tackle, he's not going to be able to do it. If you're going to kick him inside, now he may get the best out of it. It may have been great when he had a Tom Brady that got the ball out quick, that these guys didn't have to protect him long enough.
Mm-hmm.
But when teams were able to make Tom Brady hold the ball, and he had issues with protection. He had, so I think what you're looking at is what do we get out of Thayer Mumford there? What's the projection for him? Is he going to continue to compete on the outside? Is he going to move inside the guard and compete there? I think they're going to kick him into guard. I don't think
I think you have to kick him into guard.
And so if that's the case, is he going to be strong enough to handle the big bodies he's going to face inside? So It's curious. I have no problem with the Mumford pick. You have to have a solid plan for him. That's the problem I have. If you don't have any plan and you're just taking him on who he is, who he played for, Kalen Barnes, another Baylor track star off the board. And I appreciate the name.
Trick is running fast, but it's a good trick.
Yeah, but that's going to be a great gunner. As long as he makes the tackle when he gets down there. So, anybody ever get a look at Joseph Blunt?
Joey Blunt from UVA.
Yeah.
Terrific athlete. And not terrible. I think he's a special teams guy, and I think he's a reserve, but I think he has a good shot to hang around for a while in the league. He's, like I said, terrific athlete, really good athlete, and not afraid to hit, not as quite as good at certain things on the middle side as you'd like, but I think he'll find a home somewhere in the NFL.
Indeed. All right, so Kalen Barnes goes to Carolina. And we are rapidly burning through these picks here in the 7th. As we said, we definitely are going past the 6 o'clock hour. It is 6:14 here on the East Coast. As I would be considered more the western coast of Florida. So
well, we don't quite reach the Pacific because I'm out in the mountain.
Okay, the mountain time zone. So you're only 2 hours behind.
Yeah, I'm 2 hours. Yeah.
And we have somebody in Central there, and Mike.
Oh, I'm Eastern time zone. I'm 6:14.
Oh, where are you at, Mike?
Ohio?
Michigan.
Okay.
Yeah, still Eastern time zone.
No, I know Michigan's Eastern time zone.
Yeah, they just squeeze in there.
He said
you just squeeze in there.
I thought you were saying your area code when you said 6:14. That's Ohio.
No.
Oh, so
we're going because I heard 6 o'clock hour and
got it.
Okay, so let's talk about this pick here. So 7th round, the Chiefs take Jalen Watson.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I was intrigued by seeing him at Senior Bowl because when I evaluated Jalen Watson, there's not a lot to evaluate, right? He barely played at USC, mostly special teams. He goes to Washington State. He was there. It wasn't overwhelming film.
And I was just about to say, since my cable was the U.S. station comes from Spokane near Pullman, I see the Cougars, and there isn't a whole lot to this guy.
I mean, he has size. He has some athletic ability, but I was curious about it when I saw him at Senior Bowl. I said, how did he get to Senior Bowl with all the, with the limited production, limited this? I said, okay.
But isn't he wasn't he a 4-star when he went to the Trojans originally?
Well, he went JUCO first. He went JUCO first, then he went to USC. Then he went there. He's a jump around. So then he ends up at Washington State. But it just put his production happened at the JUCO level. Okay, he goes to USC. He doesn't really produce a lot there. Then he goes to Washington State, and he didn't really produce a lot there. He had some fumble recoveries. He had a couple of pass breakups in there, but
not much.
And then you go to the Senior Bowl, and I didn't see a lot from him. So it was like, here we are in the 7th, and granted, somebody takes a chance on him, but there again, we talked about this other corners, small school guys who produced a little bit more, probably deserved that shot. May not have tested as well as he did, but nevertheless, take the risk. It's a 7th round pick. What do you got to lose?
Yeah.
I mean, I just don't like using it on players like that. What am I justifying this pick with other than the helmet? It just doesn't make sense to me.
How just talk about your guys' when you go to Indianapolis for the combine, what's the atmosphere? I'm sure I don't know how much different it is from the Senior Bowl, but what's your Senior Bowl experiences like as scouts?
Well, for Senior Bowl, the beautiful thing about Senior Bowl is you're seeing practice, right? You're seeing football drills. You're seeing football. When we go to the combine, it's all about testing. It's not really about football anymore. All right. So, granted, they're doing some drills there, but that's all skills evaluation drills. We're seeing football drills. So, we're going to see if a guy is shying away from contact. Prime example, one of the first Senior Bowls I attended, running back from Iowa, I thought was going to be good. All right. Gets the Senior Bowl, and he's working through pass protection drills with the running backs coach at the Senior Bowl, and he refuses to even block in that drill. He is doing everything to avoid physicality in this drill, and it got to the point where the running backs coach from the Broncos starts berating him loud enough for people in the stands to hear. Okay, people are not going to draft you if you're not going to block. He yells out loud enough for everybody to hear. And guess what? He did not get drafted. He went into training camp, did not make a team.
Akram Watley.
Huh? Yeah, Akram Watley. Akram Watley. Yeah,
I had a feeling that's who it was.
Yeah. And when he ended up in another league, he didn't block there either. So, but nevertheless, you get to see that. So if you just watch the film on this guy, you go, well, he could pass protect. He just has to get better and want to do it. But you don't get to see that interaction and practice with pro coaching that you need to see. Yeah. Okay, so it's one of those things you need to see, and then it's the networking part of it where you do get to talk to people around town and talk to scouts, and sometimes you get to talk to administrators when they want to be seen. And that's why I met Andy Reid for the first time. That's why I met Reggie McKenzie. I met Raleigh on the road, but I met Reggie. At the Senior Bowl. The first time I met Doug Williams, and I'm a Grambling guy, and I didn't see Doug Williams when I was at Grambling because Coach Rob was still there, but I met him on the road at the Senior Bowl. So you meet guys, and like I said, that's why we always talk about going to those events at SMW, whether it's the pro days, whether it's the combine, whether it's the Senior Bowl and Shrine and all that other stuff. Mike Mayock, I'm on the same plane with Mike Mayock and Coach Shaw and half the NFL scouts. We all flew in together to the Senior Bowl because unfortunately Mobile is not a very big airport. No. You have to go to a main hub to catch a small plane into Mobile. So, it's an interesting experience to say the least. However, like I said, you want to see that stuff in person. If you're not going to consistently get to certain schools, that's why they have regional guys. That's why they have regional scouts, because you can't be traipsing across the country and catch everybody. So you got to stay in your region. So since when I was in the Northeast, I did a lot more Northeast scouting. Now I'm here in the Southeast. I do a lot more Southeast scouting, but I still have to cover because my brand is so small. I got to cover nationally, which means I got to cover a lot more in film and conversation. But with evaluations like that, when I get to a game where there's guys that I don't normally get to see, to Senior Bowl, Shrine Bowl, get to the combine when I can. Now, before when I didn't have the time to go to the combine, it was easy to go back-to-back years. Now it's not so easy when I'm going to the Shrine or going to Senior Bowl and going to pro days and going to 3 other all-star games that are down here in Florida. You don't get those opportunities as much. So it's like, okay, I got to pick and choose which event.
Very athletic center. Dawson to the Browns. He's a very athlete at the position. I did have a draftable grade on him.
Yeah, this is a little slow. It's still stuck on. A pick is in from the Cardinals, and the Browns have already picked. Even the 7th round is moving too fast.
Just go to the TV at this point, is because 247 is in for the Dolphins.
Wow, Skylar Thompson to the Dolphins.
Okay,
which is an interesting pick. So let's talk about that one. Let's talk about that one.
The board next.
All right, so Skylar Thompson, right? You have a quarterback in Tua.
Yes,
smaller, athletic guy. Thompson is that kind of mold. Now, comes from Kansas State, So he's not going to have that wide open offense that some of these guys get. They're based a lot more on run, a lot more out of controlled offense. The defense is more the big thing. Think about it. We got a wide receiver in the league, Byron Pringle. Byron Pringle was a DB at Kansas State. So it tells you how they evaluate their guys. You're going to defense. We like you over there. Fast, speed. You can cover. But Byron Pringle's biggest impact in the college game was in a return game with the ball in his hands, but he played defense. So Skylar Thompson, he comes in and he goes to Miami. Interesting prospect. I think that's a long-term backup option if they can get him to improve his reads and improve. He doesn't have the greatest arm.
No.
And that leads to some very spotty ball placement at times. But I think overall, if you can get him,
and so the offense, they really have to carry the team, really. So
I think if you can get him to,
but backing up a guy like
game,
getting him to back up a guy like Tua, who also doesn't have the greatest of arm strengths out there, in that Dolphins design, he's a fit.
Yeah,
because they're not asking you to go 70 yards deep.
Yeah, I mean you got to throw the deep ball pretty well. He doesn't, but what he can do is if he can manage the game at the line of scrimmage, that's something he's got to learn. Understand what he's seeing defensively. Working the short game is going to be the best thing for him because when he does work the short game well, he's a very effective and very efficient quarterback. One thing he did well was with Kansas State was move the chains. So I think that's what you're looking at with him. In this situation, Andre Anthony, LSU off the board.
So they just take another offensive lineman out of Michigan.
Defensive end more than anything else, but yes, I don't think he ever is going to be a starter.
So this is really interesting to say the least. Some of these guys that they're pulling out, I didn't expect Andre Anthony to get drafted at all. So this one,
I had him undraftable.
I didn't expect that. He must have been one of those guys they didn't want to fight over in free agency.
The last few guys, the only ones who, Kalen Barnes, I did have a late draftable grade on, but Thompson was a guy that I had as a priority draft free agent. Deaton, I had a 7th round grade on. Stuber, I had a 6th round grade on. So there. Watson was like a border, like priority draft free agent / 7th rounder. Anthony, undraftable grade. Thompson, I mean, at this point, Oladokin is a guy I liked, but I really thought he'd be undrafted. I thought he might end up north, actually, in Canada, but I thought he might actually have his future.
He is ranked high up here for our draft next week, Bill.
Yeah, I had Thompson with a 5th. So he's a project. He's a potential backup project.
You got a 5th rounder on Skylar Thompson?
Yeah. Well, remember, 5th round is basically a project to a backup, a potential backup.
Struck you out of that high.
No, it's athleticism. Athleticism grades matter.
He's not.
Yeah, he put out a 4.31 for his 40. So
he's not even a 4.6. He's a 4.77. I mean, that's all right, I guess.
Rasheed Walker, Penn State, off the board.
Yeah, and I'm shocked he's still available.
Yeah,
that's a bargain. Getting Rasheed Walker at this point is a bargain. That's a steal.
Big Ten lineman here late in the draft.
Yeah. We still didn't see. Let me go back. Well, Jeffrey Gunter hasn't been drafted, believe it or not. We get back to the tackle class. I still haven't heard Myron Cunningham's name. Have you?
No. He's going to be right on that edge, right on that border of getting drafted.
Obina Eze, this is about where I had him going. He's still on the board. We've seen Mumford go off the ball. Tyler Vrabel. Anybody heard anything?
No. His dad takes him. He's going to be.
Daddy'll bring him into camp.
Yeah.
Yeah, Oladokin, of course, and Watson faced each other in high school, and then now face each other in all places in the Dakotas after having grown up, just half a mile from each other in Tampa.
Yeah, Rasheed Walker, I had a decent grade on.
Yeah, I was shocked. I thought he might go a couple rounds before here. So
okay,
yeah.
so Stuber did go to the Patriots, so he did go off the board. Okay, I didn't see when he went off the board. All right.
Getting an alignment that won the award for best unit. That's should go some ways in the draft.
Did Lucas ever get called? Abraham Lucas?
No, I don't think so.
Huh.
Wow, interesting.
Or hang on. Maybe, I think he might have. Just a second.
He might have. He did, right?
He did, yeah. Abraham Lucas did go. Yeah.
Yeah, he got picked. Yeah. Scared me. He got picked.
It's the other Abraham. It's the other Abraham that still hasn't gone.
Right.
Abraham Smith.
Yeah, well, that's a shocking one in itself.
Yeah. Good chance to be on the draft free, and just because he's at such a deep, it's a deep position, and it's a position that people don't want to invest in anymore.
Looking at some of the names that is still on there. So we're talking tight ends. We've seen a lot of these guys go off.
Britton Brown. Okay. Yeah. So the Raiders preparing for life without Josh Jacobs have taken Britton Brown.
That's the second running back. Yeah. Second running back they've taken.
The Patriot way coming to Las Vegas.
Yeah.
And what we've seen from Matt Patricia, any player that New England cut, it's almost like they'd go to Detroit by default. So I hope we don't see that with the Raiders, for the Raiders fans' sake.
Yeah, so we're seeing some of these guys come off now that we're just like, okay, makes sense. All right, so we just saw Chris Paul go off. We still haven't seen Marquise Hayes, right?
Not to my knowledge.
No.
Marquise Hayes is still there.
We know Poe is still there. Tyrese Robinson is still there.
Yeah.
Xavier Newman Johnson's still there.
Jalen
McKenzie.
Hello, Xavier Newman Johnson.
Yeah.
That's Walker. That's wow.
I believe Josh Sokol got called, right?
No.
Josh wasn't called.
Okay, so I'm looking at a lot of these. This gonna be melee in rookie free agency. It's gonna be looking like a bar fight, arguing, trying to get people signed. All right, there weren't a ton of centers drafted. Lindstrom still hasn't been drafted, right? Alec Lindstrom,
right? Yeah. Well, he's another guy that people feel like they can wait on.
Yeah. Wow. Ben Brown.
No, I don't think so.
Donovan West.
No, is one of my next highest rated players. So, yeah.
I already said Shanahan.
Hey Bill, who was the name you gave earlier? There was a wide receiver you told me to keep an eye on for fantasy for dynasty leagues.
Oh, who did I say?
Was it an Eagles wide receiver?
Hold on. It was
Wallace last name?
I was saying watch out for is that who it was? Oh, Tylan Wallace. Yeah, Tylan Wallace is about to have a breakout year for the Ravens,
Ravens. Yeah, Ravens. That's what it was.
It's about to be a really good wide receiver too.
And the greatest shirts in America, Andy.
Yes, well, he fills it out nicely.
Yeah.
All right. So
I'll tell you what, this has been a lot.
Isaiah Pacheco.
There you go. There's your
There you go. Pacheco finally comes off the board to the Chiefs.
To the Chiefs. Yep.
So
yeah. Certainly somebody's not getting his 5th-year option picked up when it comes up. In case you're wondering.
but when that pick was made, right?
I didn't like it from jump.
I said, why are you taking Edwards-Helaire when Dobbins is there? Oh, well, he's better than Dobbins. Everybody in National guys is better than Dobbins. And I looked at him like this. So far, who's been the better of the two?
Well, I didn't want either of those two. I wanted Jonathan Taylor. Is who I wanted.
Yeah, I know you did.
I heard that Helaire was handpicked by Patrick.
Yeah, that's what I hear too.
Yep, he was the pick because Patrick had watched the championship game and fell in love with him.
Yeah, and that's why you're a quarterback but not a GM.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, there it is. There it is. That makes no sense because I'm sorry. Now I know. Like I said, you like Jonathan Taylor better. You know, I like Dobbins.
Better player.
Well, I don't know. Dobbins has proven that he's been the dude. He's been that dude. You know, and
better than Jonathan Taylor.
Yeah, he had a better year than Taylor.
No, he didn't.
Well, they weren't. What if you thinking of Taylor? Taylor wasn't in the same class.
No. I know we're the same class, but I'm saying that Jonathan Taylor's had the better career.
Thus far.
It's early.
Well,
Jonathan Taylor's had the better career.
I think Dobbins would have had an amazing year last year had his coach not needlessly gotten his ACL torn in the but prior to that, he chased off every back in Baltimore.
Let's eliminate everything but just numbers that are comparable. Let's take off the number of games and just say yards per carry. Taylor's killing it. Yards per tackle.
No. Taylor's going to kill him. His offense is way more diverse than what you're seeing in Baltimore.
Sure.
I mean, there's very few guys with a high yards per carry average in Baltimore.
They're both good players. I'm just saying Taylor's the better player.
I don't know. I don't know. Had they been in the same draft class, that would have been a hard evaluation for me to see which one graded higher in that same draft class.
I'm sorry. I'm going to agree with Bill on this one. I had the Wisconsin back higher than the Ohio State back. Yeah.
And Jeffrey Gunter to Cincinnati. There you go.
Good.
The wait is over.
Good for him.
Good for him. Happy to see him off the board. I really like that.
But that would have been a hard evaluation for me had they been in the same class. I'll be honest with you. That would have been very hard.
They're both good players. I'm just saying one guy has elite, like there's just something everything that they can both do a lot of the same things. One guy's just a little better. That's all I'm saying.
J.K. Dobbins is the guy that to me is a little bit of the scrappier type. Jonathan Taylor is just pure. He's pure. That's the difference. I think he's pure.
Yep.
Right.
Yep. I mean, when there's two players that I like close together, I go, "You have more talent," and Taylor's got more talent.
Yeah. When.
Oh, Russ. Woo! One of my guys got picked. So, and once again, another son of a former NFL player, Craig.
Well, that's a definite way to get in is to be born out of a football family.
It helps, but yeah, Craig was a favorite target in his college days of one Tim Couch, and of course his son Russ is one of the most underrated safeties in this entire draft class. So I'm glad to see him do that.
Helps you get coaching jobs too, like
Not saying Steve Belichick isn't a fine young coach, but I think he probably would have taken a longer time to get promoted to where he has if his last name weren't Belichick, and if his dad didn't hire him.
Thank you for saying that last part. Thank you for saying that last part.
Two things are related.
It was just like, listen, it was just like, I'm gonna speak
Rex,
this one
Rex,
clearly.
and Rex, and Rob were infected into the NFL thanks to Buddy.
Well, that's
And-
that one's. I know somebody who those two got, who directly got fired because of their ineptitude and their
Yep.
dad protecting them. Okay,
Yep.
so all right, yeah.
I said, the NFL was infected by them.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well,
and the Shula boys weren't the worst coaches in the world, but there's no way they get some of the opportunities they got if they were last name.
no, they would never have gotten head coaching opportunities at all.
Mike and David Shula would have been, decent quarterback coaches somewhere for somebody, but yeah, the career they had would not have happened without them.
Would hell, they wouldn't have gotten coordinator jobs.
No, I said quarterback coach.
Yeah, I'm just saying they wouldn't even gotten the coordinator jobs that they had. Right?
And I wouldn't have even allowed somebody named Greasy anywhere near the NFL, other than the fact that he was Bob's kid. And I'm really glad that I won't have to listen to him in the booth this year either.
I didn't think he was too bad.
He went to what school again?
Yeah, see there it is.
University of Michigan. Go
Blue. That eliminates
bias.
people. That eliminates people automatically. The U of M in college football for me is exactly what Duke is in college basketball for me. It shouldn't exist.
There you go.
It's Michigan for Notre Dame. That's the one.
Oh yeah.
Not USC.
No, USC I have a lot of respect for.
Oh, all right, I got you.
But that place. Can you explain to me what an Ann Arbor actually is? And why are you naming your stadium after the state penitentiary? The big house was the jail.
Big stadium, that's for sure.
Yeah, I'm trying to see.
I've been to the big house twice.
I was there for when I was there at the Ohio State Michigan game, right up in the. I like to sit high. I like to be able to see the whole thing, and. The thing I don't like about the big house is that they cram you in there like a can of
sardines.
Yes. It's like it's up the record. We have 117,948.
And you're sitting there next to somebody. We're sitting there freezing, just like, oh my God, and you're right next to somebody else who's freezing. And
yes.
Thankfully, we moved up a section just because we were so clustered in our section.
Elijah Hicks. Okay, I'm a little surprised to see him selected. I thought he'd been an undrafted free agent, but Cal safety Elijah Hicks just got picked.
Okay, and I was waiting for them to show who it was.
Isn't he the son of an NFLer? Right? Was Mark Hicks the running back his dad?
Mark Higgs.
Was it his dad or his uncle?
I'm trying to remember if it was his dad, but I think he's also another guy related to NFL player.
Can you imagine that? Look at that stat that they keep putting up about the Bears. They have never had a 4,000-yard passer or 30 touchdowns in a season out of a quarterback.
Right.
It's so much fun that I get to say that. Go look up at the Bears quarterback records because there's a guy who last took a snap in 1950, and he's got the records.
He's got a couple of them. Yeah,
Sid Luckman.
Now. Cutler did one thing. He did break the season yardage record. So he took but that wasn't Luckman. That was what's his name from 61.
The other one,
not Bull.
No.
Fullback, but he was on the same team with Ronnie Bull. Wade. Was it Billy Wade?
With Billy Wade.
Billy Wade's record was the one he broke, which is still sort of sad that Bill Wade held the previous record.
Yeah,
and it was Wade that broke Luckman's record. So yes, there we go. Why do people know this? Why should anyone know this? Don't worry about it.
I'm waiting to see what the latest Bears pick is now. They had back-to-back picks.
They milked the clock when they got back-to-backs.
Yeah.
There's no need to.
A little bit of a fight between the guys. Oh, Trenton Gill. Really? Okay, another punter off the board.
Yeah, we had a lot of punters taken in this draft.
This is a great punter draft. A really deep punter class, kids.
For that, for punters, I defer
watched
to
an
Joe
NCAA
Carroll.
not long ago, mostly for the receiver, Ikazama. But no, Emezi. Sorry, I do that.
Emezi. Yeah.
I was watching mostly for Emeka Emezi, but it's like, yeah, it's other punter. I'll admit, it didn't make that powerful an impression on me. I should probably go back and rewatch. I did not say, oh, this guy's definitely getting drafted, but I watched that last NC State game I watched. So, yeah, I'll have to give that another look.
Six more picks left.
Yep.
There we go. Cardinals,
and at this rate, we will make the 7 o'clock hour. By the time we wrap everything up here, we'll have been on the clock for on here for 7+ hours.
Yep.
Which is
the longest day.
That's how you know this is your thing. This is your thing. You do this, that's how you know this is your thing.
Anybody that says that you don't work hard in draft.
So there are now 2 players that have been taken. I do not have a scouting report on. I am very disappointed. I got up to 450 players and thought, okay, I'm going to be out. So I'm going to be safe this year. There's no way there's going to be a player I don't have. Darn it, they did it to me again. There's now 2 players who've been drafted. I did not have a scouting report on. I'm up to 500 next year. I'll get you yet. Oh, man. But, yeah, I evaluated 3 punters. I think one of them went back to school. I think Ryan Stenhouse went back for a 6th year. Why, I'll never know. So I evaluated 3 punters, and 2 of them obviously did get drafted, and then you, Mr. Gill, somehow slipped through my fingers. Why, Ryan Stenhouse? You could have been drafted here. And then I would have had a scouting report on you, and I wouldn't feel this way about myself.
Well, in 363 days from the University of Georgia.
Yeah.
I have a feeling. I just have a feeling that will be the first.
No, I'm sorry. I evaluated 4 punters, but 1 went back to school because Hamarka did get drafted. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. So, right. So, but Mr. Gill slipped through the cracks somehow.
Okay, they must be building something up because the picks have been in for a minute and they haven't said it.
Hold on.
What do you guys think about Cam Thomas, defensive end out of San Diego State?
I think he's a really good football player and underrated, quite frankly. I think that a lot of the same things that got people excited about Alexander Wright from UAB are true of him, except his tape is better. But the numbers are what you get excited about with a guy like Alexander Wright. But you get a lot of the same numbers in terms of like pass rush win rate and his efficiency and how quickly he gets there. But he's better against the one than run than Wright is. He's stouter, right? He's stronger. He's more developed. He's not so much of a project. And he's played against better competition.
Yeah.
I see why this is taking so long.
He's played against Pac-12 teams, had good games against Pac-12 teams.
They have back-to-back picks. They have 256 and 257. So they're going to take their sweet time because nobody can.
Why? Why?
Okay, so Jesse Lucetta, Penn State.
I told you your guy would get picked.
All right.
Are you
we got a little Canadian content this year, a little.
Oh, Canada.
Okay, so with the affinity for Bama picks, does anybody take Josh Jobe?
I think it's possible. There's players I would take before I took Josh Jobe. Taking Josh Jobe is one thing you're just saying, I took an Alabama kid. I mean, that's what you're doing. You're saying, oh, they got to give him Alabama. Okay.
Do they take Jobe or do they take LeBrian Ray?
I mean, LeBrian Ray's at least a slightly more interesting player. I'm not wild about either of them. I think
not really
depth-ish. I think there's better players to be had, like Marquise Bell.
Yep.
Better players to be had.
Our director, Dave Sears, our college director, he had a lot of passion about his evaluation and what he thought his potential could be. And then the more I looked at his production and what he's done in the past.
I was wondering. I was like, it's not my computer.
Not me either.
Oh, I just had a little bit of the Brad Holmes is at a press conference right now.
Gotcha. I was like, wait a minute, where am I hearing a voice from? This is God talking
bad.
football.
I
got all right, so the second pick for the Cardinals is in. I switched draft trackers here, so I'm waiting to see. But even that, once again, has to wait on TV.
Yeah,
to announce it.
It's not someone's going to jump you. You've got back-to-back picks. Come on, here we go.
So Green Bay's on the clock. It's funny. Certain sites have their best pick, best fit up, and when two different teams have the same exact three guys, that means you're just randomizing.
Donovan West.
Marquise Hayes finally comes off the board.
Yeah, I was thinking if you're going to be him or Donovan West. Okay, I was thinking West.
Wow. Jim Nagy's like, whew, one more.
Yep.
And I'm shocked that he lasted this long because Marquise Hayes plays guard, but he's also showed at Senior Bowl that he could also work at center as well. So,
yeah,
this is one of those things where position flexibility.
It helps. Yeah,
it's probably
it's probably why he did indeed get drafted. It's probably if you can show the ability to do both. But yeah, the NFL doesn't really love guards, Jeff. I mean,
you love them when they're keeping your quarterback clean in the pocket.
Right.
Yeah,
you love them.
Even then, they don't get recognition.
Yeah, well, we know they don't get recognition, and actually, they love them a lot because they're some of the cheaper offensive linemen. So,
definitely,
you got to pay that left tackle big money.
Right, they shouldn't get as much draft love as they probably should be more specific. The kind of love I meant.
Hey, after this draft, we need to go over to the Fox. There's a competitive game between the Houston Gamblers and the Bandits right now.
I forgot.
26-24.
Easy to get lost in the sauce.
I'm rooting for the USFL, and
yes. Well, this is my
rooting for these spring leagues.
And I really loved it the first time around. I like it this time around, but I loved it the first time.
Samori Toure comes off the board to Green Bay.
Guys, another up transfer, right?
Yeah.
From Montana to Nebraska, and was still the man, right? He still showed to be the guy, even when he went up in competition.
Yeah.
All right, so they've added talent to the room. We talk about everything that they've lost in Green Bay receiver wise. You get Watson, you get another one, and now Toure. So,
they got Watson, Dubes, and Toure.
So between Dubs and Toure and Watson, they should pretty much have a situation where, I mean, they're still obviously developmental kids, but Toure is, think of Hank Baskett, but a better version of Hank Baskett. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Another sort of wall you off, big bodied. Yep. And he moves well enough. I mean, he's not going to run away from people at the NFL level, but he's not a plotter. He's just not special in terms of his movement.
All right, so we have down to the last couple of picks.
Yep.
4 picks.
That we can get to hear Marquise Bell's name.
Which is a shame that he's going here.
I think we're going past the 7:00 hour.
Yeah.
No, we should just hit it.
I don't know. I think we're going over.
Well, I guess there's some prop bets that you can get. You could get something down on that if you bring up, I guess, DraftKings or whatever the heck it is, and get on it quickly.
Well, the
Chiefs, I did hit. I hedged it. I Kayvon Thibodeau 4 or 5, and I was like, well, I'm gonna put both on both picks and a hit for the fifth one. So
There you
got
go.
some gas money there.
The Chiefs pick is in. I guess you can say that within these next three picks, you could finally say you made it through the draft without hearing about a trade for Baker Mayfield. You could also say you've gone through draft day without hearing for a trade for Deebo Samuel. Both of those guys have made it through draft day with their respective teams. So you can make it through draft day without a trade for James Bradbury.
And in your former neck of the woods, we've made it through the draft without Kadarius Toney being traded out.
Or Bradbury, who's the guy that we've been talking about trading for months now.
Yeah,
that was the thing since the start of free agency was that Bradbury was going to be moved.
Yes.
They wanted the money.
We're sorry, Mr. Shine and Mr. Dable, but this is still just punishment for the previous regime being such idiots. You get to keep them.
Yeah. Right. Nazay Johnson, Marshall is the safety.
Marshall
was being picked. Okay, so now we're going to those group of five.
He's a really athletic player, like a freak athlete. He's really, Nazir Johnson is super athletic, and so once again, he's special teamer most likely, but a really good athlete.
Yeah,
like special athlete. So yes, he's going to be coming down, gunning. Coming down on punt coverage, kick coverage, probably on punt block, field goal block. But yeah, he's a really good athlete.
Yeah.
All right. So we have the Chargers, the Rams, and 49ers to close out.
Yeah.
And I doubt there will be a trade. So we can retire the trade chart for the rest of this draft.
If there's another trade at this point, you should be very upset.
If there's a trade,
Steven and I are going on vacation next year. The Cowboys all their picks.
If you're trading just to get Mr. Irrelevant, then it's just for the scene of it all.
Has that happened before?
No. So I would say it would be just for the scene. It would just be just for the scene of it all.
Yeah. The only time a team has traded all of their picks, the New Orleans Saints.
Oh, Mike Ditka special.
Yeah.
When he thought he could be a GM and head coach. Yeah. That was what almost doomed Ricky Williams' career because
it did doom it.
Well, he had a productive career after that in Miami. Ricky Williams wasn't exactly the greatest when it came to dealing with people, and for you to trade away your whole draft for him and put the whole weight of the franchise on just him, was unfair, and it ruined it darn near ruined him. Yeah, I mean, they gave away the whole draft class just for him. And that was a Mike Ditka special. I forget who the GM was that took advantage of him. But oh boy. I know he was laughing. Bill, do you remember which GM that was?
It was Washington.
Yeah, it was. So that would have been
was that Beathard?
Beathard was
or was it when Casserly was there?
That's what I'm trying to remember. I guess it was Charlie Casserly, right?
It had to be Casserly, wasn't it?
It had to be Casserly. Yeah. Charlie Casserly.
Oh, we have a fullback off the board. Xander Horvath from Purdue comes off the board.
Remember what I said? Remember what I said? It'd be a freak athlete at fullback. Xander Horvath, the freak athlete fullback. Yeah. I predicted that one.
Yeah, so he goes to the Chargers. All right, so Rams and 49ers. NFC West going to take us out.
He's a terrific athlete. Think about what Kyle Juszczyk was able to do, and he's that kind of athlete.
Yeah. So, I could hear Casserly. I'm gonna take advantage of this Dicker character once and for all. Watch this. I'll make him give up his whole draft class just for that one guy.
And he not only got that draft class, he got picks in the next year too.
Yeah. He wiped Mike Dicker clean
because it was that year's draft class and the first and the third the following year.
And the Saints were never the same. They had to trade Ricky Williams just to get decent again.
Yep.
Boy, oh boy,
My favorite trade thing, Greg, you know a lot about this one, was the Cowboys trade Herschel Walker, draft picks, cut the players to get the
Thank you
draft
for the
pick.
3 Super Bowls. Just thank you for the 3 Super Bowls.
But you want to know what? We almost gave it back to them, right?
Almost.
We almost gave it back to them, but they weren't good enough to take advantage of it. All right, because we had the ability to draft Randy Moss, extend the triplets' careers, and win another Super Bowl with that. And we passed on him for Greg Ellis, listening to the rumors about Randy Moss. He goes to Minnesota. They have a chance to win a Super Bowl and just couldn't seem to get it done.
Right.
That was one of the greater teams to not win it either.
But once again, because we passed on Moss like many other teams, we were the strongest ones to get him. Because Michael Irvin was there, we lost Harper. We couldn't seem to replace Harper. Everybody kept saying Moss and Irvin together would have been great, and they would have been right with Aikman, with that plus Smith. Smith would have won rushing titles again had he was there. All of those 3 of those guys' careers would have ended differently. Michael Irvin's career never ends on the turf at Veterans Stadium.
Yeah.
Okay. Troy Aikman doesn't have all those concussions later in his career. And Emmitt Smith goes back to winning rushing titles in Dallas if they draft Randy Moss. They did not do it, and hence the result is what it is.
Oh, it's AJ Akuri from Michigan State. Really?
Interesting.
I mean, another guy that sort of swing-ish.
We're gonna draft everybody, but the guys we should be drafting. Marquise Bell, they're gonna come up with this narrative that he doesn't have change of direction in hips to draft, so they're gonna bring him in undrafted. This is
for the absolute franchise changer that is AJ Akuri. Is that what you're gonna tell me?
Well, that can go for most of these 7th round picks. That could go for some of the 6th round picks. Many of the 6th round picks.
Yeah,
it's like we're doing it. Bill, this is remember the year a couple of years ago we didn't have any HBCU players drafted.
So
remember the steam that came out of my ears when we had guys going.
Free agent, in case you're wondering.
We had pile chasers getting drafted in 6th and 7th round.
30K signing bonus for Jalen Virgil.
Yeah.
So yeah, they're working the phones all right.
Oh, they've been working them for a while.
Yep.
They've been working them for a while.
And we are officially beyond the 7 o'clock
hour. Yep.
Close.
But we are here. We have reached Mr. Irrelevant, as they say.
Yeah.
I don't think any pick is really irrelevant if you pick right.
Pick is in.
So here we go. San Francisco is going to close us out. Yep. And this will be the end of the 2022 NFL draft. We'd like to thank Play Pickup for sponsoring this year's draft coverage with Nuts and Bolts Sports. You've seen the commercials and ads. Make sure you do visit Play Pickup. Excellent service. We're waiting for the 49ers to make the big announcement who's going to close out the 2022 NFL draft. We thank all of you that have watched over these 3 days. Those of you that are watching it to the end, not that are not the boss. It's
Brock Purdy. It's Brock Purdy.
Brock Purdy to San Francisco. Wow. So we'd like to thank all of our guests, all of our insiders that came on. I got to thank Mike. Mike stuck it out today for several hours. Mike came in and hung out with us for hours today.
Man, hey Mike, I'm going to ask you a question. This is not the first time you've asked this, but do you actually dress up sometimes as Matt Patricia for Halloween?
Hey, let me get one of these here for you. Let me get
the headset. There you go. There you go. That pretty much nailed it.
Then.
Yes. Yes.
You got it.
That is a little too close, actually. That's a little. Woo. That's actually eerie. A little eerie.
So will
I can't be
this,
the first person to point it out. I'm sure someone
My
else.
brothers, my brothers. It's not the first time I've heard it.
so will this become a meme? Right, Brock Purdy's going to be the pick there. If they Photoshop him holding the jersey, if he struggles in games, if he actually has to play in, are they going to hold this up and say this is you're Mr. Irrelevant and make that a meme?
I'm sure the plan was not for him to ever play in games, though. I mean, something's gone very wrong if he sees the field.
Yeah,
he's a poor man's Andy Dalton, a very, very poor man's Andy.
Well, I would have loved to have seen Akil Glass get his name called. I would love to have seen Lucas Crow get his name called.
Guys, I would love to do.
Jason Poe.
Jason Poe.
Yeah.
Lucas Crow. Julius Chestnut, who's a running back. I know running backs, quote unquote, devalued, but I mean, he's not more devalued than Brock Purdy is. No.
Deshaun Dixon.
Oh,
yeah, Deshaun didn't get taken.
Yeah. So I mean, with that being said, we're still running into the same roadblocks in the back end of the draft. With some of these guys getting called, I don't agree with. We don't need that coverage anymore, so I don't need to know who's coming. It's officially over. I think that's one of the things we're talking about. Taking guys just to take them because they're from SEC, from their school, from that school, taking the better players, and people will say that because they weren't there, they weren't the better player. The production says that they are.
Yeah.
Okay. That if they're playing at that level and they're not producing, and a guy at a lower level is producing, you take the chance on the lower guy in the 6th and 7th round. That's what that's for. Those what those rounds are for. You're not drafting starters there, so let's draft guys who could potentially help my team overall. Exactly. And I think that's where that comes into. But with that being said, we have exhausted 16 plus hours of draft coverage, so it is time to put a bow on this. We will officially wrap up this draft for Nuts and Bolts Sports on Wednesday night, 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Central, with Nuts and Bolts Sports Draft Central. We do a draft recap.
What I call my 8th round draft board, the best 32 undrafted players. So that'll be fun.
Yes, indeed. And hopefully we'll have a little more clarification on some of the guys that we had on the show that were prospects, where they land. I think those guys are all going to be in NFL camp.
Several guys will be on that list, yes.
So they will most likely within the next 24 to 48 hours know exactly where they will be. So
they're finding out sooner than that. Some of them are finding out. Some of them know already.
That's true.
Oh yeah.
Although they can't announce it yet.
No.
Which sucks for us. But with that being said, it's about time to say goodbye to this what has been a great year of planning and execution. And I wish I could say that for every team. It's been a great year of execution, but I will say it's been a great year. I always enjoy seeing all the scouts on the road. I can't wait to see them again. Oh, I will wait a little bit. I'm pretty sure my family would like to see that. My daughter would like to spend time with her dad. So, with that, but with that being said, it's been great. Greg, great for joining us for 2 days.
It was a lot of fun.
Yeah. Mike, thanks for hanging out for several hours with us.
Happy to be on, and I'm looking. It's this has been the most fun I've had since watching my first draft in 2008 to now. This has been the top of it. This has been a lot of fun. Talk some football, and not just sit and watch tick. You're talking football here. So, and you guys putting in the work to make this thing possible. I'm just more of a reactive. You guys are definitely more proactive, knowing everybody, what their backgrounds are, things. And I'm just I just see what's what, and I ask what you guys think of the players, and I'm more of this team, but I watch the whole thing. But it's been a lot of fun, and I'll make the time to be on.
You know what I enjoy about it, Mike, for me is I can take my Cowboys hat off and go with the other 31 teams, not just the Cowboys.
Yep.
That's what I enjoy the most about this. I
It's
don't
fun.
have to,
Yeah.
I don't have to focus on what's going on just there, right?
Right.
So, and it even forces me to, because I've learned in this, you do not scout helmets. So even those guys with that ugly yellow stripe, I watch.
Yeah.
That's right. There's still no love lost.
It's amazed.
I would expect nothing less.
The who? What? Gold.
Well,
It's about gold.
She's done a pretty good job. I mean, I'm not wild about maybe 2 or 3 of the later picks, but they did a pretty good job.
Yeah. Well.
Yep.
We'd like to thank Play Pickup one last time. We'd like
Yes.
to thank all of our guests and guest analysts and insiders. And we'd like to thank the boss, Joe Cardozo, for making this all possible.
Joe.
Yeah. You know, so
El Jefe.
yes. So for Jeff Barnes, Bill Carroll, Greg Rector, Mike Palco, I get to say that. Look at that. All right. We'd like to say good night. Thanks for watching.
AKA Great Value Matt Patricia.
Hey.
Thanks for watching, everybody. It's been a pleasure being with y'all for the past 3 days. We're going back into the cave. Have a great night. Take care and see you.
Start
soon.
working on 2023.
Pickup is a fan engagement platform that aims to build communities and turn the biggest headlines in sports into free-to-play props while rewarding fans for their hot sports takes. You've likely seen their props on Nuts and Bolts Sports and some of your other favorite online publishers and leagues like USA Today, NASCAR, Flow Sports, and others. Simply make your pick on the Pickup prop and verify your pick by entering your phone number, which you will use to track your picks. Accumulate points and exchange for prizes in their marketplace. Their merch ranges from Fanatics gift